With a twist of Xia Fei's wrist, he immediately pulled open the lock of that huge metal crate. The four sides of the crate fell off with a thunderous thud dash, revealing the warbot inside. What everyone saw was a robot half squatting on the ground like a sprinter at the ready, hugging its body tightly. Its metal frame was sharp and angular all over, with its head lowered, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly what it looked like. What? Fei brought a robot. Robots aren't particularly strange in our circle, and as reality has proven it, even the most outstanding robot can't replace living beings. He must be daydreaming if he truly thinks that this is enough to turn the tables on the Star Academy. A bout of sniggering broke out in the auction hall. In the law realm, robots were mainly used for maintaining cleanliness in an area and as part of a production line. After all, this was where experts gathered. Everyone here was more willing to believe in their own potential than the unfeeling coldness of robots. Thus, when Xia Fei unveiled Enhanced Warstar to everyone, some were surprised, but none found it remarkable. In their eyes, robots were no more than toys in the law realm. All of a sudden, just as everyone was laughing, Enhanced Warstar abruptly came alive on the auction stage. Everyone watched as the super warbot suddenly got up, and with its darkened electronic eyes, visually scanned the area around it. Its gaze was uncannily sharp, similar to his owner's. Kaboom! In the next second, Enhanced Warstar extended its arm under the skeptical gaze of the crowd, and all they saw was a mass of mist rapidly appearing on the palm of its mechanical hand, almost like a small whirlwind, and the entire auction hall dropped in temperature by at least 10 degrees. Very soon, the white mist solidified into ice, and it continued to expand in size, in the process of forming a sharp ice spear. This was the replicated law power of the subsidiary law under the law of matter, ice. This is law power. Oh my god! This robot can actually recreate law from sapient life forms. That's too unbelievable. Is this a robot or a living being? The entire auction hall erupted in a matter of a second. Everyone could not believe their eyes, their mouth hanging agape as they tore at their hair. To have invented a robot that could replicate law power, this was definitely the most disruptive innovation to the whole Fig Corporation and the entire known universe. Sapient life forms had finally grasped law powers after billions of years of evolution, and before that, they were reliant on warships and big cannons. However, after the appearance of law powers, the initiative that machinery once held was returned to the living. In the universe now, there were many powerful sapient life forms out there that wielded immense power and influence. But with Xia Fei's law power replication system, the power to devastate was returned to the machines once again. They would now possess the combat strength to surpass the living again. Swoosh! The number of people connected to the auction began to increase explosively. Those employees that did not enjoy joining in the spectacle had also connected, all in hopes of seeing this moment that would change history. After the initial flurry of chaos, the entire auction hall calmed down again. This was because everyone present could no longer describe what they were feeling anymore. Enhanced Warstar was using that law of ice power to attack that old-fashioned armor plating from before. Whoosh! Everyone saw as that warbot raised its palm gently, and that huge armor plating not too far away swiftly began to condense, turning from black into white. It let out a bright and cold gleam. It then approached the plating and clenched one fist, now wrapped in a white light. It was a simple punch, and that metal armor plating which weighed several dozen tons promptly turned into powdered snow. Fine powdered snow that came falling down all over the auction hall. Shock, commotion, a mental assault. The entire place clamored. An ear-piercing gasp could be heard from the entire Fig Corporation. Everyone had been completely stupefied by the law attack from Enhanced Warstar, to the degree where they were finding it hard to recover from their stupefaction. Crash! Leica had suddenly let go of his hand and dropped the antimatter ray that he had been so proud of onto the ground. His expression was as white as a sheet of blank paper. As the highest authority in all of Fig Star Academy, Leica had controlled the antimatter's power, but the anonymous Fei from Independent College had changed history in just one move. This was most definitely a contest on an entirely different level. When Xia Fei's profound gaze turned over, Leica could feel his entire body going soft, as if he had just been looked down upon by a god. Smiling, Xia Fei picked up that antimatter ray from the ground and returned it to Laika, casually patting him on the shoulder. It was a very strange smile, and his gaze was unreadable. Before that stunned auctioneer could say a word, the numbers on the screen began to jump rapidly. Someone had begun to bid for this super warbot. The first bid was 500 million, 1 billion, 1.5 billion, 2 billion. In just a few seconds, the numbers on the screen had already surged past 2 billion. Before, Fig Star Academy and every student only gathered a total of 1.26 billion points. But it seemed like these people who were throwing out astronomical bids for Enhanced Warstar apparently had heaven-defying funds. A single bid, and it was already in the billions. Taking a glance at the screen through the corner of his eye, Xia Fei confirmed that the people who were bidding were none other than those anonymous individuals whom he had previously identified. They were the mysterious figures who hid themselves amid the crowd and had not said a word. 2.5 billion. 3 billion. Oh my God. This is just too crazy. These anonymous, mysterious people's bids had everyone going crazy. It was hard to imagine just what sort of monster could have had so many points in their hands. In order for them to thrash Independent College, the people of the Star Academy had already given it their best, but it was unfortunate that they were absolutely no match for these anonymous people. These were people who could pull out billions of points just by themselves. It must be stated that points were awarded in accordance to the contribution one made to the company, and it was not easy to accumulate so many. Just this fact alone, anyone told them that these people were very powerful and very important figures in Fig Corporation. The screen flashed one last time, and a very odd number appeared. 3,671,054,355. To think it would not be a round figure? Xia Fei chuckled. Indubitably, this meant someone had staked his entire fortune on the bet, all in an effort of owning this enhanced Warstar. This individual had emptied out their pockets down to the last point. To have reached this degree, it also signaled the end of the auction. It was as if the person who had made that last bid defeated every other bidder, and no one had the points to challenge him. This also meant that the person who had made the bid was the one who owned the most points in the entire Fig Corporation. Xia Fei did not have to guess who this person was. To have accumulated so many points, there was no doubt that they were an unparalleled individual in the company. Whether they were from Independent College or Fig Star Academy, from those holding high posts like a director right down to logistics staff that managed sanitation, the entire Fig Corporation was going wild. No one had ever seen so many points before, and no one had ever seen such a super robot that could change the face of the universe, either. We won. Flynn suddenly came to a start and began yelling when he got up from his seat and raised his arms high in the air. The elderly 11 from Independent College hugged one another, sobbing. This had been an unprecedented counterattack. From the Star Academy in the lead with 1.26 billion points versus Independent College with a score of 0, the latter had managed to do a reverse sweep and actually earned 3 times the points over the former. Xia Fei alone had defeated the tens of thousands of enemies from the Star Academy. This was a slap in the face that rang loud. It was one slap that had directly killed off half the entire Fig Corporation. Surprise, perseverance, and insanity. A myriad of reactions and expressions made for an absolutely chaotic scene. In this disarray, Xia Fei secretly took several steps backward, and after darting a good distance away, a very puzzling fire burned in his eyes. Ordinarily, after the dust had settled by now and Xia Fei had achieved a complete victory over the 3 giants of the Star Academy, he ought to be celebrating. As such, what could be the reason for Xia Fei to remain so composed? Could it be that, to him, this counterattack he had just unleashed did not do sufficient damage? Suddenly, Laika lifted that antimatter ray weapon and pointed it directly at Enhanced Warstar. It was as if Laika had decided that he could not stand the shame of the outcome and had decided to destroy this one-of-a-kind warbot. Don't! Xia Fei let out a pained yell that called everyone's attention toward him. However, why was it that a hint of glee could be heard in his anguished cry? Swoosh! Enhanced Warstar had not been for nothing. When it noticed that something was off, it immediately began evasive maneuvers, but it was just that it did not evade in a good direction. It was heading straight toward the crowd. No one would have imagined that Laika would actually fire the antimatter ray. Everyone could only watch as a glowing mass of black shot out, heading right for Enhanced Warstar. With a swift shuffle, Enhanced Warstar very nimbly dodged the attack, but those unarmed people behind it were due for tragedy. At that very moment, wails rang out in the hall as over 100 employees of Fig Corporation lost their lives. Then and there. Leica did not stop there, though. As if he had lost his mind, he fired 7 more shots in the span of a second. Every shot killed or injured hundreds. It must be stated that these people present were all staunch advocates of the Star Academy, who had all come to support the 3 giants. Alas, in the end, they found themselves dying for no apparent reason at the hand of the leader of the 3 giants, Leica. Just what sort of sense would this make? Yet another shot was fired, and Enhanced Warstar had positioned itself too well. It was sandwiched right in the middle of the other 2 members of the 3 giants, Krim and Yanfeng. This time, the Warbot did not dodge the attack. The black ray blasted past, and Enhanced Warstar was destroyed, but so did Krim and Yanfeng beside him, as well as the talented student Zack. This was most definitely an unexpected conclusion. Xia Fei let out a shout, nearly fainting over. Honestly, Xia Fei's acting talent was simply too great. That expression, a complex mix of anguish and pain, was almost good enough to win an Oscar. No one had seemed to realize that, in the commotion, the one suffering the greatest was actually Leica. He had killed thousands with his own 2 hands, yet Leica actually had no idea what was happening, for he had been passive during the entire ordeal. He had no idea why the antimatter ray in his hand had suddenly lost control. There was suddenly some force being exerted over it that caused Leica to do something so crazy. After the robot got destroyed, that inexplicable force also left with it, but it was already too late. He saw the look on the faces of those close to him, the palpable anger that wished they could just skin and eat him alive. The student whom he had been proud of, Zack, was dead, while his left and right-hand men, Yanfeng and Krim, were also dead. They all died at his own hands. The expression on Leica's face right then and there was absolutely exciting. This was a really cruel application of the proverb, to kill with a borrowed knife. Emerging victorious in the auction was not something Xia Fei wanted. What he truly wanted was for the eradication of the 3 giants. Those supporters of theirs would all die as well, even more so for the disciple of the 3 giants, Zack. Die? They all had to die? As for the technology of replicated law power, there was even less of a chance that Xia Fei would just hand it over. He would rather destroy his hard work than let it slip from his grasp. Xia Fei paid the price with a single warbot and eliminated all his enemies, sweeping away an unprecedented amount of points in the process. The sin of killing over thousands of people today was on Leica's back. Having been the one who destroyed the robot, Leica would also be the one to repay the over 3 billion points spent. It was still Leica who was guilty for causing the mysterious and powerful individual in the shadows to lose his chance in obtaining the warbot. Even if Leica still lived, he was now fated for a life better off dead. This was Xia Fei's retaliation. Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. Sweeping away all enemies without staining his hands in blood. The unforeseen misfortune had left everyone feeling dumbfounded. Only Flynn was certain that Xia Fei was behind everything that had transpired. 2 streaks of cold sweat slowly trickled down his face. Xia Fei's methods had shaken Flynn right down to his core. Recalling the final changes that Xia Fei had done to the robot, he now realized it had all been for this moment, to kill his enemies with a borrowed knife. This also meant that, in the time it took for someone to blink, Xia Fei's insane revenge had already been enacted, and as if sweeping away the fallen leaves of autumn, he had almost instantaneously enveloped the entire auction hall in his scheme and removed all his enemies in one fell swoop. Flynn could hardly believe the extent of Xia Fei's methods. Not only did he manage to crush his enemy, he even managed to make himself out to be the victim. Every calculation he made had been exquisitely planned. On the auction stage, Leica had collapsed down on his knees. Never would he have imagined that he would fall from heaven right to hell in the space of a few breaths. To have suffered such a tragic defeat at Xia Fei's hands, and even personally killed his close confidants as well as protege, no one out there could have foreseen such an outcome. Plenty of people who favored the Star Academy began lashing out at him, causing the color on his face to drain rapidly. Leica really wished he could explain himself, but he had no idea how to do so. A ringing buzz overwhelmed his mind, and his thoughts were completely blank. This was when the director of the research bureau, Browning, entered the auction hall with a group of grim-faced security officers. He had everyone exit the premises, leaving just Xia Fei and Leica behind, the two parties who were most involved in this incident. President Leica, just what in the world were you doing? This is the company's auction hall. Your actions here have been in plain sight of the entire Fig Corporation. Browning reprimanded loudly, a fairly savage expression on his face. It was as the saying went, "Fate will not be kind to those who do not look out for themselves." Browning had taken over the position as the director of the research bureau from Leica and had once been his assistant. Logically speaking, he ought to be doing his best to maintain his ex-superior's dignity, but because of how severe this incident was, Browning decided to go by the book, not showing any face to Leica at all. Actually, even if Browning intended to protect Leica, he would not succeed. After all, too many people were implicated in this tragic incident. Even if they were to ignore everything else, there was no way Browning would offend that mysterious individual who had just spent an astronomical sum of over 3.6 billion points to purchase that warbot. At the moment, this person was already raging. The board of directors already knew that the situation was far from desirable, and so they quickly sent Browning out to follow up on the matter. "I didn't do any of this. Someone else was controlling me," Leica protested as he glared at Xia Fei with gritted teeth. Though there was no proof, Xia Fei was nevertheless the prime suspect. At this very moment, Leica had every desire to swallow Xia Fei's heart whole. "You're already at death's door, so stop being stubborn. I'll be straight with you. You're done for. No one can save you now." Browning huffed. "Men, take him away." With that said, two security guards came over and left with Leica in tow. This was when Xia Fei suddenly reached out to stop them, saying, "Director, my robot got destroyed. You'll at least compensate me for that, right?" Browning was slightly taken aback. He knitted his brows and regarded Xia Fei. He had not expected Xia Fei to be here waiting for him. Logically speaking, it was completely out of line for an insignificant person like Xia Fei to bargain with Browning. But things were not like before, since Xia Fei was the person who had created the replicated law power system. Every person in the company was seeing him in a different light, and that major figure hiding in the shadows had even emptied out their life fortune just to buy the warbot. It was enough to see just how important this invention would be to the company. After a pause, Browning went over the many causes and consequences involved, and the expression on his face turned considerably more amiable. There was no telling that Xia Fei might see a meteoric rise from this invention of his, and Browning had no wish to offend him. "Don't worry about that. The auction was already over. Leica destroying the robot are two separate matters altogether. The points will soon be transferred into your account, and the losses of the person who paid. Leica will naturally be the one to pay for it," Browning said with a smile on his face. Xia Fei nodded. It appeared that he was still a little dissatisfied with the destruction of his robot when, deep down, he was already delighted at how things went. That was 3.6 billion points. Who knew just how many wonderful items he could use the points on? Xia Fei was probably the person with the most points in the entire Fig Corporation right now. Leica's expression got even uglier. He straight out coughed up a mouthful of blood, pointing at Xia Fei with one hand, though no words left his lips. Leica had accumulated 1.26 billion points by collecting sizable amounts from every student of the Star Academy. Now, not only would it all be going to someone else, he would also be in a buttload of debt. Even if the board of directors let him off on the account of his contributions to the company over many years, it would still be impossible for Leica to repay a more than 2.4 billion debt. He would be better off dead. Xia Fei sighed, bending over to Leica's ear as he softly whispered, "Yours truly is a man of my word. I'll kill whoever provokes me." Xia Fei was very crafty. He was very clearly provoking the old man, but Xia Fei made it appear like he was consoling Leica. There was no way Leica could endure such a blow when he was already on the verge of a breakdown. All he could do was vomit out another mouthful of blood, howling like a madman as he kept trying to claw at his skin with his own hands. It could not be helped. Out of everyone he could have provoked, he ended up provoking the strongest schemer of the Skywing clan, the most insane lone wolf. He would neither be the most tragic, nor would he be the last to find himself toyed to death by Xia Fei. Browning led the security officers away with Leica, as Xia Fei strolled out from the auction hall. He received the enthusiastic congratulations from the elderly 11 of Independent College. In the beginning, the group of them was a little suspicious of Xia Fei, with him being someone whom they had never seen before. No matter how much Flynn vouched for him, they still had their reservations. After all, no matter how hard they studied while there, it was impossible for them not to have seen Xia Fei once for all the 12 years. Now that Xia Fei had helped Independent College defeat the Star Academy, essentially turning the tables so completely, whatever doubts they had of him vanished without a trace. If they were to still be suspicious of Xia Fei at this point, then they would be better off being suspicious of themselves. Regardless of whether Xia Fei was truly a student of Independent College, everyone had pretty much accepted it as fact and would not revisiting this issue anymore. Flynn was, of course, very happy. On the way back, Xia Fei had pulled him to the side and quietly said, "It's still too early for you to be glad. We've stirred up quite the storm, so we'd better brace ourselves for the battering winds ahead." Flynn was startled. He had not considered what would happen in the future. From the very start, Xia Fei had been leading Flynn on this path, step by step. At the moment, he had no other choice other than to continue trusting Alpha and Xia Fei. "So what shall we do? The company won't force us to hand over the technology, right?" Flynn asked, somewhat panicking. Xia Fei vigilantly scanned his surroundings before grimly intoning, "I'll tell you just one thing. Keep mum no matter what. Keep mum no matter what." That's right. Xia Fei's expression turned frigid. "Whether it's good or bad, shove all the responsibility to me. And if they ever attempt to lure or torture you, you mustn't reveal even a bit of information, or else I'll bring you down with me." Xia Fei did not look like he was joking, so Flynn sucked in a breath of cold air and nodded meekly. Right now, he was completely convinced that this young man was someone who would actually do what he promised. Flynn knew about Xia Fei's true identity, something Alpha did not hide from him because of the trust they shared. Seeing Xia Fei's determined gaze, Flynn suddenly recalled an age-old saying. One would rather offend the god of death than the wolves of the Skywing clan. Once a storm stirred, peace would be untenable. The entire company was discussing the wave that Leica's incident had stirred. Everyone had pushed all the blame onto Leica's shoulders when, in fact, Xia Fei was the one who had been pulling the strings behind. However, Xia Fei knew very well that the normal staff's view did not represent the board of directors. They definitely did not speak for those figures hidden in the shadows. There had never been a completely perfect method of execution, so it all boiled down on whether he dared to roll the dice or not. Independent College, Laboratory. Xia Fei did not return to the company, but stayed in place to wait for more news. No matter what the outcome was, Xia Fei would not need much time to clear it. Alpha appeared on time as always, but Xia Fei did not immediately begin studying as per usual. His two eyes were trained on the screen, a shocked expression on his face. "Not planning to study today?" Alpha's words were typed out on the screen. "No, I've got too many points on me, and I need to spend them. I'm sure that you know very well that I won't be staying long in Fig Corporation. I'll be leaving the moment I locate you, and I have no intention of having any points left when the time comes," Xia Fei replied. Alpha answered him. "I can understand that, but you're looking at the Tier 4 catalog when you absolutely qualify for the highest tier. Why, then, are you stopping there?" Xia Fei smiled. "The things on the Tier 4 catalog aren't bad, too. I don't wish to have any fish slipping through the net. My principal in all these years has told me one thing. Good steel must be used on blades. It can be not the most expensive, but it must be the most suitable for me." Alpha did not comment on that. A warrior obtaining loot was to be expected, and it was only that Xia Fei's harvest this time was too great. In fact, it was only after Xia Fei did his calculation that he realized that 3.67 billion points was enough to buy the entire Tier 4 catalog. Biting his lower lip, Xia Fei closed the window somewhat reluctantly and opened the Tier 5 catalog, which displayed the available highest-grade goods of Fig Corporation. Zing! His two eyes shone brightly almost immediately. Fig Corporation truly lived up to its name. Xia Fei found a Law God-grade war armor on the Tier 5 catalog and plenty of unbelievably high-tech equipment, which could dazzle anyone. Xia Fei was absolutely shaken. This was all Law God-grade equipment. Even the worst was a customized treasure at the superior law sage grade. Fig Corporation's equipment had always been precious, and it was not an issue of money, for they were items even money could not buy. Fortunately, what Xia Fei had on his hand was company points. Were it origin crystals, even several billions of them would be ineligible to purchase such super equipment. His eyes rapidly skimmed through the items shown on the screen. He was like a hunter in pursuit of his favorite prey. Just reading the description of these pieces of top-grade equipment was enough to get Xia Fei's blood pumping. His breathing became shorter as his finger lightly tapped on the screen, ready to make his order. This was when Alpha called to him again. "Why are you looking at the Tier 5 catalog? Head to the Vertex catalog and take a look. Perhaps there's item that may interest you in it." Xia Fei was stunned as he asked incredulously, "Are you telling me that the Tier 5 catalog isn't the highest grade available?" "Not at all. There's still a hidden list beyond the Tier 5 catalog, and that's where all the company's most advanced items are shown." Xia Fei let out a sigh as he asked, "What's on this hidden list?" "Things that should not exist." Alpha very calmly gave this answer. "Hidden list? Things that shouldn't exist." Xia Fei muttered to himself, nonplussed. "Just what are you talking about?" Alpha explained himself. "What I mean by things that shouldn't exist is that those items on the hidden list are already at a grade well beyond what the law realm understands. They're products that sit at the actual pinnacle of technology. Only the person with the highest points in Fig Corporation has access to this hidden list, and you just so happen to have taken this first place with your current total points. As such, you're the only one who can freely peruse this hidden list ultimately and redeem anything on it accordingly." Xia Fei was shocked as a wide smile cracked across his face. He was actually the person with the highest points in all of Fig Corporation now. This was well beyond his expectations. It looked like the person who had placed the bid of 3.6 billion points to get hold of the enhanced Warstar held an extraordinarily high position. It was just that, no matter how high a status this person held, they ultimately still failed to get hold of Xia Fei's replicated law power system. They were most likely furious right now. However, no matter how vexed this person was, there was no way Xia Fei would be implicated. It was the unlucky Leica who had destroyed the warbot, and it was witnessed firsthand by the entire company. He was a little delighted. The internal AI magnetic control system he included into the warbot had played a very crucial role in framing Leica, and it was this system that caused the elderly man's absurd outburst. If someone had examined the robot before everything panned out, they would have very easily discovered his ploy. Unfortunately, no one had done so, and now the warbot was completely destroyed by the antimatter ray. All the evidence had gone up in smoke with that. This was precisely how astute Xia Fei was. It was a perfect setup, and it did not necessarily have to be accomplished without leaving any trace. The key was how to obfuscate or destroy evidence, making it hard for anyone to comment or even say a word in doubt. Truly, this was what Xia Fei had accomplished. Following Alpha's instructions, Xia Fei located the hyperlink to view the hidden list, which was really just a row of words buried in the deepest part of the catalog. There was no way Xia Fei would have noticed its existence if he did not have Alpha with him. "The hidden list has dormant worms on it, so I won't be able to go in with you. You can only depend on yourself to make the choices." Alpha disappeared with those parting words on the screen. A dormant worm was a little like a worm virus. It would examine every potential query into the system. Alpha, who had been using a backdoor in the company's network to contact Xia Fei the entire time, would be in deep trouble if he got caught by the dormant worms. With a light tap on the screen, the system seemed to experience a slight delay when asking to enter the hidden list, but after 3 full minutes passed, the system confirmed that Xia Fei was the highest point holder in the entire company at the moment before opening this mysterious list to him. There were not many items on the ultimate list, not even reaching 100, but each one of them had a very eye-catching name, accompanied by lengthy descriptions. Xia Fei casually clicked on one of the items, and his 2 eyes glowed intensely. This is no doubt the Vertex catalog. The items featured are simply too powerful. Xia Fei had never been the sort to hesitate when making decisions, laying waste to cities without even blinking an eye. He had a murderous aura and superb decisiveness, but this list was just too tempting. Xia Fei checked it again and again, and he only closed the list after spending more than 10 hours making his choices. You spent 3 billion points on the Vertex catalog? What did you buy? Alpha appeared after Xia Fei closed the window, apparently very interested in the choices Xia Fei made. Xia Fei smiled and typed on the screen, 3 very decent items. They're on the way here right now. You'll know what they are very soon. After thinking, Xia Fei asked, that seems to be the first time you showed your limitation. Do you actually have no clue what items I redeemed through the hidden list? Alpha replied, I only hacked the majority of the systems. The security level of the pinnacle level is truly terrifying, and even I have no way of getting myself inside it. This Vertex catalog is just one of the few locations where I'm unable to get in. Xia Fei nodded to express his understanding. Alpha was Radix, a mysterious figure who had been forcibly detained somewhere in the company by Fig Corporation. He would have long since escaped his fate had he been capable of accessing all the systems. There would also have been no need for Xia Fei to come here and do his best in advancing toward the highest level just so he could rescue this mech king. Fig Corporation, conference room, emergency board of directors meeting. 12 elders were seated around a table. The seat at the head of the table was left empty, signifying that the chairperson of the board of directors was not present. Xia Fei of Independent College has found the Vertex catalog and redeemed 3 items from it. There was a screen up in that meeting room, and a skinny and gaunt old man's face was shown on it. Prominent dark circles were under his eyes, which signified that he was not in the best state of mind. Every board member was stunned to hear this, stunned that Xia Fei had managed to locate the hyperlink to the list, which was hidden pretty deeply within the catalog. A fat-headed board member with big earlobes angrily slammed his fist on the desk before him. He wore 2 large silver earrings on his 2 ears, and this one punch on the desk made the earrings shake violently. Enough with your nonsense. Everyone knows that the items on the Vertex catalog are worth 1 billion points each. Since Xia Fei has 3.6 billion points in his account, of course he will only redeem 3 items. Spit it out already. What did he get? The gaunt old man hurriedly blurted out the names of the 3 items Xia Fei had redeemed, which instantly caused the board to erupt. Who does Xia Fei think he is? Why would he get those 3 items? Could we have a mole? With how deeply hidden the Vertex catalog's hyperlink was, how did he even manage to find it? We shouldn't have created the hidden link in the first place. Look at what good it has done now. Xia Fei obtained 3 divine weapons from it. This person isn't even under our control yet. The board meeting continued. These members of the board appeared to be very dissatisfied upon learning about the items Xia Fei had redeemed from the Vertex catalog. It was a wonder just what those items were to have elicited such an extremely anxious reaction from the board of directors. Aside from the board of directors, the only ones who know about the list are those from Pinnacle. Is there someone in that team secretly aiding Xia Fei? That's not really possible, is it? The Pinnacle research team is strictly monitored by us. I don't think any of them could have done that. This was when that board member with the fat head and earlobes slammed his fist on the table again, which caused everyone to settle down. It was as if when the chairperson was not around, he became the backbone of the entire board of directors. What use is there for us to discuss such matters now? Best if we just see how we can remedy the situation. The fat-headed board member grunted in his anger. What is that Xia Fei person doing right now? The gaunt old man stared at the screen for some time before helplessly answering. He's using the remaining 670 million points he has to sweep through the various catalogs. He's practically exchanged for anything he set his eyes on. Right now, he only has a single point left in his account. He spent all of them. That's 3.67 billion points. How many items has he purchased? He's just one man. Why would he need so many things? The board members reeled. The speed at which Xia Fei spent his company points was so fast that these board members were left dumbfounded. In no time at all, he had spent so many, almost as if he had no plans of leaving anything behind. Since Xia Fei isn't under our control yet, then we must move to do so, and do so fast. We'll suffer heavy losses if he take off with all those things. I concur in this idea. He's a man of talent, too, so why don't we let him join the concentration camp? Xia Fei had no idea, but the so-called most mysterious research team in Fig Corporation, Pinnacle, also went by another name, the concentration camp. No one knew why the board of directors called the place, where their super scientists were gathered, as the concentration camp, a fairly horrible name at that. Let's put it to a vote. All in favor of admitting Xia Fei to the concentration camp? Raise your hand. Swoosh. 12 arms shot up at the same time. Everyone agreed with having Xia Fei admitted to Pinnacle. After all, the board was very afraid that Xia Fei would run off after acquiring all those highly valued items, which would cause irreparable losses to the company. All right, since everyone is in favor, I'll go talk to the people of Pinnacle, make sure that they'll accept this new member into their midst, the fathead board member announced loudly. The moment this statement was made, Xia Fei's path had pretty much been set in stone. He would leap over any and all obstacles and directly join the legendary Pinnacle research team. Xia Fei did, indeed, desire to join Pinnacle and abscond with Radix. But from the attitude displayed by the board, the Pinnacle research team seemed to have a very huge difference from what Xia Fei had predicted. This was when that gaunt, old man on the screen, who had not spoken a word for quite some time, suddenly gulped and said, Xia Fei spent his last points in exchange for a container of chocolate, and his account is 0 right now. Chocolate. A container of chocolate. The board members had no idea whether they should be laughing or crying right now. They knew of being a spendthrift, but they had never encountered such a bigger spendthrift than Xia Fei. Even if it was just a single point, he was determined to squander it all. Xia Fei was definitely the first and the last in the history of the company to have exchanged a valuable point from Fig Corporation for a container of chocolate. Independent College, Laboratory. Xia Fei was holding onto a container of chocolate, tossing pieces after pieces of them into his mouth, enjoying every bit of it. Professor Flynn shook his head from the sidelines as Xia Fei took a piece out and asked, "The chocolate in the God Race territory tastes pretty good. Would you like one?" Flynn rolled his eyes at the young man and scoffed. "What time is it already? Yet you have the heart to snack. The 3 giants have been killed or locked up all due to your machinations. And while the average company workers have no idea of your deeds, that doesn't mean that the board of directors won't be able to guess it. You ought to be keeping a low profile right now, but instead, you spent your points all at once. Aren't you obviously sending a signal to others that you're about to leave?" Xia Fei tossed a piece of chocolate into his mouth as he maintained a cold gaze. "The matter has come to a close. All we can do now is scale up the chaos we're stirring. This is like a gamble. Only by leveraging the largest chips will one be able to win big." Flynn sighed, not saying another word. No matter how slow he was, he could already sense a storm stirring. With Xia Fei toppling the 3 giants of the Star Academy, his act of clearing out the catalogs, and even the Vertex catalog, and the Law Power replication system, which made countless people's eyes go green with envy, were done by Xia Fei. It was almost as if this young man was a sort of master when it came to causing trouble wherever he went. Ever since Xia Fei joined Fig Corporation, the #1 tech company in this part of the universe had never once had a day of peace, as he had been throwing things into disarray the whole time. This was when a large team of delivery personnel suddenly descended on Independent College. The 3 treasures that Xia Fei got from the Vertex catalog had arrived. Because these items were anything but conventional, Fig Corporation specially sent 100 security guards to escort the items Xia Fei had redeemed. There were 2 huge metal crates securely fastened on the outside with precision metal locks. Xia Fei frowned. Why just 2 items? A security guard with overgrown beard stepped forward and growled. "Yes, there are only 2 items here. The other one is at the parking apron. Here are the activation code and the electronic key." With that said, the security guard had handed over a card. It was a composite-coded system, which was normally used for warships. Flynn knitted his eyebrows. He had no idea just what Xia Fei had purchased with the company points this time, but it seemed like he got himself a warship. Nodding, Xia Fei took the key and signed the papers, completing the handover process. That bearded guard inadvertently glanced at the metal crates a few times before leading his men away. Even Professor Flynn had been asked to leave. Opening the first crate, inside was a spatial defensive launch array. It looked a little like a pyramid from the outside, but only smaller in size. That's the colorless celestial spirit, a device with triple reinforced spatial defense. There are only 2 of such device in the entire law realm. One of it is in the God's reign, while the other is now in your hands. Alpha typed out on the screen, visibly feeling excited at the sight of it. God's reign was the most secretive location in the entire God Race territory, in which only law gods were allowed entry. The fact that this colorless celestial spirit was used to protect God's reign was enough to see just how high a grade the item was. The greatest advantage that the colorless celestial spirit held was its triple reinforced defense mechanism. The first layer was stealth, allowing the space contained to appear just like its surroundings, making it go undetected to outsiders. The second layer was origin energy protection, a very powerful barrier that was very hard to break. The third layer was retaliation, where if someone attempted to attack the protected space, colorless celestial spirit would unleash a vicious counterattack automatically. These three functions made up the powerful existence known as the colorless celestial spirit. What made it even rarer was that despite how advanced the device was, it was not particularly large, barely taking up 1 cubic meter. It could be fitted into any spatial ring, making it very simple and convenient. The situation was becoming more and more complex. The two peak races were on the brink of war with each other, and there were also the dark life forms, which many still did not understand, prowling on the outskirts. This was not mentioning the legendary cosmic gate, as well as the inverse from beyond. These various existences kept the entire universe shrouded in a dark cloud of mystery. In such chaotic circumstances, the colorless celestial spirit would not only protect Xia Fei, but also his base of operation, the Mech's hidden realm, where the Titans were being constructed. Despite the small size of the colorless celestial spirit, it was more than enough to protect a space as large as the hidden realm when activated. It was an indispensable and hard-to-come-by device for defense. Smiling to himself, Xia Fei opened the second crate, and inside was a bracer. It was small, yet the metal crate used to hold it was significantly large, solid, and tightly sealed. Picking up that bracer and giving it a squeeze, Xia Fei proceeded to wear the thing. Snap! The metal bracer closed and clasped tightly together. There were plenty of mysterious markings etched on it, demonstrating how very intricately made the thing was and how out of place it was in the law realm. Uncharacteristically, Alpha actually made no comment when he saw the item. Xia Fei then said, "This is the Bloodscale Wisdom Tail, a powerful psychokinesis weapon. With this, all my weapons will be able to fly now." With that said, Xia Fei unsheathed the blood crystal, and a bloodthirsty dagger shot out explosively. It flew around under him, rapid as lightning. As Xia Fei found himself ascending the levels of cultivation, his second ability, psychokinesis, gradually grew weaker. Presently, Xia Fei was using the Ode of 100 Spirits, Dragonscale Hectoslasher, and such weapons with his psychokinesis, but he felt that they were barely able to keep up with the changes, becoming quite a tedious affair to him. After all, he could not have his cake and eat it. This was the price he must pay given just how powerful speed became. With the Bloodscale Wisdom Tail, Xia Fei would now be able to keep using his psychokinesis, and he could even grant the blood crystal the function of flight. The blood crystal was very powerful, and out of all the weapons in his arsenal, the devouring capability that this dagger possessed was simply too insane. Once this already overwhelmingly powerful blood crystal could fly, it would really be hard to imagine just how much more powerful it could become. This was when Alpha asked quizzically, "This is the second treasure you've chosen?" Xia Fei replied, puzzled. "This weapon will allow my most powerful weapon to have free reign on the battlefield. Is the Bloodscale Wisdom Tail not a good choice?" Alpha did not answer Xia Fei, but anxiously asked, "What is the third item you chose then?" Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Alpha had been very excited when he saw the colorless celestial spirit, yet the appearance of the second item, the Bloodscale Wisdom Tail, had caused Alpha to adopt an ambiguous air. It was very hard to tell whether he was happy or vexed. "The third item's a ship, the Gemini," Xia Fei answered. The Gemini. Alpha communicated via text, and despite this, Xia Fei could still see how animated radix became behind the screen. The Gemini was the fastest warship in the entire Law realm, and it was made up of 2 ships, one big, one small, thus its namesake. From the data available on the ship, the Gemini could reach up to the speeds of 100 million light-years. The average speed of warships in the Panhuman Alliance was only 500,000 light-years. This essentially meant that the Gemini was 2,000 times faster than an average warship. It was the fastest warship in existence even with the 2 peak races combined, bar none. This was when Alpha strangely asked the question, Spatial compasses clearly exist, so why redeem an old-fashioned warship for? Could the Gemini be even more powerful than compasses? Xia Fei was unconvinced. It's true that the main tool for transportation used by the law realm is the spatial compass, with a huge spatial transference formation that controls everyone's movement in the law realm. I admit that this transportation method is several times faster than warships, and the cost is much lower. Still, a spatial compass must rely on the law realm being in normal operation for it to work. The moment the law realm is destroyed, spatial compasses will also become useless. You believe that there will come a day when the law realm falls? Alpha asked again. Xia Fei answered. Facing against the threat from beyond the cosmic gate, the two races are still adamant about going to war with each other. They're essentially courting death. The old adage rings true. The sins of heaven can be forgiven, but living with one's sin is hard. I don't care what others do, but I must ensure that I have plenty of hidden trump cards for myself, leaving myself plenty of means to escape. Perhaps Alpha had been moved by Xia Fei's speech, but he was quiet for a good while. After some time, Alpha asked, the Gemini is the fastest warship in the law realm, a unique existence. There are plenty of advantages for having redeemed it, but what about the Bloodscale Wisdom Tail? From what I understand, the Bloodscale Wisdom Tail only has one function, and that is the enhancement of a warrior's psychokinetic ability. There are plenty of top-grade weapons on the hidden list, so why not choose any of those? Why did you choose this particular item, which can only serve an auxiliary role? Xia Fei weighed the blood crystal in his hand as he answered. It's true that there are 4 or 5 items on the list that can be considered as divine, but I realize that none of them is as powerful as my blood crystal. Since it is already such an overpowered weapon, all I have to do is keep enhancing it, and I'll be fine. Why bother redeeming another weapon that can't compare to what I already have? The main function the blood crystal served was the ability to devour energy from its victims. The Bloodscale Wisdom Tail was practically custom-made for the blood crystal. According to the description, the control provided by it was no different from wielding an item in his hand. This may be insignificant to anyone else, but it basically afforded Xia Fei the best possible function. Xia Fei never once had the blood crystal leave his hands because he had no way of making the energy flow the moment it left his palm. What sort of divine weapon would the blood crystal be if it could not provide Xia Fei with any energy? At best, it would be a sharp weapon that could be used to kill, but with the Bloodscale Wisdom Tail, the blood crystal would be able to fly freely, and it would not reduce the amount of energy Xia Fei could gather in his brain. This was the very aspect that Xia Fei had his eye on. Xia Fei knew very well that, without the blood crystal, the Bloodscale Wisdom Tail would be as good as useless. However, with both the blood crystal and the Bloodscale Wisdom Tail working together, they would essentially become the perfect duo, like a match made in heaven. Forget if this weapon was worth 1 billion points. Even if it was 10 billion points, Xia Fei would not furrow his brows. Just the blood crystal alone was considered a divine weapon, and together they could be considered a super divine weapon. After a pause, Alpha commented, "You're rather sharp to know that there's no better weapon out there that can match your blood crystal. As such, you chose to strengthen it." Xia Fei nodded wordlessly. "Congratulations." Alpha typed. Xia Fei was a little surprised. "What are you congratulating me for?" "It's because you chose the 3 most valuable items from the entire Vertex catalog. There's extraordinary significance to each one of them." Xia Fei was even more intrigued upon hearing this, hurriedly asking, "What significance?" "Do you know about the Ark?" asked Alpha furtively. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. According to Alpha, the Gemini, Bloodscale Wisdom Tail, and the colorless celestial spirit were all made from scattered parts found floating in space after the Ark exploded. The colorless celestial spirit had been the Ark's composite defense system, and it was the founders of Fig Corporation who separated the inner and outer layers from this system, obtaining 2 sets of the triple defense mechanism. Xia Fei happened to have gotten hold of one of the 2. The Bloodscale Wisdom Tail was made from a piece of the Ark, which extended control capabilities. Wearing it would increase a warrior's psychokinesis to the maximum potential, ensuring that the warrior and the weapon itself could maintain close contact. As for the Gemini, that was even more impressive. After a portion of the Ark's propulsion system was discovered, only after countless years of refurbishment and hard work did Fig Corporation manage to construct a set of big and small super propulsion engines, which were fitted into the Gemini. This was what made it the #1 warship in the universe. Xia Fei's mouth went wide open. No wonder Alpha had been so shocked. It turned out that the 3 items he had redeemed were all made from arc fragments. I've seen an arc fragment before. These fragments possess indescribably powerful energy in them, so why use them to create items? Wouldn't they end up emitting energy waves? Asked Xia Fei with a frown. Alpha answered, the energy has already been siphoned by the company. Besides, the arc exploded into millions of fragments. Not every one of them contains energy. Smack! Xia Fei slapped his thigh heavily, his excitement beyond measure. Then I truly picked up treasures. No wonder I found the functions of these items strange, far outstripping the technology standard of the law realm. Turns out they're all made from arc fragments. Turning his eyes, Xia Fei asked with a chuckle, Alpha, if you even know about the arc bursting into millions of pieces, am I right to say that you're very well versed with things regarding it? All he saw was the screen flashing as a row of words. Alpha had actually answered unequivocally, that's right. I am very knowledgeable with regard to that. Xia Fei was startled. Alpha actually claimed to have a deep understanding of the arc? It must be understood that Alpha's real identity was the king of mechs, Radix. He was an extremely mysterious individual, and even Sentinel Goddess Sophie did not understand the father who had created her. Now, Radix was saying that he knew the arc very well. Xia Fei could not help but start making connections. So tell me, what's up with the arc? Some legends say that the arc came in through the cosmic gate, bringing life to this universe we live in. But is that the actual truth? Xia Fei hastily asked. Alpha did not answer Xia Fei. Instead, on the screen, he typed, Are you confident that you can get me out of Fig? Correct. I've already laid out a plan of enormous proportions. Right now, I'm trying to see if I can get close to your location. If I can get close, the plan will immediately begin. Xia Fei raised his eyebrow and said, Xia Fei was an expert chess player, and he had played out the scenario countless times. Also, he had the help of the entire Skywing clan. Xia Fei was confident that he could take Radix, this most mysterious of mysterious characters, out of Fig. Right now, Xia Fei needed to find out if he could find Radix's location. Alpha was able to infiltrate the majority of the corporation's network, even the God Race's network, but he was incapable of finding out where he was located. Thus, Xia Fei had to risk himself and do everything in his power to get close to Radix. Alpha fell silent for a few moments. Since you are very confident, then it will be best for me to answer your question once we meet. Several minutes ago, the board of directors permitted you to join the Pinnacle research team, but I must warn you, the Pinnacle team is probably very different from what you think. Xia Fei was taken aback, not expecting the board of directors to move so quickly. He smiled as he realized the reason. It was probably because Xia Fei had exchanged for one of the corporation's 3 supreme treasures and also had control of the law force replication system. What they feared the most was that Xia Fei would suddenly run off with those. All right, it's decided. Once I get you out of Fig, you'll tell me everything. Xia Fei responded. It's decided. Alpha already knew the actions of the board of directors, and while Xia Fei was waiting for the order to descend, he decided to take out the complete edition of the Beast Spirit Codex and the Thousand Shapes painting. Xia Fei had gathered many treasures over his numerous adventures, but these 2 stood out as the most puzzling items in his possession. Xia Fei could barely understand the unabridged Beast Spirit Codex, but because cultivating it required abandoning everything he had learned before and starting anew, Xia Fei had never had a chance to sit down and learn it. Moreover, he was not even sure if he had to actually give up the previous 6 levels of the Beast Spirit Codex. There was not even a need to mention the Thousand Shapes painting. This was a legacy left behind by a god of artificery, and understanding the Thousand Shapes painting would mean that one could stand on the highest peak of the artificery profession, the accomplishment of a peerless undertaking. It was naturally formidable, but it was simply too profound. Not even Xia Fei was able to understand it. At this moment, Alpha unexpectedly called to him. Don't you plan to cultivate the Beast Spirit Codex? This codex concerning all beasts is extremely formidable. Xia Fei replied. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm unsure if I've grasped the essence of this codex yet. Cultivating it requires abandoning everything that I've learned before. If I give up on everything I learned in the past but fail to understand the complete Beast Spirit Codex, then I won't even have a place to cry. So I'm waiting till I have thoroughly studied this unabridged edition and am sure of my chances before cultivating it. Alpha replied, I will tell you only one thing. There is no construction without destruction. No construction without destruction? Correct. Law power is just like the cycle of life, the new replacing the old. Only by eliminating old cells can a life form grow into an adult and ultimately reach the apex. This is the unchanging law of the universe. In truth, just like many other people on Earth, Xia Fei had a fondness for the old. Take his weapons, for instance. Even though he had weapons like October flying snow that were no longer useful to him, he still kept them in his spatial ring purely out of sentimental value. Alpha's words caused Xia Fei's eyes to brighten. Yes, to get stronger, he must eliminate even those weapons he was extremely fond of. This was the law of life. What will happen if you destroy and then construct? Xia Fei asked. That is the path to become unbeatable. Zing. Xia Fei's face turned red from excitement. Construction after destruction to become unbeatable. Just like how a phoenix was reborn from the flames, he would grow stronger with each rebirth. Alpha's words resonated in Xia Fei's heart. The board of directors is talking with the Pinnacle team right now. You still have some time. I can help you cultivate the Beast Spirit Codex. Alpha confidently declared. There was no survival without insanity. After a few short moments of hesitation, Xia Fei abandoned all 6 levels of the Beast Spirit Codex he had previously cultivated without a hint of hesitation. Oro had passed on to Xia Fei the essence of laws, saying that true law power was integration, integrating laws with the entire body. Now, Alpha had told Xia Fei another truth. If he wanted to break through the limit before him, he must destroy before he could construct. As with everything in this universe, there could be no construction without destruction. Construction after destruction was the path to become unbeatable. Whoosh! His Beast Spirit Codex cultivation, which he had spent so many years on, was discarded in a single stroke. He no longer had the spirit voice or ocular cognition. He instantly lost all the advantages the Beast Spirit Codex had given him. This was truly an insane act. No other person would have ever done it so absolutely and decisively. You have guts. Alpha typed out on the screen. He had not expected Xia Fei to act with such incredible resolve. Let's begin, Xia Fei sternly said. Reality had proven that Radix was a heaven-defying individual. Not only was he skilled in technology, single-handedly creating the vast mech race, he even had some deep insight in how to read and cultivate the complete Beast Spirit Codex. Reality had also proven that Xia Fei was a madman, an outstandingly talented madman. With Alpha's guidance, Xia Fei's cultivation of the Beast Spirit Codex rocketed upward. He cultivated it far faster than he had with the simplified edition. Xia Fei was excited. So this was what it meant to destroy and then construct. At the start, Xia Fei had believed that this sort of cultivation would be very difficult. But he was wrong, absurdly wrong. Xia Fei had a sturdy foundation, and cultivation was like building a house. A firm foundation not only allowed one to build a single-story house, it could also allow one to building a skyscraping tower. Construction after destruction was the path to become unbeatable. Alpha led Xia Fei to a completely different world. In 4 short hours, the first heavenly layer of the Beast Spirit Codex's 3 heavenly layers was unlocked. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei opened his eyes, and powerful light erupted from them. Wherever he looked, all beasts would bow, and even divine beasts would back away. Mind read. Zing. An unseen mental storm erupted. Mind read allowed Xia Fei to understand the thoughts of all beasts, understanding what they wanted and whether their natures were kind or cruel. Too powerful. So the unabridged Beast Spirit Codex is this powerful. Just the first layer is already much stronger than the past 6 levels. Xia Fei excitedly muttered. The Beast Spirit Codex had 3 heavenly layers because when all 3 layers were unlocked, one would fly straight to the heavens. While the complete edition of the Beast Spirit Codex had only 3 layers, each layer was far more difficult than the past 6 layers put together. Truly, there's no construction without destruction. I feel like my body is brimming with energy. Let's keep going and break through all 3 heavenly layers in one go. Xia Fei waved his hand and said. He was comprehending the principle of no destruction with construction for the first time and was ecstatic. Alpha, there's no hurry. With your talent, you will ascend all 3 heavenly layers in no time. But right now, the board of directors has finished discussing the details with the pinnacle. It won't be long before they contact you, so you should get ready. Xia Fei nodded. It was important not to rush things. Since he had a chance to enter Pinnacle, his meticulous plan could begin any time. Xia Fei sent out the secret signal, requesting the members of his clan to head to Independent College and meet him there. Whoosh! Soon after, a spatial tunnel suddenly opened. Xia Guanghai was inside. He wore a tight suit of black armor and had a massive axe on his back. Were you discovered? Xia Fei asked. Relax. I used an anonymous compass that I got from some unfortunate fellow. If there's an investigation, every lead will point toward him, said Xia Guanghai with a chuckle. Xia Fei nodded. He passed for a ball and all his weapons to Xia Guanghai, including the blood crystal. In order to gain the confidence of the board of directors, he kept everything that he had exchanged for in the ring. Of course, this ring was not the peak rainbow with its 1 million cubic meters of space. It was just an ordinary ring, as Xia Fei had seized many spatial rings on his adventures. Furball was unwilling to be parted from Xia Fei. He looked back at him and started to wail. Xia Guanghai frowned. You're really leaving nothing? Xia Fei craftily smiled. Taking these things with me won't be appropriate if I want to enter Fig's most mysterious compound. Relax. I still have peacock blue. Xia Fei extended his right arm, where peacock blue was quietly resting like a tattoo on his arm. No one would expect that it was an illustrious plant-type mystical armament. The universe's most tenacious weed, peacock blue. Besides, while I don't have any major weapons, my body is the strongest weapon of all. Xia Fei laughed. Xia Guanghai was taken aback and then burst into laughter. You really are the Skywing clan's lone wolf. I like your style. The two of them went over the details of the operation one last time, and then Xia Guanghai activated his compass and left. Relax. Your brothers will support you in this great undertaking. Xia Fei firmly nodded, feeling very grateful. These madmen of the Skywings were truly too adorable, and Xia Fei found it extremely easy to get along with them. As someone who enjoyed being a loner, Xia Fei was only now experiencing the importance of being in a team. Xia Fei now had the sharpest fiendish blade of the law realm supporting him, so he dared to delve into even the most dangerous dragon den. He brewed a pot of tea and found Flynn. They chatted together while sipping tea and snacking on some chocolate. Although Xia Fei had given Flynn very detailed instructions, the latter still seemed very nervous, occasionally looking around. Several minutes later, the doorbell sounded. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow, knowing that it was time to move. Xia Fei opened the door and saw 2 safety officials. They asked him, Are you Yin Fei? The temporary assistant of Division 4's Institute 137 maintenance team. Xia Fei nodded. Yes, that's me. The board of directors would like to see you. They have something very important to announce. These 2 were rather polite. Xia Fei knew what they were trying to do, but he feigned surprise as he said goodbye to Flynn. At this moment, one of the safety officials gave Flynn a cold glance, which made Xia Fei get an ill foreboding. Frowning, Xia Fei followed the 2 safety officials. No matter what, the plan must proceed. At this point, there was no room for hesitation. Whoosh! A spatial compass brought Xia Fei to an unfamiliar large hall. It was brightly lit room, Spartan and clean. There was a cream-colored sofa in the middle, and several snacks and tea had been served on the coffee table. It was clear that the other side was prepared. Xia Fei sat down on the sofa and casually took a sip of tea. He then took out his compass from his spatial ring to see where he was. There were no windows, and the environment was isolated. The only way Xia Fei would be able to find out his location was by using his compass. Hold on. The 2 safety officials immediately stopped Xia Fei and thoroughly searched him. Xia Fei acted angry and even threw a small tantrum, but he did not resist. As expected, anything that could be used to verify his coordinates was confiscated, and even the small knife that Xia Fei used to peel apples was taken away. Xia Fei naturally protested, but the 2 safety officials were like blocks of wood, standing to his left and right while remaining deaf to his words. Xia Fei angrily sat down on the sofa, cautiously looking around him. It was not long before a fat, old man came in from outside. The moment the door opened, Xia Fei got a look outside. It was a long, long corridor, with no indication of where it might be. Hee, you must be Yin Fei. I am the acting chairman of the board of directors, Mutso. Come, come, come. Sit down and let's talk. Mutso chuckled. The two large hoops he wore on his ears jangled around as he moved. Xia Fei wagered that these silver hoops weighed at least half a kilo. He truly had no idea how the man had managed to get them onto his ears. Sir, is there no freedom in this corporation anymore? I was just about to call Professor Flynn, but then my compass got confiscated. Not only that, these two took many things of mine. Xia Fei pointed at these two wooden safety officials and grumbled. The two of them were well trained, making no noise and continuing to stand like spears. It was clear that they were not ordinary safety officials of the corporation, more formidable in terms of both bearing and cultivation. Mutso smiled. This is all a misunderstanding. The corporation has its confidentiality regulations. We're currently in Research Division 1. You know how important this division is to the corporation. We naturally have to be stricter when it comes to security. Xia Fei was startled, surprise appearing on his face. Xia Fei complimented Research Division 1, and Mutso somewhat proudly said, to tell the truth, the corporation is incredibly lucky to have produced a top-class talent like you. This sort of talent may not be seen even once in 1,000 years. It's not just me. Everyone in the company from top to bottom admires you. I currently have something very important to discuss with you. Xia Fei replied, please speak. Mutso dryly laughed. Yin Fei, do you know about the Pinnacle research team? Xia Fei pretended to pale in shock, hastily saying, Pinnacle? I've heard rumors in the company and the academy, claiming that Division 1 has an incredible research team under it called Pinnacle. Could the rumors be true? Mutso smiled. 1. Pinnacle research team really does exist. 2. Pinnacle is Pinnacle. It doesn't fall under the control of either the Board of Directors or Research Division 1. After all, Pinnacle is Fig Corporation's most advanced research team. Each person in the team is the best of the best in their respective field, in charge of the most important research subjects in the entire company. No one has the power to order this research team around. At most, they can only be negotiated with. Xia Fei hastily nodded, appearing to be very sincere. In Mutso's eyes, Xia Fei seemed like a great admirer of Pinnacle research team. Seeing that the moment was right, Mutso whispered, Yin Fei, I won't hide it from you. Pinnacle research team is actually very interested in you and hopes to see you join them. Xia Fei's face immediately turned red, as if he was receiving some enormous favor. Given Xia Fei's acting skills, it was no problem at all to feign some exaggerated emotions and have them be believed. Xia Fei soon received a thick contract. This was the agreement that he needed to sign to enter Pinnacle. The densely packed words described Xia Fei's privileges and obligations. Xia Fei scanned it once and frowned. Once I sign this contract, I'll lose my freedom, my words and actions under complete control of the team, and the contract will only end after 300 years. Also, even after the contract is over, I have to live under the company's surveillance, unable to interact with any outsiders. Doesn't this mean that I'll essentially disappear from the universe? Mutso nodded and patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. That's why I asked you to think about it. If you want to enter the Supreme Pinnacle research team, then you have to agree to all the conditions. Think about it carefully. Not just anyone can work with the finest researchers in this universe. Xia Fei lowered his head and thought. He suddenly slapped his thigh and said, Screw it. Didn't I start researching because I want to see what real technology is like? I'll sign. Mutso repeatedly praised the wisdom of Xia Fei's choice, but in his heart, he muttered, Sure enough, only weirdos come out of independent college. Go on, sign it. You don't even know that these 50 pages are no different from a slavery contract. Once you sign it, not even the mightiest gods will be able to save you. Mutso guided Xia Fei along a corridor. This was Xia Fei's first time in Research Division 1, so he gawked at his surroundings. Mutso did not mind indulging him. Those stalwart safety officials behind him seemed to say that after signing the contract, Xia Fei could say goodbye to freedom forever. Research Division 1 was very normal, though it seemed to be several times larger than the other three divisions. This was, after all, the heart of Fig Corporation. The research personnel alone numbered more than 100,000. As they walked along, they eventually entered an underground tunnel. Xia Fei slightly frowned and asked, "Could Pinnacle Research Team work underneath Division 1? Aren't these conditions a little too poor?" Mutso shook his head. "Pinnacle is the company's most precious team. How could we make them work in a place like that? Still, this is the only path leading to Pinnacle." After making several turns, Xia Fei entered a spacious lobby. There was a spatial gate here that appeared rather old. Many of the parts on it were still mechanical when the law realm had already transitioned to using electronics. Mutso slyly paused and nodded at one of the stern safety officials next to him. The man strode forward, a small syringe appearing his hand. Xia Fei made no reaction, though it was better to say that he intentionally did not react. It was clear that Mutso wanted to take Xia Fei to some unknown location, so he needed to knock him out first. Xia Fei understood everything the moment that light red syringe appeared. Plush! The tip of the needle jabbed into Xia Fei's neck, and with a thud dash, he crumpled onto the ground, fast asleep. Did everything check out? Mutso walked over to Xia Fei as he asked. There were no problems. I checked his brain region and body several times, and he's not much stronger than an ordinary person. Even if he does have a little cultivation, it's nothing to fear, said that grim-faced safety official sternly. What they did not know was that the arc fragments modification had made Xia Fei truly seem like an ordinary person, but this was all a front, an exquisite disguise. The person Mutso was bringing into Pinnacle was a super-speed warrior who could kill a law sage instantly, the lone wolf of the Skywing clan. Mutso sternly ordered, "The relay station has been activated. Take him away." "Yes." The two safety officials grabbed Xia Fei by the arms and instantly disappeared through the spatial gate. After sending off Xia Fei, Mutso walked back through the dark corridor. However, he did not follow the same path, instead making a turn and entering a spatial gate that was being guarded. Whoosh! A flash of light, and Mutso appeared in a place akin to a prison cell. He was surrounded by sturdy alloy walls. At the very center was a massive square metal table. At this time, four strong men were pressing a man down on the table. While the man tried to struggle, he could not break free of the grip of those thick and muscular arms. Mutso frowned and sternly asked, "What are you doing? How could you treat Professor Flynn like this? Hurry and let him go." Whoosh! The four guards immediately withdrew to the side, and someone brought in a comfortable sofa for Mutso to sit down. On the table, Flynn got up and massaged his aching shoulders, fury in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the moment Xia Fei had stepped into Pinnacle, the insidious Mutso had Professor Flynn seized. It was clear that the board of directors did not completely believe Xia Fei. "Mutso, why the hell did you bring me here?" Flynn truly had some of the earnest zeal of a stubborn scholar. Though he had been arrested, he still pointed at Mutso's nose and cursed at him, his attitude as aggressive as ever. Mutso was unmoved, his eyes narrowing. "Flynn, you're a professional, so you understand the importance of that warbot. The company gives you two choices: tell the truth or remain in this dark cell for the rest of your life." Flynn was stunned, and then he said, "Fei was the one who made that warbot. I really have no idea how he managed to make it." Flynn did as Xia Fei asked. No matter what Mutso asked, he pushed everything onto Xia Fei. Gradually, Mutso began to lose his patience. One of the strong men suddenly said, "Why not let him taste a little pain and see how tight-lipped he remains?" Mutso shook his head. "It's not the time yet. Let's see how things go in Pinnacle first." Standing up, Mutso sighed and walked out. Behind him, Flynn declared, "Actually, I was the one who made that warbot." Mutso erupted into laughter. He turned to face Flynn and said, "You? If you had this ability, you wouldn't be demoted to Division 4. Although the board of directors doesn't know what you and your student are up to, never underestimate our intelligence and methods. Fei should have arrived at the concentration camp by now, and I'm sure that Master Qing, he has the means to deal with him." Mutso's face gradually chilled. "You two have your schemes, and we have our tricks. Let's see who outplays whom." Mutso coldly strode out. Flynn mentally moaned. He did not know the details of Xia Fei's plan, nor did he know the methods of the board of directors. In this contest of pin against all, neither side giving an inch, it was hard to say who would have the last laugh. Xia Fei had his plans and the board of directors had its schemes, the two sides tussling in the dark. The moment Xia Fei entered Pinnacle, Mutso started to move, arresting Flynn and interrogating him. It was clear that the upper echelons of Fig Corporation did not entirely trust Xia Fei, but not even Xia Fei had expected them to move this quickly. After all, anyone who could control the enormous Fig group would not be the good sort. As Flynn was thrown into a dark cell, the unconscious Xia Fei arrived at Pinnacle. A safety official carried Xia Fei on his shoulder as if he were a bag of goods, and after passing through several spatial gate refractions, they arrived at a completely unfamiliar place. Spatial gate refractions were an extremely advanced technology. By assembling several to a dozen or so spatial gates together, one could rapidly travel between them. Even a law of space expert might lose their location in the middle of all these transfers and be confused about where they were. Xia Fei was not really unconscious. Even when he was sleeping, he was still being vigilant, and this was not even considering that he had already contained the medicinal effect of this puny knockout medicine. His current unconscious state was purely because of his breath control technique. Breath control was a miraculous ability that allowed one to meld with nature. By slightly modifying it, it could put Xia Fei in a state similar to unconsciousness without anyone being able to tell the difference. The two safety officials walked along a corridor and then threw Xia Fei inside a luxurious office. They then took positions to his left and right and began to wait. Through the giant window, Xia Fei realized to his astonishment that this was a planet similar to the sun, with seething flames outside. An enormous sea of lava churned with waves that could reach 1,000 meters in height. Fortunately, the windows had been made of extremely advanced heat-resistant glass that reduced the heat and light, allowing him to witness this extraordinary view. Xia Fei continued to act unconscious, his expression as he lay on the sofa very natural and exposing not even the slightest flaw. Several minutes later, an old man in unkempt attire opened the door and entered. His hair was long and disorderly, as if it had not been combed in 100 years, and his body gave off a nasty odor. "Elder Qing, this is Yin Fei," one of the safety officials respectfully said. This happened to the Qing he that Mutso had mentioned, the supervisor in charge of Pinnacle. Qing he patiently sat down on a chair. As he used a toothpick to clean his mouth, he mumbled, "This is the kid that can make a law power replication system?" "Yes." "I don't believe it. Why didn't you send Flynn over instead? I feel like he's the more suspicious one." Qing he said. Acting Chairman Mutso wanted to interrogate them separately. Elder Qing is in charge of interrogating Yin Fei, while the board of directors is naturally in charge of Flynn. By dividing them, they can be conquered separately. Xia Fei was rather startled. The board of directors had made him join Pinnacle so that he would be separated from Flynn, allowing them both to be individually investigated. Xia Fei had naturally planned for everything. It was hard to say if Flynn could hold out, but of course, Xia Fei had planned for this scenario. It was just that Xia Fei had not expected the enemy attack to come so quickly. Qing he nodded. Glancing at the sleeping Xia Fei, he sternly said, "I understand. Flynn is old and doesn't have much potential. Mutso wants me to see if this Yin Fei is usable. If he is, we can keep him alive and have him serve Pinnacle. As for Flynn, he doesn't have that much value." The safety official put his hands together and said, "This truly is Chairman Mutso's intention. We didn't use brute force because he valued Yin Fei's talent and his decent foundation at such a young age. If he's of some use to you, won't destroying him be a pity? If not, the board of directors would have taken care of someone so arrogant ages ago." Xia Fei continued to feign unconsciousness as he eavesdropped on their conversation. Being high profile had its advantages. Xia Fei's shocking feats had spurred the board of directors into action, causing them to deceive him into joining Pinnacle so that he would be useful. Alas, they had no idea that Xia Fei was also deceiving Fig Corporation. There was little substance in Qing He's conversation with the safety official. At most, they discussed how to deceive Xia Fei furtively into revealing his hidden cards. If his hidden cards were large enough, Pinnacle would keep him alive, but if they were bad, the board of directors would send Xia Fei off to hell at any time. Xia Fei found this rather strange. From start to finish, they had never worried about him resisting or escaping. It was as if they were sure that Xia Fei had no chance of escaping Pinnacle. Xia Fei could not help but speculate on what sort of special place the Pinnacle team was located for these people be confident about an outsider whom they did not understand. Once the conversation was over, Qing He asked, "How long until he wakes up?" 3 hours at least, and it may even go as long as 6 hours, the safety official replied. Xia Fei's sealed brain region and weak energy had tricked everyone. No one thought that Xia Fei had cultivated law force, giving him an opportunity. If they assumed that Xia Fei was weak, they naturally would not be putting their guard up around him. Send him to the room, and then you can go back. Qing He waved his hand while picking his nose with the other. A comfortable apartment, the windows shut and the room dimly lit. Xia Fei lay motionless on the bed, still feigning unconsciousness, but his mind was rapidly working. Xia Fei currently understood 3 things. First, the board of directors had been wary of him and had intended to move against him and Flynn this entire time. It was just that Xia Fei and Flynn had different circumstances, so they were treated differently. Xia Fei had potential, so one side of the net had been left open for him. Flynn was not as lucky. Second, the Pinnacle team was in a secret location, perhaps not even in the law realm. He knew this from the vast sea of stars outside the window. He appeared to be on a mobile space station that changed locations every hour. Third, even though Xia Fei was now in Pinnacle, he had no means of locating Alpha, nor could he make any reckless movements. If Pinnacle consisted of several modules, the moment Xia Fei attacked one in which Alpha was not located, the entire operation would be rendered pointless. Analyzing these 3 points, Xia Fei quickly reached a conclusion. Until he found Alpha, he needed to be patient. He could only start his rescue plan once he was completely sure of Alpha's location. Xia Fei faintly smiled and really did fall asleep. Even in this difficult situation, he needed to seize any chance he had to rest. Once he was done thinking, Xia Fei decided to rest and recover from the fatigue that had come from several days of cultivation. By the time Xia Fei woke up, it had been 6 hours. He opened the window and saw that the scenery outside had changed again. The space station was traveling through a small asteroid belt, deserted and silent. He walked out and saw that the corridor was empty. At this time, he heard someone calling for him in the distance. He turned around and saw Qing He, the supervisor of Pinnacle. He had no guards with him and did not seem the slightest bit wary of Xia Fei. "I am Qing He, the one in charge of this place. Please follow me." Qing He simply introduced himself. Xia Fei pretended to have a headache, massaging his head as he followed Qing He, muttering, "How did I end up here? Why don't I remember anything?" Qing He softly smiled, seemingly mocking Xia Fei's poor constitution. He explained, "Mutso of the board of directors sent you over. There was some turbulence when you passed through the spatial gate, and you somehow fainted." Xia Fei hastily looked around and asked, "Where is Chairman Mutso? Why don't I see him anywhere?" Qing He replied, "This is Pinnacle. Not even the members of the board of directors can go in and out when they please here. He's already gone. The only ones in this space station are the 2 of us." Zing. Xia Fei suddenly had the idea of attacking this unkempt old man and then torturing him for the position of Alpha, also known as radix. However, he quickly dispelled this notion. He only had one chance to strike, and he needed to be careful when to use it. After all, he was dealing with an enormous entity like Fig. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he should not act recklessly. The moment he exposed himself, he would find it hard to infiltrate Pinnacle again. Qing He took Xia Fei somewhere to eat, and the way Xia Fei wolfed food down made Qing He very unhappy, shaking his head repeatedly. Once Xia Fei was full, Qing He led Xia Fei to a laboratory. When the door opened, Xia Fei's eyes lit up. Like a skyscraper, the giant research lab was 99 floors. When standing on the top floor and looking down, it felt like one was looking down a giant well. The various experimental apparatuses made one sigh in praise. Fig Corporation undoubtedly possessed supreme strength. Appearing rather proud, Qing He looked at the gobsmacked Xia Fei and said, "This is your laboratory. All for me." Xia Fei was stunned. He walked over and stroked a quantum particle scanner, his face beaming. "Correct. This small research space station is all yours. All of the equipment is the most advanced in the universe and can satisfy almost any possible research needs you have. Of course, if you need something that the lab doesn't have, you can just tell me," Qing He explained. Xia Fei feigned delight and made several rounds of the lab. Following which, with much excitement and confusion, he asked, "What about my other colleagues in Pinnacle? Why don't I see any of them?" He shook his head. They all have their own workplaces. Normally, they don't interfere with one another. Only when they need help resolving some difficult problem will they gather together for a discussion. After all, anyone who can enter Pinnacle is an expert in their field, and they rarely need the help of others. Xia Fei slightly frowned. This was different from what he had expected. While he was in Pinnacle now, he had been separated from the others by the crafty Qing he and placed on this wandering space station. Each day he could not get close to Radix was another day his plan could not proceed. Realizing this, Xia Fei said, "If there are some jobs that I can't do alone, there will be some assistance, right?" Xia Fei's scheme was very shrewd. Any intelligent life form had a weakness, and as long as he gave him some assistance, Xia Fei was sure that he could break through their mental defenses and make them cough up the secrets of the Pinnacle team. Pa. He clapped his hands several times, and 12 robots emerged from behind a door. They circled around Xia Fei and stared at him with their cold electronic eyes. "These are your assistants," he indifferently said. Xia Fei's heart sank. These were not the assistants Xia Fei wanted at all, for robots were far too loyal. When they stood behind Xia Fei, robots were the most loyal of companions, but if they stood against him, they were the most troublesome of enemies. In the darkness of space, the research space station constantly changed positions. Every hour, Xia Fei would appear in a different location. Though he could see the sea of stars from outside the windows, Xia Fei found it impossible to determine his position from them. After all, the universe was simply too vast. A small research space station was like a pebble in the ocean, not remarkable in the slightest. Moreover, it was pointless for Xia Fei to know his own location. What he needed was Radix's location. The 12 robots stood around Xia Fei like puppets, causing him to feel rather frustrated. These robots were rigorously designed, such that even Xia Fei could not modify their coding. Every day Xia Fei stayed here would be another day that he was watched. He had left ages ago, and the mission he had given Xia Fei was to prove his worth. In other words, he wanted Xia Fei to show that he was worthy of staying in Pinnacle. Xia Fei knew that proving himself was really about him handing over the law power replication technology. Xia Fei was not worried about divulging his secrets. While the law power replication technology seemed very flashy, it was actually far from usable on the battlefield. Xia Fei had already reached his limit when he made Enhanced Warstar. It was just that he and the others had not seen the robot themselves, so they did not understand its limitations. If handing over the law power replication technology was enough to get close to Radix, Xia Fei naturally would do it. The problem was Xia Fei could not be sure. As time ticked by, Xia Fei paced back and forth in the research space station, pretending to get used to his new home. In actuality, he was thinking about what he should do next. After drinking a cup of tea, Xia Fei went up to the main control computer. This deep space research station was almost completely automatic. Xia Fei simply needed to provide the blueprints, and the machines would automatically produce what was prescribed. This seemed very convenient, but it was actually bait. Every step Xia Fei did on this computer would be sent to Qing. He lightly tapped on the screen. Alpha had not communicated with Xia Fei. It seemed like he did not know where Xia Fei was and how he was doing. It was not just Flynn who had been separated from him. Xia Fei had also lost his connection with Radix. Suddenly, Xia Fei craftily smiled, and his fingers began to move across the screen rapidly. Far away from the Deep Space Research Station, the main research station of the Pinnacle Research Team. The Pinnacle Research Team consisted of the main station and 12 mobile stations. Xia Fei was one of these 12 mobile stations. Just as Xia Fei expected, he returned to the main station after leaving Xia Fei in Station 12. Through the surveillance, he was able to keep track of Xia Fei's every movement. Next to him was the deputy supervisor of Pinnacle Team, Lin Taidong. The reason the board of directors called Pinnacle the concentration camp was this pairing of Qing He and Lin Taidong. Qing He was a crafty fox, while Lin Taidong was brutal and vicious. With one as the brain and the other as the brawn, they had a vice-like grip over Pinnacle that those people in it were in such suffering that they begged for death. Oh, it seems like Yin Fei is starting to code. Is he planning to take out the law power replication technology? Qing He stroked his chin and said. Lien Taidong fiercely waved a fist around and savagely said, he had best obediently hand it over, or else this old man will pulverize him. Qing he nonchalantly said, you warriors, all you know is how to use your fists. How boorish. Look at me. I just gave Xia Fei a little taste of power, a little incentive, and he completely fell for it. Lien Taidong snorted. Your methods are too slow and takes too much effort. I certainly don't have the time to play around with that kid. Qing he suddenly brightened. Spotting a few promising buds in Xia Fei's code, he anxiously said, the law power replication technology. It really is the law power replication technology. Hurry. Start up the copying system. A worker pressed a button. In this way, all of Xia Fei's actions would be copied by the main research station. If Xia Fei was building a robot over there, Qing He's side would also be building an exact copy. This code doesn't make much sense. Why is it so complicated? Qing He looked in confusion at the lines of code that Xia Fei was typing out. Normally, AI coding was done using the mech language, similar to how a building would always be built using the same kinds of materials regardless of the shape. However, Qing He did not really get what Xia Fei was trying to do. He had brought a lot of things that had nothing to do with constructing a building, throwing them onto the worksite and slowly putting them together. Qing He grew more and more confused, for Xia Fei's coding was getting stranger and stranger. He did not even understand 5% of it now. It was as if Xia Fei was a naughty child, randomly pounding out this code that was extremely important for AI control. In Research Station 12, Xia Fei was moving faster and faster, a happy smile on his face. Don't think that you're something else just because you can keep a watch on me. I want you to see me complete my code and not understand a single thing. Xia Fei inwardly muttered. Different solutions called for different actions. It was only natural that Qing He could not understand, for Xia Fei was laying out a massive riddle. Segmented rotation coding. This was the skill Xia Fei was applying. Xia Fei was building 999 buildings at once, all of them connected to each other. Qing He would never be able to understand which buildings were livable and which ones were packed with danger. Among many segments of code, only 3 might work. The rest were a smokescreen. Anyone who did not know segment rotation coding would never be able to walk out of the maze. Suddenly, Xia Fei's coding was interrupted. Someone had abruptly input some characters, which forced Xia Fei to delete and retype. What's going? Is there something wrong with the main computer? Xia Fei wondered. Xia Fei quickly changed his mind, though, for these seemingly random pieces of code were actually words. Someone had secretly sent Xia Fei a message. Continuing to appear unperturbed, Xia Fei went back to typing while trying to understand the message. Xia Fei was soon able to comprehend this shocking message. The board of directors started to doubt the safety of the corporation's main system, and a powerful search bug was installed. I can only use this method to communicate with you, and I hope that you're able to notice it, as I don't have much time left. The search bug is already destroying all of the traps I set up. Xia Fei was stunned. This was clearly a plea for help from Alpha. How much time do we have left? Replied Xia Fei in the same method, using the coding language of the mech race. 12 hours at most. His gaze went cold. Xia Fei had been planning to get closer to Radix slowly and steadily, but the enemies were moving too quickly, barely giving him any breathing time at all. No matter what, you must watch this computer. The moment I send the signal, immediately take control of the main system, and then turn on all the screens near you and type out text on all the screens around you. Remember, only those lights around you. Xia Fei typed back. Alpha paused for a moment, and then he replied, the moment I access the main system, the system will automatically cut me off. I'll only have access for 1/10,000th of a second at best. Not even enough time to find my own location. Plus, Fig Corporation has a powerful security team that can get anywhere they need to in a matter of minutes. Fig Corporation's main system naturally had the ability to limit functions significantly. Radix could access the system, but he could not use the short time he had with it to find out where he was, or else Xia Fei would have had him do it a long time ago. Unless Xia Fei was in the area when Radix lit up the screens, it would be impossible to find him. At this point, we can only take a gamble. Trust me, Xia Fei typed back. This was an extremely risky endeavor. Xia Fei and Radix had only 1/10,000th of a second. Everything moved quickly. The automatic production system and AI coding moved in unison. A combat robot was being produced as a complete set of robot code was being written by Xia Fei. The main research station and Station 12 were synchronized, moving at exactly the same speed. Qinghe did not have the time to understand why Xia Fei's code was so complicated. He was only concerned with the robot taking shape in the workshop. No matter how smart Fei is, everything he has will still be ours, Qinghe smugly declared as he stood in the workshop. Xia Fei's coding was truly profound, so Qinghe decided that he would just stop looking since he could not understand it. Lin Taidong shook his head. You promised Mutso that if Fei has the ability, you'll train him, but it seems like you deceived him. You only want to obtain Fei's technology. Qinghe nonchalantly said, I'm doing what's best for the both of us. Think about it. Fei already possesses such heaven-defying abilities. If he stays in Pinnacle for too long, won't he eventually outshine us? Thus, we can't keep anyone around that's too smart. Lin Taidong sternly said, I'm in charge of the team's safety, so I'm not the one who's afraid of being replaced. That's just you. Qinghe was frustrated over having his sore spot prodded, but then he began to laugh. Lin Taidong was all talk, but he would never dare to defy him. This was because Qinghe had a firm grasp of information that could be used against Lin Taidong. As minutes went by, a flashy combat robot gradually took shape, and the coding also reached the last sprint. Qinghe was very happy, muttering, What a beautiful design. Fei really is the best talent the company has seen in the last 1,000 years. What a pity that the geniuses always have short lives. Several minutes later, a sharply designed combat robot with a skeleton of dense alloy appeared before Qinghe. At the same time, the AI code was completed. Qinghe's eyes shone as he strode forward. The robot's head slowly moved, its electronic eyes sweeping over everyone before finally stopping on Qinghe. You see this? Doesn't it look like it recognizes me? Qinghe pointed as he turned his head and spoke to Lin Taidong. Suddenly, the eyes of the combat robot shone with a savage light. Wielding its arm like a blade, it charged at Qinghe and cleaved. Whoosh! The warbot flashed as it thrust its sharp arm to Qinghe's head. This attack was far too shocking. No one would have expected this warbot to lock onto Qinghe the moment it appeared and attack him without hesitation. Not good. Lin Taidong urgently shouted as he rushed over. His right arm rapidly grew larger, striking the warbot. At the same time, he slid forward, his left arm extended so that he could grab Qinghe and pull him away from the blade. As Pinnacle's safety official, Lin Taidong possessed a formidable cultivation. He reacted as quickly as lightning. Unfortunately, Qinghe was far too close to the warbot. How could he have ever imagined that the first thing this warbot would do when it appeared was attack him? It was as if it had recognized Qinghe and considered him an enemy. There was no time to waste, so Xia Fei had brazenly begun his plan, and the first step shocked the soul. Just because Xia Fei was not in the main station did not mean that he could not affect it. As long as the mind was quick-witted enough, distance was no problem. Xia Fei had been able to live this long precisely because he had plenty of tricks, and because he was ruthless. Rumble. With a lightning-fast punch, Lin Taidong obliterated the warbot and saved Qinghe from the blade. However, while Lin Taidong had saved Qinghe, he had failed to save Qinghe's fingers. Qinghe had turned ghastly pale, his old face twisted and large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Meanwhile, his left hand had been neatly cut in two, and blood was gushing out. The fingers were linked to the heart, so the pain from this blow almost drove Qinghe insane. No one had noticed that, while the warbot seemed vicious, it had actually been merciful at the last moment, the edge of its blade turning and cleaving apart Qinghe's hand. If not, Qinghe would have had a precise straight line across his neck right now. What's going on here? Why did this warbot suddenly start attacking? Asked Lin Taidong loudly. Qinghe's face was grim. He had no idea of the danger lurking within, and even now, his mind was a complete blank. He had no idea what had gone wrong. At this moment, Qinghe and Lin Taidong saw something utterly enraging on the screen. In the distant research station 12, Xia Fei was playing around with the warbot he had just created. It was an identical warbot, both in structure and coding, yet Xia Fei's was utterly harmless and obedient, while Qinghe's copy was a savage to the extreme. It had tried to slash at Qinghe the moment it saw him. The difference was just too extreme. Qing He and Lin Taidong scowled, sensing that they had both been played by Xia Fei. An employee quickly began to bind Qing He's maimed hand, and the excruciating pain traveled straight to Qing He's brain and made him howl. His face pale, Qing He shoved that employee aside and stared at Xia Fei, who was far, far away. Suddenly, Qing He crazily charged over to the main control system and slammed on a red button. This sent the signal for the space stations to combine. Normally, the main station and the 12 research stations were separated in their own regions of space. But once the linking order was given, the 12 research stations would immediately come together and combine with the main station. Any intelligent life form had a weakness. Xia Fei had noticed that the cunning Qing He was extremely confident, and this was the latter's weakness. An overconfident person could not stand to face any setback. Once he experienced a setback, he would explode in rage and lose all rationality, becoming capable of doing even the most absurd of actions. It was clear that the loss of his right hand by the warbot had thoroughly infuriated Qing He. He now wanted to get Xia Fei to the main station no matter what, so that Lin Taidong could viciously torture him and get the secret of that AI code out of his mouth. Patience. Qing He had very little patience right now. Lin Taidong naturally said nothing, for he had never been in favor of Qing He's methods. He preferred compelling the truth through brute force. Now, Qing He was doing exactly what Lin Taidong wanted, and he viciously smiled, his fists audibly popping as he clenched them. That's the way. As long as you get Fei over here, I'll make him talk. Lin Taidong heartily laughed. In Station 12, Xia Fei inspected the warbot he had successfully produced while anxiously waiting. He did not know if his plan would work, but he also understood that if he did not do anything, he would no longer have an opportunity. Thus, he had to try. Rumble. The space station suddenly began to accelerate, the surrounding stars growing distant as Station 12 moved. The stations only changed positions every hour, and it had only been less than half an hour since the last shift. It was clear that this was not a planned move. Xia Fei was surprised. Standing up, he went back to the main computer and began to wait. The Deep Space Research Station could move very quickly, and only a few minutes later, Xia Fei saw an even larger space station in the distance. This station appeared like a vase. At its top were 12 grooves. A small research station was able to embed itself in each of these grooves perfectly. Xia Fei's eyes brightened. It was clear that this was Pinnacle's main base. His plan had worked even better than expected. In Qing He's rage, he had decided to gather all of Pinnacle's research stations. Station 12 quickly approached. At the same time, many more identical stations appeared in the distance. Pa! Xia Fei tapped on the keyboard, sending out the signal. It now depended on radix. As long as he could infiltrate the main system and send out his signal, Xia Fei would be able to determine whether radix was on the main research station or not. At this moment, the 12 robots at Xia Fei's side seemed to receive some sort of order. They circled around Xia Fei, 2 of them grabbing his arms. They began to escort him to the main station. Xia Fei did not resist, as he was moved along by this squad of robots. He could see that the main station was much larger and the equipment was of better quality. Xia Fei saw 2 nervous researchers as he was being escorted. They looked at him with pitying gazes as if they sympathized with his situation. Whoosh! The 2 robots opened a door and threw him inside. At the same time, Xia Fei felt a gust of wind as a fist hurtled toward him. This was Lin Taidong, Pinnacle's only safety official, the fierce individual who single-handedly ensured all of Pinnacle's safety. Crafty approach. Xia Fei went down using his momentum, his body moving bizarrely. His head tilted to the side, which caused Lin Taidong's fist to brush past and miss him entirely. While it seemed like a clumsy way of dodging, it actually required a considerable foundation in terms of skills. Xia Fei had cultivated the crafty approach for many years, so his movements now were extremely deceptive. Thus, it was hard to tell if he had intentionally dodged. Lin Taidong frowned. Before he could see what was happening, Xia Fei had avoided his punch. This made him feel very sullen, for he thought that he had miscalculated and failed to strike his target. Xia Fei used the time that he was falling to the ground to assess his surroundings carefully. This was the main control room of all the research stations, and about a dozen employees were busying away next to their tasks. On the side, Qing He was furiously glaring at him. What are you standing around for? Break this brat's arms. Ching, he brutally ordered. Lien Taidong loudly laughed. Pointing at Xia Fei's nose, he said, "You heard him. Hurry up and say everything you know. Save yourself the torture." Xia Fei ignored Lien Taidong and Qing He. His eyes were completely focused on the screen. As seconds went by, Radix could break through the main system at any moment and release his signal. Xia Fei was now 90% sure that Radix was nearby. All Xia Fei needed was a sign, and then he could stop pretending and use his full strength. Alas, there was still nothing on the screen. It seemed that Radix had encountered difficulties in attacking the main system. "Tisk, you brat, you have no idea what's good for you. Let me loosen up your bones a little first." Lien Taidong was somewhat frustrated. He grabbed Xia Fei by the arms. He was using a special martial arts move that could let him break Xia Fei's bones the moment he seized Xia Fei's arms. Suddenly, at the moment Lien Taidong moved to seize Xia Fei, the entire system broke down. All of the lights on this enormous station lit up at once. They illuminated the sea of stars like beacons in the darkness. All of the screens became lines of nonsense code, glitching all over. After 0.1 second, though, the system's madness stopped. Still, this was enough for Xia Fei to reach a conclusion. Radix is here, Xia Fei realized, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. There was no need to keep pretending. Rumble. Xia Fei flipped over and jumped off the ground, moving as quickly as lightning. Peacock Blue erupted in fury. 6 giant blades of grass instantly swept through the control room. The employees were beheaded by the sharp blades before they even had time to blink, their blood splattering across the room. Lien Taidong and Qing He were swept up by Peacock Blue and held in the air, the sharp white flowers cutting at their flesh and inflicting excruciating pain on them. "What treachery! In Fei, you're a warrior," Lien Taidong shouted, his face livid as he glared at Xia Fei. Peacock Blue was now extremely tough after being strengthened by the unparting pine, such that not even Lien Taidong and his lost sage cultivation could not break free. "You're right, but it's already too late." Xia Fei raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Plush. Peacock Blue exerted its strength, instantly crushing Lien Taidong into a paste. Blood splattered everywhere as Qing He's face turned ghastly pale. Red lights began to flash madly across the entire main space station as if it were some kind of warning signal. Qing He forced himself to focus. His face turned savage as he snarled. "Even if you kill me, you can't escape. Pinnacle possesses the highest safety level in the entire Fig Corporation. The emergency signal has already been sent out. In just 1 minute, a powerful security team will arrive. In Fei, you're dead meat." Xia Fei was unmoved, though. He simply turned around and smiled at Qing He. Suddenly, a giant black shadow appeared in the universe. A tunnel between this place and dark space had opened. An enormous golden demon chrysalis emerged. It was little Goldie. Since their last meeting, it had somehow grown even larger. It had once been half the size of the moon, but it was now just as large. Little Goldie opened its mouth and swallowed up the entire space station. Little Goldie retreated into dark space, and that curtain of darkness disappeared. The sea of stars was now completely with no trace left of the space station. Qing He's eyes went wide, unable to believe what had just happened. This made no sense. In just a few seconds, Pinnacle Research Station had been pulled into dark space. It must be understood that Pinnacle was the essence of Fig Corporation. Not only did it possess laboratories of the highest level, it also imprisoned many heaven-defying scientists like Radix. It turned out that Xia Fei's plan had never been to take away only Radix. He was stealing all of Pinnacle. 1. My name isn't In Fei. It's Xia Fei. 2. Who said that I wanted to escape? I've always been someone who takes. Xia Fei looked at Qing He and craftily smiled. No one could have expected Xia Fei to use a demon chrysalis to swallow all of Pinnacle. Right now, Pinnacle's research station was in little Goldie's stomach, moving with it as the demon chrysalis swiftly swam through dark space. Dark space was completely different from conventional space, and communication methods were impossible to use here. Right now, Pinnacle's research station had completely lost contact with Fig Corporation and was entirely in Xia Fei's hands. This was an enormous acquisition. After all, Pinnacle represented Fig Corporation's most advanced technology. Obtaining Pinnacle meant obtaining the support of Fig Corporation's strongest technology. No amount of money could compare to this. In the main control room, Xia Fei mercilessly broke Qing He's legs and arms. He then threw him on the ground, where the old man convulsed in pain. You're a Skywing. Once everyone hears that you stole Pinnacle's research station, your entire clan will be exterminated. Qing He was still struggling, even using Fig Corporation's power to threaten Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled and squatted. Papa, he gave Qing He 2 hard slaps, causing teeth mixed with bloody spittle to fly out of the latter's mouth. Qing, he almost feigned from the pain. I already did it. You think I'll still fear your threats? Ridiculous. Xia Fei turned around and tapped on the screen. Radix had left a message. How did you manage to do it? This is absurd. By using a giant demon chrysalis to pull all of Pinnacle into dark space. Not even Fig Corporation will be able to do anything. Xia Fei did not answer Radix's question, typing back. Take control of the space station and restrict everyone's movements. It will be terrible if someone manages to activate the self-destruct sequence. Radix, that's not a problem. The entire space station is currently under my control. Xia Fei said. Give me a list of people who can be kept and people who need to be purged. Taking control of Pinnacle Research Team was only the first step. The next step was to purge the entire station. Only those people whom Radix believed as reliable could survive. The rest would all be killed. Radix paused, apparently urgently looking through Pinnacle's internal files. I've never tried to take over Pinnacle's space station before, so I don't know the people here. Perhaps these people can be kept, as they're victims imprisoned on this space station like me. The rest will need to be looked through carefully. Xia Fei shook his head. There's no need to look through them. For the sake of safety, everyone not imprisoned in Pinnacle is to be killed. That would be more than 40,000 people. Radix was shocked. Xia Fei said, to me, there's no difference between 40,000 and 4. In any case, all latent dangers must be exterminated as quickly as possible. Fig Corporation, Board of Directors Emergency Meeting. The plump Mutso was constantly wiping his sweat. On the screen was a square-faced man. He was the chief of the company's fast response team. He had just arrived at the location of the incident. There's nothing. What the hell does that mean? Mutso paled. How could such a big, deep space research station just disappear? The entirety of the board of directors was also stunned. Losing Pinnacle was a loss that Fig Corporation could not sustain. Many people might lose their lives because of it. I already spoke very clearly. The research station has disappeared, and there are no traces of it in the surroundings, replied the man firmly. Then why aren't you looking for it? Go already. Send out everyone you have. Mutso shrilly yelled. We're already searching. This incident is very likely linked to Xia Fei, who's just been sent to Pinnacle, but I must urge the board of directors not to be too hopeful. Also, I don't want you shouting at me because you don't have that right, the square-faced man declared. The board of directors descended into chaos. The fast response team's chief was acting out against the board of directors? Mutso was so angry that his face turned pale. He pointed at the man's nose and cursed him out, but to his surprise, the man coldly said, Do you still not get it? The loss of Pinnacle is your responsibility. I've already reported this matter to the chairman. You're all dead. Huh. He cut off the link between him and the board of directors. Zing. The 12 directors fell silent, becoming wooden like puppets. Suddenly, another screen turned on, and an extremely frantic person reported to Mutso, Sir, there's a problem. The prison holding Flynn has been attacked. All 130 guards were killed, and Flynn has gone missing. Oh gods! Mutso slammed the table in frustration. At this moment, he truly wanted to die. It was obvious that the hijacking of Pinnacle and the prison break of Flynn were connected, or else they would have never happened in such quick succession. All of this was undoubtedly linked to Xia Fei. There was no need to talk about Mutso's dejection. Xia Fei had only been sent to Pinnacle a few days ago, and now, all of Pinnacle was gone. Whoosh. After turning off the screen, the square-faced chief of the fast response team coldly muttered, A pack of idiots. Someone who moved all of Pinnacle couldn't be an ordinary figure. I can't believe you expected me to remedy your loss. Suddenly, there was a flash of light behind him, and an elder wearing a blazing robe appeared. A dark and cold aura engulfed this Fig Corporation's special fast response ship. The man was startled. He turned around, dropped his head, and softly said, "Chairman, I was wrong. Xiaolong, you did nothing wrong. Those do-nothings on the board of directors truly are idiots, and they indeed deserve death. If there's someone who did anything, it's me for being too careless, believing that no one would dare to touch Fig. In the end, someone managed to strike a lethal blow. The black-robed elder looked outside the window and muttered. Xiaolong firmly nodded. Chairman, what should I do now? Please give your order. The elder nodded. Investigate the law realm and see which clan may have done this. Such a large operation couldn't have been thought up in 1 or 2 days. They've clearly been planning this for years, so start with the enemies of Fig. In truth, the chairman of Fig Corporation had truly overestimated Xia Fei. First, Xia Fei did not have any sort of deep-seated grudge against Fig Corporation. Second, Xia Fei really had not spent much time making this plan. He had simply been following his nature. The elder paused a moment before continuing. I heard that there's some spatial instability nearby? Yes. The radar indicates that at almost the same time Pinnacle sent out its emergency signal, there's spatial instability in this region of stars. According to the analysis, someone probably opened an entrance to dark space here, Xiaolong hastily said. Dark space? The elder was surprised and worriedly said. That isn't part of our territory. Get in touch with the Adusa clan and borrow their 10,000 Buddha radiance. Xiaolong was astonished by this suggestion. The Adusas are part of the demon race. If news gets out that Fig is colluding with the demon race, the company's reputation will be damaged. Also, the 10,000 Buddha radiance is one of the strongest demon chrysalises of the demon race, the supreme treasure of the Adusa clan. If they're willing to mobilize it, it will be at an enormous price. The elder smiled. We can't worry about such things right now. You may not understand what the true value of Pinnacle is. If we can't get it back, Fig Corporation won't have any reason to keep existing. Xiaolong paled. The chairman believed that the loss of Pinnacle would lead to the end of Fig Corporation. Was Pinnacle's status in the company really that irreplaceable? If you use my name, the Adusa clan should show you some respect. Agree to their price no matter what it is. This isn't a problem of money but whether or not Fig can continue existing. Instead, the elder strongly emphasized. Xiaolong only now understood the gravity of the matter, and he hastily nodded. Understood. I'll personally go to the Adusas and ask for them to mobilize their 10,000 Buddha radiance. With this king of the dark space on our side, those scoundrels won't be able to run. Xiaolong sternly said. The elder nodded. Very good. Pinnacle has the best communication equipment in the law realm, so they'll never dare to leave dark space, as we will notice them the moment they do. Still, you must move quickly. I suspect that there's an expert among them who may be able to destroy that confinement system. This was truly a single stone setting off 1,000 ripples. Xia Fei's theft of Pinnacle had thrown the entire universe into chaos. The mysterious chairman of Fig Corporation had even gone so far as to seek the help of the demon race in search of him. Oro had once mentioned the 10,000 Buddha radiance. This was the king of demon chrysalises. It had 10,000 golden eyes and supreme combat might. If this giant being was truly sent to search for Xia Fei, it would probably cause him a great deal of trouble. The ability of a demon chrysalis to search dark space could not be underestimated. Not even the best hunting dog could compare. In the snow-ridden fiendish wing villa, Xia Ku and Xia Ke anxiously awaited news. Whoosh! Xia Guanghai appeared in the study in a flash. It's done. I saved that Professor Flynn and placed him in a good hiding spot. Xia Ke nodded. You left behind no evidence. Xia Guanghai smiled. You guys can rest easy when I'm on the job. Xia Fei left us an opening in Fig Corporation, so we're able to get in easily. No one could detect us when we used our clan's methods. Xia Guanghai seemed rather proud. When Xia Fei had been laying out his plan, he had had Alpha secretly work with the Skywing Wolf Pack, and their methods had been flawless. Why are you two so nervous? Xia Guanghai frowned. Where did Xia Fei go now? Xia Lianing sighed. It's gotten rather serious. Xia Fei is really too much. He stole all of Pinnacle. Xia Guanghai did not get it. Pinnacle? What's that? Didn't the undying old man say that it doesn't matter what Xia Fei does, since the old man will clean everything up, even hold up the sky if it falls? What are you all so depressed for? Xia Guanghai was as frivolous as ever. referring to the grand ancestor as the undying old man. Xia Ku and Xia Lianing both stared at each other in speechless silence. Finally, Xia Ku said, I fear that not even the grand ancestor thought that Xia Fei would make such a big mess. I don't quite understand what pinnacle is, but I do know that Fig is in chaos now that it's gone. Even that Fei Quan, who hasn't appeared in ages, showed up. Xia Guanghai was startled, frowning. Fei Quan, that guy who's able to fight evenly with our clan's grand ancestor. Fig's mysterious chairman. Little Goldie rapidly traveled through dark space. As Xia Fei had requested, its destination was the Hidden Realm. It was attempting to transport Radix and this superclass research station there so that they could become Xia Fei's personal property. It must be said that Xia Fei possessed an astonishing appetite. The mech race's army under Sentinel Goddess Sophie's command was incredibly powerful. If it obtained this top-class research station of the Law Realm, its strength would soar even more. Little Goldie's belly had become a secure fort, swallowing up this massive space station and preserving it. This was only possible with its enormous body. Little Goldie had been growing at such a crazy rate that Xia Fei suspected that it would soon grow large enough to swallow the heavens if it was not restrained. Oro's demon chrysalis raising methods had been a huge help to Xia Fei. With a flip of his hand, he could penetrate through the spatial barrier and send out a signal to summon the demon chrysalis. Little Goldie had tracked this signal and followed Xia Fei all the way to the station, where it had ultimately busted through the fabric of space and swallowed up Pinnacle. The demon race was the natural bane of the god race. Xia Fei had left behind traces of his demon race methods the entire way here, and it had probably been because he cultivated both the demon and god race's techniques that he had remained undetected so far. Last time, he had relied on a demonic formation to kill off the last two of the 4 frenzied slayers. He had learned quite a few secret techniques from both the Skywings and Oro. When he ran into the god race territory, he would use demon race techniques, and when he ran into the demon race territory, he would naturally use god race powers. At some point, Xia Fei had become a person who consumed both gods and demons. No matter which side ran into him, they would not have much of an advantage against him. In the command center, Xia Fei stood before 3 dejected old men. Just like Radix, they were elites in their field, but because their methods had been too sharp and penetrating, Fig had quietly silenced them and taken them to Pinnacle, where they were put into servitude. Xia Fei found them in the lowest level of Pinnacle's research station, inside a locked room. Perhaps out of fear that they would escape, they had all been locked up in complicated cells with multiple locks. It took Xia Fei some time to undo all those locks. Thankfully, he had a good foundation, so while there had been some twists and turns in the process, he ultimately managed to save these 3. Xia Fei had been planning to release Radix first, but for some reason, Radix stopped him and strongly requested that he release these 3 first. It was possible that the system holding Radix was too intricate, such that not even he was confident of unlocking it. So he wanted these 3 to work with Xia Fei. Xia Fei had already purged Pinnacle, killing anyone that could not be trusted. Even the robots had not been spared. After all, Fig Corporation's power was just too vast, and Xia Fei had essentially kicked a beehive. He must be careful and wipe out any possible buds of danger. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took a few puffs. In front of him were the Mechatronics Master Teddy, Electronic Systems Master Yabli, and Celestial Artificer Wind Raja. Together with the still imprisoned king of the Mechs, Radix, these 4 were the backbone of Pinnacle Research Team. No one else could match them. Xia Fei acted with utmost caution. These 3 had just been through Xia Fei's rigorous questioning, upon which he confirmed that there was nothing suspicious about them and that they hated Fig Corporation to the bone. They were filled with immense gratitude to Xia Fei for saving them. Xia Fei could easily use their sentiment so that he could control these experts. Isn't there still one more victim imprisoned? Let's go and let him out. The straightforward Celestial Artificer Wind Raja loudly said. As fellow prisoners, all 3 of us should understand that we can't let our brother keep suffering. Yabli and Teddy both nodded in agreement. Teddy said, no matter what sort of restrictions bind our last brother, I'm sure that the 4 of us together can break them. Yabli added, that's right. There's no time to lose. Let's go right now. These 3 had rather bold personalities, and as they had all been imprisoned for many years, they shared a common foe. While they had been in Pinnacle's research station for many years, this was their first time meeting, so they were not that accustomed to talking to one another yet. From this, one could see just how cautious Fig Corporation was when it came to controlling these individuals. Xia Fei nodded and asked, I think the same. Radix, what do you think? There was a pause, and then a line of words appeared on the screen. Then let's give it a try. You mustn't be surprised when you see my real body, though. Xia Fei was startled. What did Radix mean? Sentinel Goddess Sophie had shown Xia Fei pictures and videos of her father many times. They depicted a very majestic silver robot. So why did Radix warn him not to be surprised? Was Radix not a robot? On the bottom floor of Pinnacle's research station, Xia Fei followed Radix's instructions and found door number 1. This was a giant 6-layered alloy airtight door, far larger than the ones holding Yabli and the others. It appeared that Radix's existence was an even greater secret than the other 3. Whoosh! The heavy alloy door opened, revealing an extremely complicated chamber. Even before entering, the group gasped in surprise. Purely from the arrangements in this room, they could tell that Wind Raja and the other 2 had not even been on the same level. It was clear that Radix had been in a far worse situation than them. Xia Fei frowned. Standing at the entrance, he asked, Radix, can we go in? A synthesized voice replied, You can go in, but you must be careful not to touch anything. Xia Fei nodding and indicating that the 3 of them should follow him. He entered the room and immediately sensed that this place was bursting with energy pulses. Xia Fei found that these energy pulses were rather similar to those of the Ark fragment. Did Radix have some connection to the mysterious Ark? Frowning, Xia Fei said nothing. All 4 of them were soon inside the prison chamber. Within was an egg-shaped holding device connected to cables, pipes, mechanical arms, and other such things. This was where Radix was being held. Oh God! This sealing system is far too high level. It's even connected to the space station's self-destruct sequence. It seems that we'll have to disable the self-destruct sequence first, the mechatronics expert, Teddy, said. Mechatronics and electronics were connected fields, so Teddy was very confident when it came to electronics. No, the self-destruct sequence has a circuit. Even a slight modification will cause the compartment to become unstable. Yabli shook his head to reject Teddy's idea. The 3 of them began to discuss how they could save Radix. But this system was simply unbelievable, and it was freakishly difficult to undo, too. Even with these 3 masters working together, they did not have much confidence. Xia Fei frowned and asked, Who designed this system? Isn't the technology level far above Fig Corporation's current level? All 4 of them furrowed their brows. They had thought of several solutions, but none of them was perfect. Radix suddenly said, The 3 of you, please leave for a few moments. I'd like to speak with Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded. Teddy and the others cautiously made their way out of the room, and the alloy door closed, leaving Xia Fei alone with Radix. Huh. With a crisp, clack dash, the egg-shaped device holding Radix opened. Alas, it was empty. Where was Radix? The only thing inside was a silicon microchip hooked up to numerous cables. Xia Fei was stunned, taking a deep breath. This is your real body. Radix replied, Correct. They feared that I would run away, so they dismantled my body, leaving only the master microchip. Xia Fei said nothing. Radix had originally been a robot, and the most important part of a robot was the master microchip. As long as this chip was there, they could switch bodies at any time. When Xia Fei first saw Dim Sky, he was a robot cockroach, an indication of just how flexible robots could be with their bodies. Xia Fei inspected the insides of the egg-shaped receptacle, and then his eyes flashed. I think I found a way to get you out. Radix curiously asked, What is it? Xia Fei pointed at the numerous interfaces inside the egg. These are confinement devices. If I move quickly enough, I can replace you with an ordinary chip. Radix pondered Xia Fei's words. Working from the outside was rather difficult, as Xia Fei did not dare to touch many of the circuits recklessly, but there were fewer problems when working from the inside. This was because Radix was a microchip that had been inserted into the system. With his super speed, Xia Fei was completely capable of switching out Radix in 1/millionth of a second. This will be very dangerous, Radix worriedly said. Xia Fei replied, No matter how dangerous it is, we have to try. I've already made the calculations. At my current speed, it's definitely possible. As long as I switch you out, The surveillance systems will also lose their target, and all of the self-destruct protocols will disappear. This is killing two birds with one stone. Xia Fei was correct. All of the surveillance systems had been designed to target Radix, and if Xia Fei replaced him with an ordinary chip, the system would lose its target and enter an infinite loop, thereby becoming incapable of initiating the self-destruct sequence. Pinnacle's research station possessed the most advanced equipment in the world. Xia Fei followed Radix's design and created a replacement chip, while Teddy and the others busied themselves with cleaning up the station and removing anything that might lead the station to self-destruct. Xia Fei wanted to keep this top-class research station for his own use, so all this preparatory work was necessary. "Are you ready?" Xia Fei solemnly asked. Radix replied, "I'm ready, but remember, pulling out the chip by force will damage my main body. You need to plant me in a new base as quickly as possible, and you must ensure that the surrounding environment is stable. I presume you can tell that the energy pulses from my body are very intense and not at all stable." Xia Fei nodded. Radix said no more. Before he was pulled out, he needed to cut off all his connections to the system and return to his state as a cold microchip. Letting out a long breath, Xia Fei held the replacement chip in his left hand and prepared to physically pull out Radix with his right hand. Whoosh! In less than 1/10,000th of a second, Xia Fei swiftly replaced the chip in the egg-shaped receptacle. His fingers were steady and his eyes were grave when he pressed the replacement chip in place. He did not dare to move in the slightest. Phew! Phew! The lights in the room began to go out as all of the surveillance equipment started to fail. Xia Fei's chip had fooled the system, and this formidable security apparatus now no longer presented a threat to him. Xia Fei shrugged. What he needed to do next was simple. Once he found a temporary vessel to place Radix in, the king of the mechs would be completely free. Suddenly, as Xia Fei was placing Radix in the base, little Goldie's body shuddered. It seemed that it was under attack. Even worse was that this intense shuddering had almost caused Radix's microchip to fall from Xia Fei's hand. Following which, Xia Fei's hand trembled as Radix began to grow extremely unstable. The energy pulses intensified, verging on explosion. It must be understood that the energy of Radix's body was similar in nature to the arc fragment. Once it exploded, let alone Pinnacle's research station, even little Goldie would be blasted into oblivion. Dark space itself would tremble. The situation was dire. Xia Fei acted without hesitation. If he wanted to stay alive, he could only absorb this strange energy, using that mysterious rainbow ball in his seventh brain region. There was a sudden development, and the situation had turned dire. The microchip carrying Radix was extremely unstable, and at this time, little Goldie had come under attack. In dark space, little Goldie and its moon-sized body was fleeing. Behind it was a demon chrysalis, 10 times larger. This demon chrysalis had 10,000 golden eyes, and each eye glinted with savagery. This was the legendary king of demon chrysalises, the 10,000 Buddha Radiants. The 10,000 Buddha Radiants had the most eyes out of all demon chrysalises. This was a sign that it had the greatest combat power. Its Buddha-like head was clearly much larger than its body, so it seemed rather top-heavy and out of proportion. Rumble! The 10,000 Buddha Radiance's 10,000 eyes erupted with lethal beams, all at once. It savagely attacked the fleeing little Goldie, but the latter did not even turn around. It merely shifted its body to the right, just barely avoiding the attack. For some reason, little Goldie's movements were rather hesitant, as if it was very concerned about something and did not dare to make too big moves. This had put it in a dangerous situation and had almost resulted in it being hit several times. In truth, little Goldie was not that weak. While it only had one eye, it possessed swift speed and nimble movements. When it had knocked away all those dark life forms with a single move, that had been one of its proudest moments. Now, when it was facing the savage 10,000 Buddha Radiance, little Goldie did not dare to use its full strength, for in its belly was the Pinnacle's research station and its savior, Xia Fei. Exotic beasts protected their masters, and little Goldie was no exception. Little Goldie quickly moved through dark space, evading the attacks while maintaining a steady posture. It would rather be injured than let Xia Fei in its belly be hurt. The situation was getting more and more critical. After all, 10,000 Buddha Radiance was an adult. while little Goldie was a child barely a month old. The gap between the two was just too vast. 10,000 Buddha radiants, which had lived in dark space for many years, had abundant experience in dealing with enemies. No matter what, little Goldie would never be able to escape its pursuit. Fortunately, little Goldie's keen intuition allowed it to find a way out constantly. A dozen or so minutes went by, and little Goldie was still holding on, but it was seemingly rather tired, panting for breath. To help Xia Fei, little Goldie had ventured deep into space. Now, it had been charged with delivering Pinnacle's research station to the hidden realm. Little Goldie had not rested at all over the last few days. In its constant rush, it simply could not compare to the 10,000 golden Buddha, which had been waiting for its foe and building up its strength for one big attack. This monster is on its last legs. Let's put on a little more pressure and take it down. This is a golden demon chrysalis. I really want to cut open its stomach and see what's going on inside. A woman standing atop the 10,000 Buddha radiance's head pointed at the panting little Goldie, excitement evident in her eyes. Next to this young woman was an old man, who was not at all as impatient as her. He calmly sat atop the 10,000 Buddha radiance's head, a sinister smile on his face. My child, it only has one eye, yet it's able to reach such a massive size and move so quickly. It's clearly some kind of mutant. Killing this sort of mutant will be too much of a waste. We don't need to rush. Let's slowly push it into a dead end and then capture it. We may be able to sell it for a good price afterward, said the old man as he stroked his beard. The elder patted the 10,000 Buddha radiance on the head, and this savage fellow unhappily slowed down. It continued pursuing little Goldie, but not as fiercely as before. This father-daughter pair was demon chrysalis tamers from the Aduces that Fig Corporation had hired at a high price, Eve and Elon. The older one was the father, Elon, and the freckled and formidable lady was Eve. Demon chrysalis taming was a specialized profession in the demon race. Generation after generation tamed and raised demon chrysalises, spending their entire day interacting with dark space. Normally, demon chrysalises did not need to be accompanied by tamers. They just needed to be left in dark space, fed from time to time, and be taught a signal they understood to mean that they should gather. However, this was the pride of the Adusa clan and the king of demon chrysalises, the 10,000 Buddha radiance. This was why Elon and Eve had taken on the heavy responsibility of raising it, and they were also the ones to take up Fig Corporation's commission and search for the Lost Pinnacle's research station. Eve was a Level 2 law overlord, while her father Elon was a formidable, darkness-type Level 5 law sage. Oh well, little Goldie had been unable to escape the 10,000 Buddha radiance, which made it feel very uneasy. Part of this was because it felt like it was letting down Xia Fei. It appeared to be far more troubled by being unable to deliver Xia Fei safely to the hidden realm, viewing its own precarious situation as unimportant. This golden demon chrysalis is very persistent. Its body is already trembling, but it's still fleeing as hard as it can. I really want to capture it soon. Eve coldly snorted. Accursed thing, you can't even catch up to this little thing. What's the point in keeping you around? She savagely punched the 10,000 Buddha radiance beneath her, causing its blood to seethe. It appeared that this ugly woman did not care whether the demon chrysalis lived or died. Whether it was her clan's 10,000 Buddha radiance or Xia Fei's little Goldie, they were all just toys to her. Elon shook his head and said, hitting it is pointless. This golden demon chrysalis has a powerful desire to live. It won't concede unless it gets pushed to a dead end. Let me teach you a trick. Elon forcefully patted the 10,000 Buddha radiance's head 3 times, and in a flash, the giant demon chrysalis became violent and accelerated. The 10,000 Buddha radiance suddenly accelerated and shot off at an angle, moving its massive body and shoving little Goldie to the side. Little Goldie became frantic. It knew that it was not alone. In its belly was its savior, and something very important to its savior. No matter what, it could not panic. Little Goldie tried its best to maintain its gliding state, using its flesh to absorb the impact. This would ensure that Xia Fei and Pinnacle's research station were safe, but it forced little Goldie to endure enormous pain. Perhaps because it hurt too much, it painfully howled, a howl that sounded very miserable. What a strange fellow. It seems to be protecting something. Elon frowned as he muttered. It would let itself get injured just to protect something? It seems like this beast is a fool and has no idea how to seize advantages and avoid harm. Humph. Let's see what you do this time. Elon ordered the 10,000 Buddha radiants to ram little Goldie a second time, and little Goldie did the same thing, using its body to absorb the impact so that it could shield Xia Fei from harm. It was in an extremely miserable situation. Xia Fei had already guessed that little Goldie was in trouble, or else Pinnacle's research station would not be shuddering so much. Fortunately, Xia Fei, Teddy, and the others had already gone out and removed any systems that might lead the station to exploding or self-destructing. Otherwise, in the middle of this sort of bitter battle, the result would be impossible to predict. Xia Fei really wanted to rush out and help little Goldie, but he was currently facing another huge problem. The microchip holding Radix had grown extremely unstable, so Xia Fei was forced to absorb its energy to prevent it from exploding. Whoosh! His hands served as conductors, guiding that frenzied energy into his seventh brain region. In the absorption process, Xia Fei was astonished at how similar this energy was to the arc fragments. As it entered his brain region, Xia Fei felt very comfortable. It was akin to basking in sunlight. Could Radix have some unspeakable secret connection with the arc? Is Radix more than a robot? If he's just a robot, why would this master microchip be carrying such powerful energy? Xia Fei thought to himself. However, the situation was too dangerous for him to think. Xia Fei had to absorb all this frenzied energy to avoid a mishap. Boom! The speed at which Xia Fei absorbed this energy was akin to a hyperdrive. As Xia Fei grew higher in rank, the speed at which he absorbed energy also reached an unprecedented level. That mysterious energy ball in his seventh brain region grew much even larger, such that it could now store an absurd amount of energy without collapsing. This was a side effect from Xia Fei absorbing the arc fragment. The microchip had somewhat of a different energy from the arc fragment, but it was also extremely similar. Who could say what changes it would bring on his Xia Fei? While absorbing this energy, Xia Fei did not forget to form the law of space's pattern in his brain region. With his experience from last time, Xia Fei was confident in his ability to control and guide energy. This energy was not as fierce as origin energy and could be easily guided and put to use. There was also the energy of those dark life forms. Xia Fei felt like these energies were all part of the same system, stemming from an energy source that he was very suited for. Arc fragments and dark life forms were hard to come by, though, so Xia Fei rarely had the opportunity to use this energy. The speed was absolutely absurd. The rainbow energy ball in his seventh brain region was brimming with power, and he even used some of the extra energy to break into level 7 superior law overlord smoothly. Even in such a perilous situation, Xia Fei was still able to advance in the most incredible of ways. Not only was Xia Fei advancing fast, he could also do so at any time and place. Perhaps this was the miraculous effect of the arc, this supership second only to the cosmic gate in terms of its mystery. Xia Fei inserted the stabilized chip into the temporary vessel so that Radix could reassume control over Pinnacle. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Fei rushed to the control room. Little Goldie was under attack, and he needed to help it. What's going on outside? Xia Fei urgently asked. Teddy and the others worriedly gathered together and looked at the screen. Xia Fei watched for only 2 seconds before exploding in rage. Little Goldie, which was currently being chased by a giant demon chrysalis, had sustained injuries, and this was due to it protecting Pinnacle and Xia Fei. Zing! Xia Fei felt the flames of rage consuming him. I need a war armor. War armor that can let me fight in dark space. Xia Fei called, his face pale. Xia Fei had given Monohorn Ogre to Xia Guanghai for safekeeping. If he wanted to fight, he would need a new suit of armor and a new weapon. Otherwise, the chaotic dark space would undoubtedly be a warrior's worst nightmare. Celestial Artificer Wind Raja was startled, and then he excitedly said, Pinnacle may not have anything else, but it does have the Law Realm's best war armor. Xia Fei had almost forgotten that Pinnacle was not just a place to imprison expert scientists like Radix. A Celestial Artificer had also been locked up in the lowest floor of the research station. Celestial Artificers represented the very top of the artificing world, and Wind Raja was a legendary max-ranked artificer. In the two supreme races, he should have been a famous and influential man. But because he offended Fig, he had been locked up for several hundred years. Wind Raja's eyes lit up at Xia Fei's request. Pinnacle may not have anything else, but it does have the Law Realm's best war armor. He quickly pressed a few buttons on the control panel, and a clear storage device soon rose up. Inside was a dark-tinted matte suit of armor. This armor's name is Sinraksha. It's forged from top-class Blackstar cold steel and an excellent work that I've only recently completed, so it doesn't have Fig's mark yet, said Wind Raja excitedly, rather proud of his work. Whoosh! Xia Fei was already overcome with urgency, so before Wind Raja could finish speaking, he had shot over, put on Sinraksha, and rushed out of Pinnacle's research station. I wasn't finished. There's something a little weird about this suit of armor. Wind Raja ran after Xia Fei and shouted. Alas, there was no way he could keep up with Xia Fei's speed. The latter was already long gone by the time he got there. Colorless celestial spirit activated automatically once Xia Fei left. He had set it to protective state so that Pinnacle would not be damaged even if Little Goldie moved suddenly. Little Goldie's belly was enormous, and its stomach was practically made of steel, so he had no need to worry about Pinnacle hurting Little Goldie. Xia Fei rushed out at 1,000,000 meters per second. He quickly reached the top of Little Goldie's head. Pressing on its head, he sternly said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Little Goldie yelped in delight. Alas, it was already very tired, so its shout was mixed with unease, which made Xia Fei's heart ache. Standing up, Xia Fei looked out like a god looking down on mortals, pointing at the distance as his eyes erupted with cold light. "Stop, stop, stop!" Elon hastily called once he saw Xia Fei, making the 10,000 Buddha radiance halt. He asked in confusion, "Why did someone come out of that golden demon chrysalis's belly? It seems like this guy is with the demon chrysalis." Eve frowned and told her father, "Who cares who he is? Just kill him." Elon nodded and prepared to have the 10,000 Buddha radiance attack again. At this moment, Xia Fei rushed forward in an explosion of his inner demon and killing intent. He shouted, "Anyone who touches my people must all die." Inner demon was unique to the Skywing clan. It was a fearless aura that came from a willingness to kill both gods and demons. It allowed a warrior to unleash all of their power instantly. Meanwhile, his killing intent was like a viciously burning flame, a ruthless aura that drove one to fight and kill to one's last gasp. Even before the tip of his weapon landed, this aura would first dampen the enemy's drive. These two energies were like two dragons emerging from the sea, roaring as they spiraled to the heavens. Let alone Eve and Elon. Xia Fei had even scared himself. When did his killing energy become so intense? It was as if this Sinraksha armor had a bloodthirsty aura that made Xia Fei and his inner demon unleash with even greater savagery. Rumble. The universe trembled at this shocking aura. Eve and Elon were both dumbfounded. Little Goldie was also dumbfounded. On the other end, the 10,000 Buddha radiance swiftly drew back its head. At this moment, Xia Fei was like the harbinger for death. With a single roar, he seemed to sunder the darkness of dark space. As he spoke, the killing began. Spurred on by Sinraksha, Xia Fei could feel himself get overwhelmed by unbridled madness. He sprinted right across the vast emptiness like a bolt of lightning. He dragged out the 6 blades of grass of immemorial, mystical armament peacock blue behind him. A mystical armament. The law of speed. He's a formidable expert, cried Elon urgently. 10,000 Buddha radiance was gigantic, and Xia Fei was no more than a little black dot in front of it, but he felt no fear and charged straight at it. "Break for me." With a shriek, the 6 blades of peacock blue stabbed into 10,000 Buddha radiance's head like 6 sharp knives, obliterating several hundred of its eyes. A whoa! 10,000 Buddha radiance drew back, its eyes brimming with fear. Elon jumped off its head and said, "Eve, you take control of 10,000 Buddha radiance. I will deal with this speed warrior." Whoosh! Elon extended his arms, and the darkness began to swiftly gather on them. This was the power from the law of darkness. Eve clenched her teeth and swiftly took control of the 10,000 Buddha radiance. "You cowardly thing, get in there. No running." The 10,000 Buddha radiance had been very fearful of Xia Fei, but it couldn't defy Eve's order, so it turned around and lunged back into the fray. Rumble. Rumbling resounded in the darkness. Different noises mixed together in a mind-melting din. It turned out that little Goldie had noticed that Xia Fei was being flanked, so it had also rushed into the fray. Though its head was much smaller than 10,000 Buddha radiances, this collision still had enormous strength, causing 10,000 Buddha radiance to stagger and fly off to the side. "Whoa!" Little Goldie angrily roared, its golden luster growing even more radiant. This was little Goldie's true combat power. Though it was fighting a much larger opponent and was still immature, little Goldie had enormous potential. Only 10,000 Buddha radiance's eyes were golden, while all of little Goldie's body was golden. At the same time, Xia Fei began his battle with demon chrysalis tamer Elon. Elon gathered darkness on his arms and then thrust them in Xia Fei's direction. A cloud of darkness emerged. The radiation force stemming from the law of darkness was extremely powerful, and it instantly engulfed Xia Fei. Success! Elon crowed in delight. This move was called the Darkness Cage. As Xia Fei was a speed warrior, Elon had chosen to attack from a distance. After all, speed experts were difficult to deal with, as they could use their super speed to cut down their enemies. The vast majority of experienced warriors would try to avoid close combat. He swiftly began to move around his arms. The Darkness Cage was a binding technique, black like a swamp. Once a speed warrior was caught in it, they would slowly begin to decelerate, and the darkness would eat away at them until they were dead. Elon was delighted at how easy it had been for his attack to hit. He was now hastily compressing the darkness law force so that he could exterminate Xia Fei in one blow. What Elon didn't know was that Xia Fei had learned a lot from Oro, and Oro was a master when it came to the law of darkness. If there was one thing Xia Fei was confident about when it came to dealing with demons, it was how to cut through darkness abilities. Rumble. With a deafening explosion, Xia Fei blasted through the darkness law force that engulfed with the law of primal chaos. It shattered like porcelain, into 1,000 pieces. 10,000 pieces. Xia Fei was still maintaining a speed of 1 million meters per second. He rushed up to Elon at under a 0.3% of light speed. Elon was still wondering how Xia Fei had broken out of the darkness. At this moment, Peacock Blue's 6 blades shot out like cannonballs. Not good. Elon scrunched up his body, attempting to combine the defense power of his armor and his law force. Alas, Peacock Blue, after absorbing the toughest mystical armament, the unparting pine, was now simply unstoppable. A puny suit of combat armor could not stop it. 6 blades of grass were like 6 sharp knives, penetrating straight through Elon. Law of Darkness? Alloy War Armor? In front of Peacock Blue and the Law of Primal Chaos, they were as weak as tofu. Plush. Elon was like a meat being roasted on a barbecue pit. He vomited blood, his eyes rolling over as he died on the spot. Father. In the distance, Eve saw her father dying and exploded in rage. She ordered the 10,000 Buddha radiance to attack Xia Fei. Even Elon, who was a level 5 law sage, had been no match to Xia Fei, so there was no way Eve could stop the crazed Xia Fei. The only method was to use the 10,000 Buddha radiance, the king of demon chrysalises. Alas, while the 10,000 Buddha radiance was powerful, it was being held down by its much smaller opponent, Little Goldie. Little Goldie was doing everything in its power to hold down 10,000 Buddha radiance, ramming the other with its body and biting it with its teeth. It was as if nothing could hold it back. Little Goldie was single-handedly holding down this top-class demon chrysalis. It must be understood that Little Goldie was barely a month old. If he was given more time to grow, who knew if there was anything in this universe that would be able to stop it? Whoosh. Xia Fei recalled Peacock Blue, and Elon's corpse bounced away, quickly vanishing into the darkness. Whoosh. Xia Fei accelerated in a curve, making his way to Eve. This insidious woman could not be allowed to survive. Rumble. Xia Fei used the same method, pulling Peacock Blue behind him as he advanced forward, traveling 1 million meters per second. The 6 blades of bluegrass not only tore through the 10,000 Buddha radiance's body, they also ripped Eve to shreds. Phew. Phew. Xia Fei continued to fly along 10,000 Buddha radiance's body, peacock blue becoming like the sharpest butcher's knife. He left ring after ring of wounds on the demon chrysalis's body. The 10,000 Buddha radiance had a body the size of a planet, and now Xia Fei was obliterating this planet. Little Goldie stood at the side, its single eye wide open as it cried in shock. Death was not the end. Xia Fei cut the 10,000 Buddha radiance into pieces at one go. He swept over it again and again with peacock blue until this giant demon chrysalis was completely devoid of life. Only then did Xia Fei feel the killing intent in his chest finally subside. For some reason, Xia Fei had felt extreme anger and brimmed with killing intent while wearing Sinraksha. It was a sensation that could only be alleviated by completely obliterating the enemies. Whoosh! The 10,000 Buddha radiance's head had been cut open, and a small black and gold ball flew out. Xia Fei was startled. He had obtained a heavenly beast spirit pearl from killing a mythical beast before, and obtained a dark night illusion pearl from killing a dark toad. This 10,000 Buddha radiance also had a pearl inside its head. What use would it have? Just when Xia Fei was about to grab that strange pearl, little Goldie rushed up and immediately ate it. Xia Fei was rendered speechless. His personal exotic beast, Furball, was a foodie who ate vast amounts of origin crystal every day, and now this demon chrysalis, which he had started to raise, also turned out to be a foodie. Its appetite was even greater than Furball's, too. Little Goldie happily chewed on the pearl and smiled at Xia Fei, so he found it hard to get angry with the creature. After all, this fellow was truly loyal to Xia Fei, protecting him even in the most dire of circumstances. He had truly been moved by its display of loyalty. Forget it. Good things should be kept in the family, and you, little Goldie, aren't an outsider. Giving you the pearl to supplement your power is also fine, Xia Fei muttered. Suddenly, after eating the pearl, little Goldie's body showed some change. It began to shudder abnormally. Little Goldie was acting very abnormally, but it was hard to say whether this was out of excitement or pain. In short, its body fiercely shuddered as energy pulses came out of its body. Several minutes later, little Goldie burped, a sour gas coming from its belly. It giggled at Xia Fei as if nothing had happened, its honest and simple appearance truly amusing. However, Xia Fei stared at little Goldie in disbelief. This was because the demon chrysalis had experienced a huge transformation in only a few minutes. The large eye had split in two, and the mouth had moved from the belly to the front of the head. Little Goldie seemed to be in the middle of changing from the normal appearance of a demon chrysalis. It was still that strange golden color, but the rest of its body had rapidly shifted. Right now, little Goldie looked like a giant caterpillar, its soft golden fur appearing very comfortable to sit on. It was clear that little Goldie had gotten promoted. After swallowing the pearl of the 10,000 Buddha radiance, little Goldie now had a much thicker aura and was full of energy. In a single motion, it had turned from a child to a teen. Compared to Furball's slow growth, Xia Fei was more delighted with little Goldie's fast maturity. Xia Fei walked up to the demon chrysalis and gave it a light slap, excitedly saying, "Good job. I guess that you didn't waste the pearl. You've actually evolved." Little Goldie nodded its head, its two giant eyes warmly looking at Xia Fei with a silly smile on its face. "Let's rest nearby for a bit. You went through a lot just now," Xia Fei said. "Hing." Little Goldie bellowed and turned its body around to show off its powerful post-evolution muscles. It must be said that that pearl had a truly superb effect. Not only had little Goldie been stripped off all its fatigue, the big creature was even bursting with energy at this point. "I understand. Let's get on our way then. But remember to keep in mind of your safety this time," Xia Fei ordered. Little Goldie hastily nodded and continued to show off its new strength to Xia Fei. It seemed to be saying that, even if it ran into another 10,000 Buddha radiance, it would be able to handle it alone. Xia Fei smiled as he entered through the gaps of little Goldie's teeth. This was truly a fortuitous outcome. He had never expected to have a friend in dark space, and one that was very loyal and powerful. Dark space was a strange and distorted space. There were few, beyond the organisms that lived in dark space, that understood its complicated spatial structure, knowing where the channels headed and which channels were dead ends. Demon chrysalises were born rulers of dark space, so they were familiar with this dark world. Having a demon chrysalis was an immense blessing to Xia Fei. If traveling through ordinary space became impossible, he could summon Little Goldie and infiltrate through dark space. Moreover, the god race rarely used demon chrysalises, and Little Goldie was a bizarre and powerful existence. With Little Goldie, the Skywings and all of Xia Fei's friends would benefit. As he thought about all the benefits the loyalty of Little Goldie would bring him, Xia Fei shut off the colorless celestial spirit defense and returned to Pinnacle's research station. Little Goldie set off on its original route. This unexpected promotion had left Little Goldie bursting with energy, so it was traveling much faster now. Like a super submarine, it traveled through dark space and took Xia Fei to the hidden realm. In the main control room, Teddy and the others were also feeling very excited. After all, they had escaped from Fig and obtained their freedom, and all of this was because of Xia Fei and Little Goldie. Was that the legendary 10,000 Buddha radiance? Celestial Artificer Wind Raja excitedly asked. I've heard of that gigantic creature before, but that's my first time seeing it. I didn't think that you would be able to kill that giant thing and the 2 demon chrysalis tamers so easily. My 3 years of forging Sinraksha weren't in vain with you using it. The mention of Sinraksha had Xia Fei frowning as he sternly asked, There's something strange about this Sinraksha armor. When I put it on, I naturally got a big boost in combat power, but I also felt extremely angry, with nowhere to vent it. It felt like the only thing that could end it was killing my enemies. Teddy and Yabli turned to look at Wind Raja, who turned red in the face. Hear me out first. In truth, Sinraksha uses an abnormal metal. That Blackstar cold steel exuded a ruthless aura when it was still an ore. If he didn't repeatedly stress that I must use that metal to make a suit of combat armor, I would never do so. Xia Fei slightly creased his brows. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's a good thing I have pretty good control over myself. It was really close back there. I almost lost myself and was on the verge of going crazy. Wind Raja became rather embarrassed while Teddy and Yabli pursed their lips, mentally saying, On the verge of going crazy? Haven't you already gone crazy just then? Wind Raja shrugged. You left too quickly, so when did I have time to tell you? You might not know this, but the reason this suit of armor remained in Pinnacle even after completion was precisely that it's difficult to control. I observed your performance moments ago, and I found that Sinraksha is not entirely effective against you. It should be the principle of every item having a weakness. Every item has a weakness. Xia Fei curiously asked. Wind Raja explained. This is a theory among us artificers. Some types of metal are particularly unruly, and the armors and weapons made from them will only submit to even crazier masters. Giving such to ordinary people will only hurt them. You have a very wild and unruly personality, so even Sinraksha has to submit to you. As such, you're the perfect owner for this suit of armor. You just need a little practice to obtain full control of Sinraksha. Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Wind Raja. What did he mean by wild and unruly? He had always pegged himself as the very reasonable kind. Of course, this was only when Xia Fei wanted to be reasonable. With one glare from him, reason would naturally have to step to the side. Regardless, Xia Fei rather liked Sinraksha. It was able to amplify the Skywing's unique inner demon and Xia Fei's innate madness. As long as he did not lose rationality, he would receive a very obvious boost in combat power. Based on what Wind Raja had said, this suit of armor was at the Law God tier, the highest level of armor that Celestial Artificer Wind Raja could make on his own. As for suits of armor at the Superior Law God or Peak Law God, they were far too difficult to make. Several Celestial Artificers would need to work together to make one. To have a Law God suit of armor at the Superior Law Overlord level, Xia Fei was truly improving his equipment to an abnormal level. Earlier, when Elon used Darkness Law Force to attack him, Sinraksha helped Xia Fei easily block it. He then used that chance to break through the darkness and kill Law Sage Elon in one blow. This was a battle that could be written down and studied in textbooks. The advantage in equipment had given Xia Fei the absolute upper hand. It made it impossible for him to lose. Coupled with the disruptive power of the Law of Primal Chaos and Peacock Blue, which had integrated 4 mystical armaments, Xia Fei had been able to kill a level 5 Law Sage instantly. It must be understood that Xia Fei was only a level 7 Superior Law Overlord. This heaven-defying ability to kill those far above his rank was enough for him to stand alone in the law realm. After a pause, Mechatronics Master Teddy sternly asked, "Where are we heading now?" Xia Fei smiled. "Not acting at all like a savior," he said. "All three of you are masters of your professions, so I don't dare to decide things on my own and need to discuss this matter with you. I presume that all of you know that Fig Corporation has immense power in the law realm, and its tentacles can be found everywhere. If the three of you go back, you'll probably fall into Fig Corporation's demonic claws once more." The three masters all sighed. The more forthright Wind Raja bitterly smiled. "My home is gone, as is my family. What would I even do if I were to go back?" These words almost had all three men crying. To control them, Fig Corporation had annihilated their families. Just like with Radix's mech race, the clans of these three masters had been exterminated long ago. They no longer held any hopes for the law realm and had no lingering attachments. Xia Fei was naturally trying to persuade them with kind words. While he did save them, he had no intention of hanging this achievement over their heads. Instead, he was persistently trying to think about a way out for them. As the saying went, only with one's back against a large tree could they enjoy the cool shade. The three of them were alone and had offended Fig Corporation, so they naturally had no way out. Xia Fei was merely expressing his stance. What did a person who had just regained their freedom fear the most? They naturally feared falling under the control of someone else again. Only those who had lost freedom understood how precious freedom was. Xia Fei was matching their taste and letting them experience freedom's advantages. When Xia Fei was young, he had already thoroughly studied all the twists and turns of human nature. These three masters had no idea that Xia Fei was willingly letting them go so that they would be easier to capture later, all for the sake of making these three masters of their respective fields to ultimately become his willing subordinates. The three masters turned gloomy when they realized that they had nowhere to go. They finally understood what sort of challenges they would have to face now that they had regained their freedom, and the situation did not seem optimistic. At this moment, the most straightforward of them, Wind Raja, said, "Xia Fei, you saved us, so we'll just follow you wherever you go. As long as we can taste the air of freedom, it doesn't matter where we go." Teddy and Yabli were both a little surprised, but they expressed their agreement with Wind Raja's words. No matter what, they desperately needed a backer, or else they would once more fall into dire straits. The time was ripe, so Xia Fei stopped concealing his plans. He nodded and solemnly said, "I actually do have an idea." "Please explain," Teddy said. Xia Fei replied, "We're currently heading for a secret realm. That place is very safe, and you will have a lot of freedom there. The three of you can stay there for a while and enjoy a free and unrestrained life." Xia Fei specifically emphasized the word freedom, and the three masters found themselves very tempted. They had been imprisoned for several hundred to 1,000 years, so which one of them did not want to enjoy such days? Thus, they all began to ask in detail about the hidden realm situation. Xia Fei patiently explained, and the three masters' smile gradually grew as excitement sparkled in their eyes. "You may not know this, but I'm a member of the Skywing clan," Xia Fei informed. "Skywing, the demon-sealing fiendish blade. No wonder you have such incredible speed. You're a member of the famous Skywing clan." The three masters were shocked. After all, the Skywings were far too famous, and the demon-sealing fiendish blade was a long-established name in the law realm, occupying an important place in the universe very early on. "All three of you are top-class masters in the circle, and my Skywing clan can always be counted on to keep our word. As long as the Skywings exist, no one will dare to cause trouble for the three of you." Xia Fei waved his hand and firmly declared. This was a fatal attraction for Teddy and the others. Everyone knew that the Skywings were free and relaxed people. Even if they were only servants in the clan, they would still have some status, and no one would dare to look down on them. Gaining the protection of the demon-sealing fiendish blade was all that one could wish for. The three masters soon totally surrendered, intending to follow Xia Fei to the end. Compared to Fig's tough and unyielding methods, Xia Fei had managed to gain not just the servitude of the three masters, but their hearts as well. From now on, the Hidden Realm would have three more powerful allies. Also, with the return of the king of the Mechs, Radix, an ascent to the heavens was inevitable. Once the conversation was over, Xia Fei assigned the three of them jobs, and then went alone to prison cell 1 to seek Radix. Radix had not communicated with Xia Fei through the screen this entire time, so he could not help but worry. What's wrong? Xia Fei went inside and shouted. He received no reply despite shouting 3 times. Xia Fei was stunned, an ill foreboding welling up in his heart. Radix was silent, so Xia Fei could not help but worry. He had gone to great lengths just to extract Radix from Fig Corporation. What would he do if something happened to the Mech King? Squatting, Xia Fei carefully inspected Radix's main control chip. Robots entirely relied on this chip, and as long as this chip existed, they could be reborn. It was extremely important. After inspecting the system several times, Xia Fei discovered that this ancient microchip had seemingly fallen into a deathly stillness. It was impossible to turn on, but was also completely undamaged, which was rather strange. As Xia Fei was feeling confused, a weak voice rang out in his mind. Though he had never heard it before, the tone was very similar to Radix's. My soul almost dispersed just now. By absorbing the energy of the microchip, you almost killed me, said the voice feebly. In shock, Xia Fei hurriedly asked, You're Radix? How can you talk to me like this? Besides Phantom, no one else has been able to establish a mental connection with me. The voice in his mind panted for breath. Radix seemed to be in a very feeble state. I don't know who Phantom is, but as long as the method is right, the immortal soul can establish a connection with anyone. It's not anything too difficult. Xia Fei's eyes flashed as he sternly asked, So you're like Phantom, an immortal spiritual being, not a robot? After a few moments of silence, Radix replied, I originally didn't plan to tell you, but since you found out, there's no point in keeping it hidden from you. Yes, I'm a spiritual being that had been implanted into that ancient microchip. Xia Fei's jaw dropped in shock. Disbelief was written across his face. The king of Mechs was a spiritual being. This was truly unbelievable. After a brief pause, Radix added, I originally had a comprehensive defensive system, specifically designed to keep the energy pulses from causing an explosion. Alas, to gain my freedom, I had no other choice but to give up the system. Thus, we had a really close call when you pulled out the chip. Xia Fei frowned. My apologies. I harmed you. Radix casually said, You mustn't say that. You saved me. Although I took some damage, if you didn't take decisive action and use that rainbow heavenly pearl in your brain region to absorb the energy, I really might have turned to dust. You're very good, showing no hesitation when you need to act. At that moment, even I thought that I was done for, but then you pulled me back from the edge. After praising Xia Fei's resolve, Radix seriously said, I'm too weak, so I need you to help me again. The other problems can wait until later. Xia Fei sternly nodded. Speak. How can I help you? Advance. Advance like a madman. Radix sternly said. When you were advancing, the energy pulses slightly resonated with the rainbow heavenly pearl. These resonances have no use to you, but they can help me repair my damaged essence. If I don't have the power from your advancement, I probably won't last 72 hours. Xia Fei was stunned, muttering. In other words, I need to break into the next level within the next 72 hours. Radix bitterly chuckled. I know that your level is already very high, and advancing to another level is very difficult, but I'm afraid that I don't have any other options. Clenching his teeth, Xia Fei stood up and strode outside. All right, no matter what, you can't give up. I'll break through soon. Whoosh. Xia Fei went straight to the space station's command deck, where Wind Raja and the others were busy with their own matters. Upon seeing his solemn expression, they hastily raised their heads and stared in confusion at Xia Fei. There's been an emergency, so I need to enter seclusion right now. I'll leave this place to the rest of you. Xia Fei scanned the trio and sternly said, This space station contains the essence of Fig Corporation, and it is protected by layer upon layer of defenses. No matter what, I hope that all of you can do your best to dig out any hidden dangers within these systems and remove them. It will be a pity if such a formidable research station gets destroyed. It will be a disaster if we take it out of dark space while it still has some secret signal emission system installed, and all of us will end up dead. After a moment of shock, all 3 masters thumped their chests and promised Xia Fei that they would do their best to dig out all of Pinnacle's signal equipment so that the best research station of Fig Corporation would truly be theirs. Xia Fei nodded. Then he turned and left. He returned to prison cell 1 on the lowest floor of the space station. As the 6-layered alloy gate closed, he began to cultivate crazily. Don't worry. I promised Sophie that I will bring you back, and I always keep my promise. Xia Fei's eyes exploded with light as he declared. The corpse of the 10,000 Buddha radiance floated in dark space. The massive demon chrysalis, which had been chopped into countless pieces by Xia Fei, died a terrible death. Anyone who came across this place would mistake it for a hellish battlefield. Whoosh. 48 hours after Xia Fei left, 3 giant demon chrysalises arrived at the scene. They were not as large as the 10,000 Buddha radiance, but they were still enormous creatures. Heavens! Our clan's 10,000 Buddha radiance was killed. Who could have done it? The 10,000 Buddha radiance was the king of dark space, and Elon was a demon chrysalis tamer with many years of experience. How could they have been lost here? The Adusa clan warriors on the 3 demon chrysalises were all stunned. Darkness appeared on their faces as they surveyed this gruesome scene. None of them could believe that the pride of their clan, one of the top-class demon chrysalises of the demon race, was gone just like that. It was clear that the opponent was not just strong, but also extremely vicious. Hing. The 3 demon chrysalises, each with more than 1,000 eyes, mournfully wailed. Exotic beasts had intelligence, as did demon chrysalises. The 3 of them were 10,000 Buddha radiance's children. When their father died, they entered into a frenzied rage back at the Adusa clan's base. The tamers responsible for raising the demon chrysalises realized that something had gone wrong, so they released these 3 demon chrysalises and followed them to this place. But what they ended up finding was this gruesome massacre. The 10,000 Buddha radiance and 2 top-class demon chrysalis tamers had all been killed. After howling in rage, the 3 demon chrysalises began to eat their father's body silently. There was a great rumbling with every swallow. It was clear that they still burned with rage. How can they even be eating their own father? An Adusa youth covered his mouth and said. He had become a demon chrysalis tamer not too long ago and still did not understand a lot. In his view, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Yet even though the 10,000 Buddha radiance died such a painful death, its children were eating his flesh. Next to him was an elder with pronounced cheekbones, a cunning light in his sharp eyes. He snorted and said, Do you know why our clan only has 10,000 Buddha radiance? The young man shook his head, frowning as he looked at the 3 demon chrysalises. Because the 10,000 Buddha radiance has never been raised. It's inherited. Only when the old 10,000 Buddha radiance dies will a new top-class demon chrysalis become its progeny. This is how their status in the dark space has been passed on through generation after generation, the elder coldly explained. The young man was startled. He seemed to have realized something and hastily said, Oh, I remember now. The 10,000 Buddha radiance has a dual-colored spirit pearl in its head, and when it dies, its descendants can eat that to inherit its power. But the books mention nothing about them eating the flesh of their parents, right? The elder heartily laughed, and then his eyes turned vicious. That's only if the circumstances are normal. Our 10,000 Buddha radiance here died with great resentment, and even the dual-colored spirit pearl in its head was stolen. This is wonderful news. The youth was utterly baffled. Tilting his head, he asked, Grandfather, the 10,000 Buddha radiance is dead, and even its spirit pearl was taken. This is clearly an awful situation, so how can you call it wonderful news? The elder patted the youth on the head and excitedly replied, Then watch closely. Our clan's 3 demon chrysalises are about to emerge from their cocoons and be reborn. The young man still did not understand, so he could only swallow his confusion and keep watching. After the 3 demon chrysalises had finished eating their father's body, they began to weave cocoons in the middle of dark space. Black threads wove together, wrapping around the 3 demon chrysalises, and then they suspended themselves upside down in space like silkworms that had yet to emerge. The elder had already gathered his men to watch from far away. The youth's mouth had dropped open as he looked at this incredible sight. These demon chrysalises had become adults a long time ago. They were already massive beings with 1,000 eyes, but they were now entering cocoons for a second time. What was going on here? The elder excitedly said, Life will always be able to find a way. These 3 demon chrysalises have lost their father's inheritance, so they will never be able to become the 10,000 Buddha radiants. But their father died while brimming with resentment. After eating their father's corpse, they have inherited their father's abilities and anger. They have become true demons. The elder loudly laughed as he declared, "Our Adusa clan should thank the expert who killed the demon chrysalis. With the death of the 10,000 Buddha radiants, our clan has gained 3 demons. They will be even stronger than before. Just wait. Once these 3 demon chrysalises emerge from their cocoons, they will dominate dark space." Pinnacle Research Station, Prison Cell 1. There was only half an hour until Radix hit his limit, and Xia Fei was still flying along the difficult path of advancement. That rainbow-colored energy ball in his 7th brain region was releasing energy like crazy. This time, Xia Fei had entrusted the white jade swimming dragon ring to Xia Guanghai, so he could only rely on this strange ball of energy. Radix was the king of the mech race and was an enigmatic figure. His nature as an immortal soul already had Xia Fei feeling amazed, but that he could repair his essence using energy pulses through his advancement? How could that be explained? Xia Fei did not understand any of this, and he still had many more questions, such as those concerning the Ark and the Cosmic Gate. However, at this moment, Xia Fei had cleared his mind of any thoughts and was focused entirely on breaking through. For as long as he could keep Radix alive, there was still hope. Rumble. Less than 1 minute away from the limit of 72 hours, Xia Fei finally broke through. Whoosh. There was a brief and strange energy pulse, and a second later, Radix had devoured it all. So powerful. Truly too powerful. You broke through 2 thresholds in a row within 72 hours. This advancement speed is absolutely absurd, Radix excitedly said, seemingly empowered by the pulse of energy created by Xia Fei's advancement. Radix's voice was clearly much more energetic. Indeed, this was not the first threshold Xia Fei crossed in these 72 hours. It was his second. He had achieved peak law overlord. Xia Fei crossed 2 thresholds in 72 hours. This elated Radix, whose voice was clearly much more energetic after using the energy produced by Xia Fei's promotions to strengthen himself. Xia Fei did not say much. Peak Law Overlord meant that the next step was the Law Sage Celestial Threshold. For this step, if the foundation was not sturdy enough, Xia Fei would have to expend a great deal of energy trying to break through the Law Sage threshold. Thus, Xia Fei decided to clear his mind and solidify his gains first. It was a long journey from the Law Realm to the Hidden Realm, and even when little Goldie used the shortcuts in dark space, it would still take some time. Wind Raja and the others were still busy dismantling Pinnacle's research station signal devices. These signal emitters did not work in dark space, but once they returned to conventional space, they could immediately demonstrate their prowess. Xia Fei had made up his mind to turn Pinnacle into his, so he needed to get rid of any possible dangers as soon as possible. This was the only way could he safely leave Pinnacle in the Hidden Realm. 36 hours later, Xia Fei finally finished solidifying his foundation. Exhaling, he opened his eyes and lit a cheap cigarette for himself. While he had succeeded in using the energy within his brain region to get past 2 thresholds, the effort of this push had left him feeling rather tired. Radix, what's your connection to the Ark? Xia Fei asked as he puffed out a cloud of smoke. Radix was stunned. Why do you ask that? Xia Fei smiled. Stop trying to hide it. When I absorbed the Ark fragment before, my 7th brain region ended up expanding to 101%, and this time, after absorbing the energy around you, my 7th brain region expanded to 102%. While it's only a small 1%, it allowed me to break through the greatest restriction a sapient life form has to deal with. Not even an idiot will believe it if you say that you have no connection to the Arkansas. The openness of one's brain region was a law. Besides Xia Fei, no one else had a brain region that exceeded 100% openness. It was clear that the Ark did not provide only energy to Xia Fei. It also allowed him to break one of the eternal laws of the universe. Radix bitterly chuckled, and then he softly said, "Your judgment is truly very astonishing. Indeed, I am from the Arkansas." Stunned, Xia Fei hastily asked, "You're from the Ark?" Coming from the Ark and understanding the Ark were 2 completely different concepts. Not even in his dreams would Xia Fei have envisioned that Radix was actually part of the Ark, and he was even one of the life forms from it, too. After a brief pause, Radix continued. Long ago, I arrived here in this universe aboard the Arkansas. Later, the Ark exploded into countless pieces. I was just a microchip with a will of its own mixed in with the debris. I floated in the universe for many years, trying every method I could to build myself a new body as I wandered alone. Afterward, I felt that living alone was very boring, so I built many robots and created the mech race. As I was the creator of it, they acknowledged me as king. Xia Fei was flabbergasted by Radix's words. No wonder he had sensed such intense energy pulses upon entering the room. It was because Radix used to be one with the Ark. A microchip can fuse with a soul? So you're an intelligent life form in the past? Xia Fei asked. Radix shook his head. No, I am an artificial soul used to control the Arkansas lass. The Ark ended up being destroyed on its first voyage. Xia Fei pursed his lips. He did not understand how a soul could be created, but Radix was quite unlucky, experiencing such disaster on his first voyage. Can you talk about the Ark and the Cosmic Gate? Xia Fei asked. Radix shook his head. My memories are rather fragmented, and the only part one remember is that the Ark was going on its first mission after being created, and that I had been ordered to carry a passenger through the Cosmic Gate. But not long after we set off, we came under enemy attack. Those bizarre shadowy figures were impossible to throw off no matter how hard we tried. The Ark began to falter under the enemy's vicious attacks, so the moment it passed through the Cosmic Gate, the Ark exploded. The Ark's only passenger used his own body to seal the Cosmic Gate so that the enemy couldn't pursue. Xia Fei asked in confusion, Why were those enemies chasing you? Radix replied, I've wondered about this for many years. I guess that they must have wanted something from the Arkansas. While the Ark really did have only one passenger, it was carrying many other items. What about the passenger? Where did he come from? Did he die? Xia Fei questioned. Radix answered, I'm not sure. I only recall a very blurry figure, someone very strong, with great cultivation. When he single-handedly sealed the Cosmic Gate, preventing the tens of thousands of enemy soldiers from coming through, he was unbelievably powerful. The Ark exploded violently after that. It was a tremendous explosion that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The Ark blew apart into countless pieces that scattered themselves across the universe, and I was also thrown very far. Fortunately, I was part of the Ark's core control unit, which possessed a high level of protection, so I managed to survive. Xia Fei and Radix's conversation went on for a very long time. Radix remembered many technology, but he had forgotten everything about what was beyond the Cosmic Gate. This left Xia Fei feeling rather frustrated. He had believed that he would finally be able to discover the secrets of the Cosmic Gate, but in the end, his efforts had been fruitless. Nonetheless, Radix's experiences had made Xia Fei understand one thing. There was life outside the Cosmic Gate, a very cruel and wicked life. The moment the Cosmic Gate was opened, they would become a nightmare for all sapient life. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, The legends say that the Ark brought life. Is this true? Radix replied, This universe has always had life. The pulses produced by the Ark's explosion simply made the sapient life here even stronger, granting them the 7th brain region. The 7th brain region was opened because of the Ark's explosion. Xia Fei muttered in shock. Radix replied, Correct. Only after the Ark's explosion could there be a law realm. Could sentient life forms emerge from their own planets and cause the entire universe to thrive. It's not completely out of line to say that the Ark's explosion brought life to the universe, for life in the universe before was very primitive and not as powerful as it is today. After the establishment of the law realm, the Cosmic Gate was opened once. Countless wicked life forms poured in and almost annihilated the law realm. But later, for some unknown reason, these intruders withdrew on their own accord, and the law realm got divided into 2 supreme races, which fought against each other. You witnessed this all? Xia Fei asked. Radix replied, No, I found out through inspecting Fig Corporation's data files. I was still a piece of debris at that time, without my own body, floating in space back then. Then what about the dark life forms on the edge of the law realm? Radix explained, Dark life forms also evolved because of the Ark explosion, but they didn't open up a 7th brain region. Instead, they became strange and sinister, most likely a result of their evolution process. Although they don't have seventh brain regions, those dark life forms that live on the perimeter are born with innate judgment. As the cosmic gate has grown unstable lately, they're starting to get antsy. From what I can tell, it seems that whenever the dark life forms start moving, it's an overture for a war between the two supreme races. The universe will soon enter another long period of war. The journey through dark space and to the hidden realm was peaceful and uneventful. The occasional wandering demon chrysalises would immediately turn tail upon seeing little Goldie, so there were no obstacles or hindrances. Besides having conversation with Radix, Xia Fei continued to cultivate. Xia Fei had already reached peak law overlord in the law of space, but he could not neglect the law of speed and the law of primal chaos. It was not that Xia Fei had intentionally neglected these two laws. Rather, cultivating the law of speed and law of primal chaos were simply too difficult. They both required significant amounts of time. As for the important task of maintaining Pinnacle's research station, he left that to the three masters. Teddy and the others had never liked Pinnacle. After all, this was the station they had been imprisoned on for many years. However, the times had changed. Pinnacle was now Xia Fei's, and the three masters were now partial owners of Pinnacle. How could they not repair and maintain their own home? Celestial Artificer Wind Raja was rather idle in all this. After all, he was a traditional artificer of the law realm, and he had no idea how to work with electronics and machinery. The most he could do was offer some help on the side. Xia Fei soon received two pieces of bad news. First, Radix was beginning to weaken again. Xia Fei still needed to keep advancing so that the energy produced by his advancement could sustain Radix's recovery. Otherwise, this immortal soul, which had come to the universe on the Ark, would disappear. Xia Fei would never allow such a thing to pass. No one would want to see such a powerful ally disappear like that. Secondly, Radix was now dependent on Xia Fei. He not only required the energy pulses from any advancement to survive, but could only use Xia Fei's. This also meant that Radix must stay with Xia Fei for a very long period until he recovered, subsisting off the energy Xia Fei provided. Xia Fei did not make any comments. From Phantom to Oro, Xia Fei had always been accompanied by strange beings, so Radix was nothing new. However, Radix's dependence on Xia Fei's advancement still left him rather uneasy. In order to keep Radix alive, Xia Fei had to advance constantly and swiftly, like a rocket. Advancing in the laws of space, primal chaos, and speed did not come easy. It required rigorous training and a little luck. Xia Fei noticed that Wind Raja did not have anything to do, so he decided to cultivate the law of artificery with him. The grand ancestor of his clan, whom he had still not met, decided that Xia Fei should become a Protean master, so he would have to cultivate the laws of artificery and energy eventually. Wind Raja was quite surprised and happy that he could guide Xia Fei in cultivating the law of artificery. He was happy because his temperament was a good fit for Xia Fei, and they got along well. Wind Raja was very content that he could pass on his skills to someone else, and he was even happier that it was to his savior. He was surprised because Xia Fei had dabbled in a freakish number of fields. He was already an outstanding warrior, but he was also proficient in auxiliary fields like pharmacology, energy, and artificery. This was the legendary Protean master, and he could learn anything he applied himself to. Only a little prompting was required. A week flew by, and Xia Fei finally arrived at the Hidden Realm with little Goldie and the four peak experts. "I think that there's nothing more I can teach you," Celestial Artificer Wind Raja excitedly said. "In just 1 week, you've reached level 7 in the law of artificing. I've never seen such an amazing individual in my life." Xia Fei frowned and asked, "Level 7 isn't the peak of artificing, so why do you want me to stop cultivating?" To tell the truth, Xia Fei had not felt level 7 of the law of artificery to be too difficult. Perhaps because the law of artificery was an auxiliary law, it was less difficult, and Xia Fei also had the help of the wondrous rainbow energy ball in his brain region. Perhaps these were what had allowed him to progress so quickly. As for powerful laws like speed and primal chaos, even with Xia Fei's astounding talent, he still found them difficult to cultivate. After all, these two law forces were both super laws that defied the heavens. Wind Raja chuckled. Slow and steady progress is the key to advancing in all law forces. As a warrior, you are familiar with law forces, possessing incredible talent that lets you crazily advance in cultivation, but ordinary artificers like me are too weak, so we cultivate laws very slowly. Progression speed is one thing. Solidifying foundations is another. It's precisely because you shot up to level 7 of the law of artificery that you need to spend an even longer time solidifying your foundations. Moreover, the law of artificery is only a part of an artificer's routine. Besides that, you need to learn design, smelting, composition, forging, and other skills. Only then can you create the best armors and weapons. Don't rush. With your talent, becoming a celestial artificer is only a matter of time. I'll say that level 7 law of artificery is already enough for you to use. Even when it comes to Sin Raksha, while you may be unable to make one, you're completely capable of repairing it if it's damaged. Wind Raja spoke with great sincerity. It was clear that this celestial artificer who had been imprisoned for several centuries was very satisfied with Xia Fei's attitude and talent. He considered him his disciple and planned to pass on to him everything he knew. Xia Fei bowed to Wind Raja. With the last day of lessons over, he returned to the main control room. On the way, he asked Radix, "How much can your current energy last you?" After a few moments of thought, Radix replied, "The pulses produced when advancing in the law of artificery are rather weak. At my current energy reserves, I can last 1 month at most." Xia Fei frowned. "In other words, in 1 month, no matter what law it is, I must quickly advance in order for you not to dissipate." "Precisely," Radix affirmed. Xia Fei pursed his lips. He suddenly realized that Radix was a lot like a lingering ghost, constantly pestering him to advance, as Radix would die if Xia Fei stopped advancing. He felt somewhat like he was not in control of his actions. At this moment, little Goldie stopped at the perimeter of the hidden realm. Once Xia Fei gave the order, it would emerge from dark space. "Xia Fei, you came at the perfect time. Yabli and I have just confirmed again that there are no problems on Pinnacle's research station. All of the hidden signal transmission devices have been removed," Teddy said, wiping the sweat from his face. Xia Fei firmly nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll order little Goldie to return home," Yabli said in shock. "It's best if you check things over yourself. It would be awful if we missed something." Xia Fei smiled. "That's not necessary. I trust in your abilities." These words almost had Yabli and Teddy in tears. Xia Fei had not only granted these two masters freedom and dignity, but also immense trust. This was the difference between heaven and hell. In the past, when Teddy and Yabli had been imprisoned by Fig Corporation, every day had been torturous, but after meeting Xia Fei, they had found value in their existence in the space of a single night. They were deeply grateful and thoroughly devoted to Xia Fei. In truth, Xia Fei had already checked over Pinnacle and confirmed that there were no problems. He had not said this because he wanted these masters to feel like they were coming home, and so that they would prefer to stay in the hidden realm, working for him. This way, Xia Fei's beloved Titan could come out a little faster. The hidden realm. Little Goldie's sudden appearance triggered a massive turmoil, with countless warships surging out and aiming their cannons at little Goldie. Fortunately, Xia Fei had sent out a communications signal in a timely fashion, thereby avoiding unnecessary combat. Xia Fei was very satisfied with the hidden realm's defenses. Less than 1 minute had elapsed between little Goldie's emergence and the gathering of the mech race fleet. From this, he could tell that this steel division already had formidable fighting power and rigorous safety protocols. Xia Fei used the radar system to seek a secluded star region in the hidden realm, and then he had little Goldie head there. Little Goldie's belly stretched and then contracted as it spit out Pinnacle. It was thanks to its massive body that Xia Fei had been able to bring Fig Corporation's best research station out and into the hidden realm. Teddy and Yabli quickly moved to anchor the space station, and a few minutes later, everyone who had been left in the hidden realm arrived. Unlocking the access compartment with a smile, Xia Fei welcomed Sophie, Warstar, Sophie, and Phantom. Pod, Avril, and Xiao Yu were at Sunset Villa, protected from the shadows by powerful experts sent by the Skywings. The hidden realm was extremely boring, and Xiao Yu and Avril were both at the age where they wanted to be moving around. Barring special circumstances, Xia Fei did not intend to make them suffer in the hidden realm. Dimsky's eyes widened when he saw the Pinnacle Research Station. As the head researcher of the mech race, he had never seen such advanced equipment before. After all, Pinnacle had been created by the Law Realm's Fig Corporation, and its level of technology was many times greater than that of the Hidden Realm. My God, I must be dreaming. Was there really something this good in the universe? Dimsky muttered, his jaw dropping. Warstar frowned, saying, even in the Law Realm, this research station is considered top class. Xia Fei, how did you get it? I stole it, Xia Fei indifferently replied. Zing. Everyone was rendered speechless, even blushing in shame. Dimsky made a weird yelp. Just how long have you been in the Law Realm that you've already started burglarizing the place? Are you going to steal the entire Law Realm next? The Law Realm was where the strongest fighting powers of the universe resided. The Mechs were astonished as they should be to hear that he had stolen Pinnacle from there. Xia Fei did not say anything else about this topic. He introduced and recommended Teddy, Yabli, and Wind Raja to Sophie's group, and everyone was once more shocked. Teddy and the other two had not imagined that Xia Fei would have such a powerful force in the Hidden Realm, and it was made entirely of loyal robots. Sophie did not see her father and became very disappointed. Xia Fei walked up to her, grabbed the piece of morphite that Phantom was possessing from her hand, and whispered, Radix has returned, but he's in a rather strange state. I'll explain it to you later. Sophie was startled, and then she excitedly nodded. The young and female body she was wearing now had more humanity to it, no longer seeming so cold. This was probably Phantom's work. Xia Fei made a round of introductions so that the three masters and little Goldie could familiarize themselves with the mechs. Xia Fei had reaped a rich harvest this time, and everyone was satisfied. Dimsky had been the Hidden Realm's only scientist, but now he had Teddy, Yabli, and the best research station in the universe. The Hidden Realm's research capabilities had undoubtedly received a huge boost. Even those tech companies in the Law Realm would probably have to concede defeat. Meanwhile, Warstar peppered Wind Raja with questions on how to strengthen mech warriors. Wind Raja was a professional when it came to producing equipment, so he naturally had a lot of authority when it came to how they could improve the defensive and offensive abilities of mech warriors. At time, a minor adjustment in alloy composition was all that was needed to make a mech warrior's body several dozen times stronger. With him around, the hundreds of millions of mech warriors were bound to get stronger. Everyone will have plenty of time to work together later. Let's return to base and celebrate, Xia Fei loudly said. Whoosh. The warship took everyone back to base. As the base needed to be ready to receive Xia Fei or Avril at any time, it was lavishly supplied and adapted for human habitation. Teddy and the others were full of praise when they saw the rooms that had been prepared for them. The mech race had arranged their food, clothes, and accommodations to exquisite detail, and they had everything they could ever want. Compared to lives in the cells on the research station, the Hidden Realm was paradise. They were all excited almost to a hysterical level. This sort of freedom and stability was exactly what they yearned for all these years. Xia Fei waved his hand, calling Sophie, Warstar, and Dimsky together. They then set off to Sophie's room together. He enigmatically took out that temporary base from his bosom and placed it on the table. He smiled as he began to walk out, saying, Someone wants to meet you three. He closed the door and lit a cigarette. Phantom curiously asked, Was Radix in that box? Xia Fei nodded. Phantom was stunned. How could Radix be in a box? Isn't he the king of the mechs? Xia Fei chuckled. Radix is actually an immortal soul. The mech was simply his body. It looks like there's hope for you. Radix is very knowledgeable when it comes to integrating a soul with a machine. I trust that it won't be long before you get a new body, and one without the problems of integration. Phantom was both confused and excited. At this moment, Xia Fei's spatial compass beeped. He looked down and saw that it was Xia Guanghai. All of Xia Fei's possessions were with Xia Guanghai. He was coming to give those items back as well as to convey the clan's next plans. Xia Fei welcomed Xia Guanghai atop a giant platform in the Steel City. The moment he saw him, Xia Guanghai pointed at him and said, I heard that you're someone who specializes in causing trouble, but I thought that you'd be more restrained since you got to the god race. But not only didn't you restrain yourself, you went even crazier. You stole Fig Corporation's trump card. Do you realize that the entire god race is in turmoil right now? Those guys at Fig are about to go crazy. Xia Fei pouted. What does it matter to me if they go crazy? With the mighty pinnacle right in front of me, wouldn't it be even crazier if I didn't steal it? Xia Fei was truly an unreasonable fellow, and Xia Guanghai heartily laughed. Hooking an arm across Xia Fei, Xia Guanghai sternly said, You really are the monster of the Skywing clan. Let's talk over here. I'm not just delivering your items this time. The undying old man told me to give you a mission, and you'll probably be busy soon. In the room, Xia Guanghai returned all of Xia Fei's possessions, as well as Furball. Furball immediately rushed up to Xia Fei and began licking his face, his attitude even clingier than before. Xia Guanghai bitterly smiled. Furball really listens only to you. 2 days, I tried to play with him, but then he went crazy. I almost got into a fight with him. Xia Fei smiled and gave Furball 2 grade 6 origin crystals as snacks. This fellow had a strange personality and would not yield to anyone else except Xia Fei. It was not even good enough that Xia Guanghai was on good terms with Xia Fei. When he got angry, he no longer distinguished between red and green or black and white. What orders does the Grand Ancestor have? Xia Fei asked. Xia Guanghai's expression immediately turned serious. The undying old man seems to have encountered a problem recently. Because of his stubborn insistence on seeking the truth of the cosmic gate, some people have started voicing their opposition to him in the Palace of Gods. Startled, Xia Fei swiftly asked, Is the situation serious? Xia Guanghai smiled. It's serious. Extremely serious. The old man flipped the table in the Palace of Gods, declaring that anyone who tries to stop him will be his sparring partner. It ended up silencing all of the Palace of Gods. Haha. I almost laughed to death after hearing about it. All those law gods were scared out of their mind by the old man alone. Xia Fei immediately relaxed. He felt a deep admiration for this grand ancestor that he had yet to meet. This old man was tyrannical to the extreme. Flipping the tables in the Palace of Gods, only a few people had the guts to do such a thing. Xia Guanghai paused before continuing. Our clan's old man is very formidable, so nobody dares to provoke him. But this doesn't mean that people won't try to hinder him from the shadows. In truth, the old man has a lot of responsibility resting upon his shoulders. The Hall of God Kings has tried several times to send our clan to the front line, but the old man has stopped it every time. This is also what led him to stand in opposition to the Hall of God Kings. Apparently, the Hall of God Kings' main faction is in favor of war with the demon race, but the stubborn opposition from the old man and several other law gods has prevented this proposal from going through. Otherwise, the 2 races would have started fighting ages ago. It's very strange. Our god race has the old man leading the anti-war faction, and the demon race also doesn't seem of one mind, with some clan leaders opposing war. The 2 Prak races appear calm on the surface, but in the background, things are about to reach an irreconcilable level. That old man from our clan has an extraordinary temper, and if he says he's not going to fight, then he's not going to fight. But Xia Fei, do you know what he's worried about? Xia Guanghai's brows furrowed as he asked. What? Friends becoming enemies. The moment the Hall of God Kings stops giving the old man face and pushes through the proposal to go to war, then our Skywing's days in the law realm will come to an end. The old man may have a tough personality, but his words carry enormous weight. He won't turn around no matter what, even if he's driven out of the god race. Xia Fei was stunned by what he was hearing. So is the Grand Ancestor intending to leave the god race? Xia Guanghai nodded. The old man hasn't said anything, but it's already possible to see the signs in the clan. That old man used to always grumble about how, despite cluelessly fighting against each other for so many years, the 2 sides weren't even able to decide an outcome, each side always choosing to stop the hostilities right at the crucial moment. He said that if they didn't give him a proper explanation this time, he would take his children and rebel. Xia Fei fell into deep thought. The Grand Ancestor had the right attitude. There was no point in fighting this sort of objectiveless war. Everyone understood that the cosmic gate was unstable, the inverse and the dark life forms becoming restless. Everyone could tell that no matter how the 2 supreme races fought, the most they did was add to their losses with no other result. Why were the upper echelons so insistent on fighting this kind of war? This did not make sense at all. The Skywing clan had always had a small population, and the Grand Ancestor had always cherished the clan's wings. Even if he had to rebel against the Law Realm, he did not wish to see his people thrown into this war without any sort of victory. The Grand Ancestor's voice probably isn't the prevailing thought in the Palace of Gods, yes? Xia Fei bitterly chuckled. Xia Guanghai nodded. Of course. In truth, everyone is already angry, but they fear the power of the Palace of Gods. There are probably few people like the old man who are willing to stand up in opposition. I'm guessing that the Palace of Gods has already made up its mind, and the majority of them are willing to go to war. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, "So what's this business the Grand Ancestor needs me for?" Xia Guanghai looked around and then whispered. The old man was investigating in the Palace of Gods when he inadvertently came upon this place called the Eye of the Cosmos. He wants you to go and take a look. In addition, he wants you to meet someone in his place. Xia Fei replied, "There's no problem with that, but what's this Eye of the Cosmos? And who does the venerable elder want me to meet?" Xia Guanghai shook his head and gave Xia Fei a sealed box. "Your answers are all here. Open it and take a look." Xia Fei put away the box and said, "I'll take a look when I get back." Xia Guanghai chuckled. "Here I thought you would open it and let me see. No wonder the old man sent you. You really are cautious." Xia Fei said nothing. The facts of the matter were clear. If the Grand Ancestor had wanted Xia Guanghai to know what was inside, he would not have sealed the box and simply given it to him. It was clear that the Grand Ancestor wanted Xia Fei to do this job alone. As he sent Xia Guanghai out of the Metal City, Xia Guanghai looked around and laughed. "I really didn't think that you'd be hiding such a huge trump card. Not bad. Not bad at all. Perhaps when our Skywings really do leave the Law Realm, we can stay at your place for a bit." Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing had sent over 2 coordinates. One was the location of the Eye of the Cosmos, and the other was where he was to meet the Grand Ancestor's friend. These seemed to be 2 secret missions, as the Grand Ancestor repeatedly emphasized that he should not use a spatial compass and should, instead, travel through dark space with little Goldie. Xia Fei's possession of this top-class demon chrysalis had probably played a role in the Grand Ancestor's decision to have him carry out the 2 missions. Xia Fei decided to waste no time getting moving. After all, these 2 coordinates were far away, and the journey itself would take some time. Xia Fei gathered everyone together to hold a closed-door meeting. In the conference room, Sophie, Warstar, and Dimsky were excited. Though he did not know what Radix had said, the 3 mech race leaders were all far more invigorated than before. The screen turned on, and a model of the Titan appeared. "This is a warship? So powerful. It seems like the work of a god. I've never seen such a fierce warship before," said Teddy in shock. Wind Raja and Yabli were also very excited. After all, the Titan was a peerless existence. Anyone who even glanced at it would be stunned by its domineering exterior. Xia Fei nodded. Pointing at the Titan model on the screen, he said, "This is truly an extremely powerful warship. It's called a Titan. Titan-class super warships have doomsday devices installed. Those can destroy all opposition, even obliterate the stars. They also possess incredible and watertight defenses. If a fleet made of super warships like this attacks, I'm confident that no one will be able to stop it." Xia Fei explained the Titan's abilities and functions, and Teddy and the others became even more excited, admiring the power of the Titan. After a pause, Xia Fei said, "The Titan class is the most important mission this base has. This warship is truly incredibly powerful, but right now, I don't actually want this sort of behemoth." Zing. Dimsky immediately stood up, seeming very angry. He had put a lot of effort into building the Titan. The entire mech race had even been working night and day for several years for this endeavor. But now, Xia Fei was saying that he did not want the Titan? Dimsky could not accept this. Xia Fei smiled and turned on another screen. A projection of Pinnacle's research station was displayed. Everyone was confused on why Xia Fei had shown 2 completely unrelated things. Titan super warships are very powerful, but these giant ships were designed a very long time ago. Since I have stolen the Law Realm's most advanced research station and the aid of these 3 top-class masters, I would be a fool if I continued clinging onto the old blueprint. Pinnacle's research station isn't just any space station. It contains the universe's most advanced technology. Everyone, think about it. What do you think would happen if we could fuse Pinnacle's technology with the Titan? Xia Fei scanned the crowd and waited for their answer. Enhance the Titan. Dimsky slapped his head and excitedly said, Correct. What I want is to enhance the Titan. We need to use Pinnacle's most advanced technology to rearm the Titan. Make it the strongest warship in the universe. Ensure that there is no other. Xia Fei loudly declared. This is a crazy universe, and to survive in this crazy universe, we must make the craziest warship, a warship that can completely overturn our enemies. Everyone grew excited at the prospect, and even Teddy's group, which had just arrived at the Hidden Realm, was infected by Xia Fei's words. They were scientists, after all, and building the universe's best warship would ensure that they had not lived in vain. As for what Xia Fei would do with these lethal weapons, they did not really care. A plan to enhance the Titans. It's an absolutely crazy idea, Dimsky muttered, his anger turning into delight. Xia Fei announced his Titan enhancement plan. With Pinnacle and the three masters, he was confident that this plan would be plausible. At the same time, in dark space, the three sons of the 10,000 Buddha radiance were undergoing an unexpected transformation. The three massive cocoons suspended in space had become abnormally silent. The demon chrysalis tamers kept guard around them, waiting for the cocoons to hatch. Look, one of the cocoons is hatching, someone shouted. All of the demon chrysalis tamers rushed over, excited looks on their faces. A crack had appeared on one of the cocoons, and as the demon chrysalis struggled, the crack grew larger and larger. Rumble! The first demon chrysalis obliterated its own cocoon in a violent fashion and charged out. It let out a strange howl, which caused all of dark space to tremble. Phew! Everyone gasped, their eyes transfixed. Dear God, what is that? The youngest of the demon chrysalis tamers put his hands on his head and fearfully shouted. In dark space, the three demon chrysalises began to emerge from their cocoons. The tamers standing guard in the area were all terrified, for these three demon chrysalises had experienced a fundamental change in their bodies after devouring the 10,000 Buddha radiance's body and forming cocoons. Their bodies had become much smaller, and they had three short pairs of wings growing from their backs. Their bodies were a glossy black, and there were long spikes growing out of their tails. However, these were not the most terrifying changes. It was those bloody eyes that brought the greatest shock. Originally, these three demon chrysalises had inherited the golden eyes of their father, allowing them to be distinguished from ordinary demon chrysalises easily. After all, they were the sons of the 10,000 Buddha radiance, and ordinary demon chrysalises normally kept their distance whenever they encountered them. Now, their eyes were red and exuded cold lights. Even their wails seemed more mournful. Grandfather, what are these things? Why do they look completely different now? Are these demon chrysalises or not? The young demon chrysalis tamer grabbed his grandfather's arm and asked in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear. The elder with prominent cheekbones spoke in an excited voice, his face twitching. As they ate the body of the 10,000 Buddha radiance and digested its rage, these demon chrysalises have gone from chrysalises to stingers. They have gone beyond the concept of demon chrysalises and have become demon stingers. Demon stingers? The youth muttered in shock. Yes, they're legendary demon stingers. Only when a 10,000 Buddha radiance dies in extreme rage will its anger remain in the body. This mental energy can be preserved for 72 hours. We came at just the right time. If it had been a little later, then even if they had eaten the 10,000 Buddha radiance's body, they would have only inherited his strength, not the power of his rage. Not only are the three demon stingers stronger than before, their belly are filled with rage. Comparing them to their past selves would be like comparing the heavens and earth. All the other demon chrysalis tamers were also listening to this elder as he spoke, and they grew excited. These three demon stingers were even stronger than the 10,000 Buddha radiance. The three demon stingers began to roar madly, and then they headed into the depths of dark space. Whoosh! Several demon chrysalis tamers wanted to go after the demon stingers. Traveling through dark space was difficult for sapient life forms, so they wanted to sit on the backs of the demon stingers as they had done before. All of you stop right there, the elder frantically shouted. They're no longer demon chrysalises, but demon stingers. Anyone who gets close to them will be destroyed. We can only follow them. Everyone was baffled, with someone asking, "Where are they going?" "To get revenge," the elder coldly said. "To avenge their father, the 10,000 Buddha radiants. Only after they get revenge will their eyes go back to gold, and will they begin to accept our commands again." Demon stingers are so powerful partially because of how they're mutated by the power of revenge. Even if their foe is at the other end of the universe, they won't give up. Let's just have the smaller demon chrysalises follow them. Everyone fearfully took a breath. The power of revenge was truly formidable. The demon stingers would chase their enemy even to the ends of the universe and then kill them. This was how fiercely the flames of vengeance burned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They had brought some small demon chrysalises with them, and so the tamers now rode them to follow the furious demon stingers into the depths of dark space. The hidden realm. Little Goldie was rather content with its life here. It could eat almost anything, and the mechs fed it worship remnants and scrap metal. It swallowed up a giant pile of metal about the size of the Himalayas, and then smiled as it happily chewed away. It had only been one day, but Little Goldie was already much larger than before. Xia Fei had finished all his arrangements, so he now got onto Little Goldie's back and mentally transferred the coordinates the Grand Ancestor had given him to Little Goldie. Demon chrysalises were truly incredible beings. With a single nod, Little Goldie immediately knew where to go. It had only been born 2 months ago, but it knew the most secretive places of dark space as if it were an old horse, as if a map of dark space had appeared in its head from the moment it was born. Xia Fei left behind the colorless celestial spirit and the Gemini in the hidden realm. The colorless celestial spirit was a formidable defensive barrier. Not only could it defend the hidden realm, Dim Sky and the others could research it and use it to enhance the Titan superwarship. The Gemini was considered the fastest ship in the universe. Xia Fei was hoping that the Titan would be able to travel 100 million light years in a second. The Gemini was divided into 2 ships, a small one and a large one. Xia Fei took the Gemini with him, storing it in his spatial ring that had a volume of 1 million cubic meters. As the Titan neared completion and the Law realm was beset by more and more chaos, the hidden realm was becoming more and more important. Xia Fei would make the universe's #1 fleet here. How could this do if they did not have the strongest defense? Fortunately, the hidden realm was not alone. With the addition of the 3 Masters and Pinnacles research station, the hidden realm finally reached the highest tier of research in the universe. Whoosh! Little Goldie opened up dark space and started its journey with Xia Fei on its back. The demon chrysalis's body was so huge that Xia Fei could even cultivate the law of speed if he wanted to. However, Radix recommended that he cultivate the Beast Spirit Codex first. Xia Fei felt that this was fine. He already had a foundation in the Beast Spirit Codex, and cultivating it was not difficult, so completing the cultivation of this codex a little earlier was a decent choice. 2 days later, Xia Fei felt his entire body relax as he broke into the second layer of the complete Beast Spirit Codex. Excellent. You are now at the intermediate layer of the Beast Spirit Codex. While it's only intermediate, you're now much stronger compared to when you only had the simplified version of the Beast Spirit Codex. I benefited a lot from your advancement this time, and the energy I absorbed is enough to keep me for over 20 days or so, Radix excitedly said. Ever since Xia Fei saved him from Pinnacle, Radix had become dependent on him. There was nothing to be done about this, as he needed the energy pulses produced whenever Xia Fei advanced to stay alive. Leaving Xia Fei would mean death. Also, there was no telling how long it would take until he finally repaired his damaged essence. Xia Fei took in a few deep breaths and then used ocular cognition. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xia Fei's eyes erupted with light, and his vision became extremely powerful. Even in the darkness of this space, he could still see very far. This really is the unabridged edition. It's completely different from the Beast Spirit Codex I learned before. Tell me, how did you realize that I needed to destroy before I could construct? Xia Fei excitedly asked. Radix seemed to hesitate for a bit before replying. There are some records in the databanks saying that if a life form wants to keep getting stronger, it will need to evolve constantly. As the systems of the past serve as bottlenecks, getting past the bottlenecks will require completely new systems. Let's use you as an example. While destroying the cultivation you had in the old Beast Spirit Codex might have caused you to lose the ability to control exotic beasts temporarily, The moment you started learning the new system, you discovered that, though your cultivation had been abandoned, the foundation was still there. This is why you were able to make amazing progress while cultivating the completed version of the Beast Spirit Codex. Xia Fei nodded. It felt like going from the old Beast Spirit Codex to the complete version was a qualitative leap, a little like upgrading a system's software. Suddenly, Xia Fei realized a problem and curiously asked, after destroying my cultivation of the old Beast Spirit Codex and cultivating the new one, I made huge leaps in progress, and the power is now several times greater. What if I got my hands on a completely new version of the Law of Space? Would it be the same? Radix seemed to consider this question for some time. You're overthinking it. The Law of Space is already the limit. How could there be a new version for you to cultivate? Unless what? Xia Fei anxiously asked. Unless you made your own law power, creating a new space on the foundation of the original law. I don't think you can do that at your level of cultivation, though. Xia Fei nodded, somewhat disappointed. The new version of the Beast Spirit Codex felt to Xia Fei like installing a new engine in his car. His past cultivation was like the chassis and the frame. As long as they were sturdy enough, if a new engine was installed, the car would certainly be able to travel much faster. Would it not be incredible if all of his laws could be updated in this way? As he was lost in his fantasies, little Goldie suddenly stopped and used its voice to tell Xia Fei that they had arrived. So soon, Xia Fei was taken aback. He had not expected that the journey from the hidden realm to the eye of the cosmos would take so little time. Only 2 days. Radix nonchalantly said, "It's impossible to understand the unique nature of dark space using common sense. The distance between the law realm and the hidden realm isn't too big, but little Goldie took 7 days of sprinting to make the trip. The hidden realm is clearly much farther from the eye of the cosmos, but little Goldie needed only 2 days. This is because dark space has many different paths, and as long as you pick the right path, you can swiftly reach your destination, no matter how far away it is. Little Goldie is still young, so it may not make the best choice of paths now, but as it gets older, it will eventually be able to choose paths more quickly and accurately." Xia Fei excitedly said, "Regardless, we're going to see the eye of the cosmos soon. I wonder what it's going to look like." Rumble. Little Goldie received Xia Fei's order and broke through space, emerging from dark space into conventional space. "Wow!" Xia Fei gasped, and Radix's eyes went wide. This was a very unique region of space. It was a silver river of stars, but the middle was completely emptied, as if someone had taken the bite out of the middle of a cake. From a distance, it appeared like there was a giant eye hanging in the middle of space. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. This region of space did not just have a unique appearance, but was also brimming with powerful energy pulses. This was not the first time Xia Fei had sensed these bizarre energy pulses, for this was the energy that had been contained in the arc fragment. It took Radix a few minutes to get a hold of himself. He sternly said, "I know what place this is." "What is it?" asked Xia Fei. "This was where the arc exploded," Radix said in agitation. "Look there. That giant hole in the stars was created by that immense explosion. Millions upon millions of years have passed, but this scar on the universe has still not healed." Xia Fei was startled, but he was also elated. If this was where the arc had exploded, then he might be able to find the remains of the arc here. Not only were these remains brimming with energy, they were also necessary pieces for finding the truth. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. The so-called eye of the cosmos was actually an empty region left behind when the arc exploded. And to his even greater delight, Radix, who had a major connection to the arc, had recovered some of his memories because of his return to this familiar place. This was simply far too important. Xia Fei had always wanted to find out what the connection was between the arc, the cosmic gate, the inverse, the dark life forms, and the law realm. The recovery of Radix's memories would be a huge boon to Xia Fei in this effort and help him clear up these complicated channels. Radix appeared to be in great pain as he pointed at the distant empty region. "It's over there." The arc produced a fiery explosion. An enormously powerful ship and everything in the surroundings were swept away by that explosion. Whoosh! Xia Fei reached the center of the eye of the cosmos in the blink of an eye. It was a dark and empty place. That cosmos-shaking explosion had destroyed everything in this region of space, leaving behind only little motes of dust. This dust contained the remnant matter of the ark, and though it could not be seen with the naked eye, it contained a considerable amount of energy. This kind of dust drifted throughout this region of space. Ugh! Radix covered his head and groaned. His projection in Xia Fei's brain region began to flicker, which made Xia Fei feel very uneasy, but he did not know what was happening. This is truly an inauspicious place. The mental state became unstable the moment I arrived. Radix focused his mind and muttered, "It's probably because you have many painful memories connected to this place. After all, the ark, which was so important to you, blew up here." Xia Fei soothed Radix. He then changed the topic and asked, "Since the ark passed through the cosmic gate and then exploded, doesn't that mean that the cosmic gate is close by?" Radix shook his head. The ark possessed unimaginable speed. I remember that this place is very far away from the cosmic gate, or else that explosion would have also affected it. That expert wouldn't have been able to seal the cosmic gate if he had been affected by the explosion, too. Xia Fei nodded. It was clear that the ark had possessed an absurd level of technology. The speed of this supership from beyond the cosmic gate was far greater than what ordinary people could imagine. Frowning, Xia Fei asked, "The particles floating around in this region contain energy. If only I could gather up all these particles, I'd be able to increase my level quickly and also store away energy." Radix was startled as he seemed to have thought of something. "That's not completely impossible. Don't you know the law of artificery? You can install the magnetic collector onto the Gemini's engine to gather the invisible metal particles in the vicinity. After which, you can refine them using the law of artificery, removing the impurities and leaving yourself with high-energy alloy." Radix proposed. Xia Fei thought it over. Then he slapped his thigh and delightedly said, "That's right. I know the law of artificery. Why didn't I think of that?" Radix replied, "While you have the cultivation, perhaps you should learn how to think like an artificer. In truth, you can't be blamed for this. After all, you've learned too much, but you're fundamentally a warrior first. When you encounter problems, you have a habit of thinking like a warrior." Xia Fei smiled and went to work. He had become rich after his trip to Fig Corporation. Not only had he stolen Fig's most important pinnacle, he had also used his massive amount of points to sweep through the catalogs. He had left most of the items back in the hidden realm for Dim Sky and the others to research, but he still had quite a few goods on him. The magnetic collector was soon installed on the end of the Gemini. Whoosh! The ship started up, and Xia Fei navigated the Gemini several times through the region. The metal ball at the end of the ship grew larger and larger as those metal particles scattered throughout space were gathered. Around 2 hours later, a giant sphere of metal floated in space. Even after many years, these remnants of the ark were still packed with energy. Xia Fei estimated that the energy contained within matched or exceeded that intact piece of the ark in the secluded springs. It's probably as much energy as that last time. Back then, not just me, even Furball managed to advance. "If only I could save up this energy for later use," Xia Fei said as he emerged from the Gemini and looked at the giant ball of metal. Radix replied, "There's little chance of being able to store this energy because you'll have to find a receptacle aside from that rainbow energy ball in your brain region to store this much energy. The energy pulses aren't very intense because of all the impurities mixed in, but once you purify this energy, it won't be so easy to control. Taking it away simply isn't possible." Xia Fei nodded. Since he could not take it with him, he would absorb it all. It was time to gather energy. Xia Fei cautiously began to use the law of artificery to remove the impurities in the metal ball, and it began to shrink, the energy within growing purer and purer. Whoosh! That pleasantly pure energy surged into his body, and the rainbow energy ball began to release a dazzling light. "There's a lot of energy, enough for me to get past the Lost Sage heavenly threshold," Xia Fei excitedly thought. Energy was the foundation of everything, and with all his energy, Xia Fei naturally exceeded ordinary people when it came to cultivation. The eye of the cosmos was too open, making it unsuitable for cultivation. Xia Fei planned to find a safe spot once he had gathered all the energy so that he could devote all his attention to cultivation. Furball was also benefiting enormously. He had been very sullen lately. First, Xia Fei left him with Xia Guanghai while he went off to Pinnacle alone, leaving Furball feeling very frustrated. After that, When he returned to Xia Fei's side, he saw little Goldie. Furball had already been competing with Peacock Blue for the position of Xia Fei's #1 helper. Now, little Goldie had joined in the fray. Furball felt a heavy pressure. He could tell from little Goldie's giant body that it was no pushover, and its power was certain to be comparable to his and Peacock Blue's. Furball was very cunning. While he enjoyed the energy Xia Fei was transferring to him, he occasionally shot glances at little Goldie. It was as if he was saying, "Take a good look. Master still likes me the best. I'm the only one who can share this pure energy with the Master." Furball's looks made Xia Fei's eyes brighten. Little Goldie and Furball were both big eaters. If Furball liked this energy, perhaps little Goldie would like it as well. Xia Fei called little Goldie to his side and placed his left hand on its head, slowly transferring a small portion of the energy. Little Goldie was startled, and it then became delightfully thrilled, quickly absorbing the energy Xia Fei was sending it with much gusto. Furball was rendered speechless. He jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulder and began to nuzzle his face with his soft and furry body, tickling Xia Fei's face. All right. There's plenty of energy to go around. Everyone can get a share." Xia Fei heartily laughed. Xia Fei had been working hard all this time, but Peacock Blue, Furball, and little Goldie had also been of great assistance to him. These crazy and powerful allies were his treasures, and he wanted no more than for them to get stronger and stronger. Thus, Xia Fei was not stingy to them, sharing large amounts of energy with little Goldie and Furball. Radix pursed his lips and softly said, "Furball and little Goldie have big appetites. It's a good thing you're rather well off. Any other master would have already been eaten into the poorhouse by them." Xia Fei smiled. "You can't say that. I wouldn't have survived to this day without Furball, and I wouldn't have been able to steal Pinnacle without little Goldie. How much is my life worth, and how much is Pinnacle worth? It may seem expensive to feed them all this energy, but once they're stronger, they can help me steal even more priceless treasures like Pinnacle. Do you think that I'm making a profit or a loss?" Radix nodded. Furball and little Goldie were very loyal, so them getting stronger would only benefit Xia Fei. It was just that Xia Fei was talking so often about stealing, he was basically a bandit. Whenever he saw something good, he would think about how he could get it for himself. The Eye of the Cosmos provided a sumptuous feast for Xia Fei, Furball, and little Goldie, and everyone was left feeling satisfied. Furball and little Goldie seemed to be competing on who could eat the most, the two chowing down like wolves, much to the amusement of Xia Fei and Radix. It was a warm and adorable sight, which was rare to see. Xia Fei felt like he had gathered with his allies around a campfire to make merry. Suddenly, space shifted. A hole was torn through the dark fabric of space, and a horde of dark life forms surged out. All was chaos, the sight of countless enemies with bared teeth and flailing claws causing one's blood to freeze. Zing! Xia Fei stood up and looked into the distance. Little Goldie, Peacock Blue, and Furball immediately entered their combat states. Surprisingly, this large pack of dark life forms did not come in Xia Fei's direction. Instead, they headed in the opposite direction. They appeared to be chasing something. Xia Fei frowned. "This isn't right. We're right here, but those dark life forms don't even look our way. Something is very wrong." Radix was startled and sternly asked, "What do you plan to do?" Xia Fei replied, "Never let enemies succeed. If they want something, we destroy it. Follow me." Whoosh! Xia Fei explosively accelerated, moving toward that horde of dark life forms at 1,000,000 meters per second. Furball and little Goldie followed him as they brimmed with power and majesty. Furball was a holy beast, so there was no need to mention his majesty. Little Goldie was a mutated demon chrysalis, and it exuded the glory of a king. Together with Xia Fei and his fiendish energy, they created a team that no one could underestimate. As they got closer and closer, Xia Fei was finally able to make out that the dark life forms were chasing a flashing light. The light was too brilliant for Xia Fei to see what was inside it, but he understood that if his enemies wanted something, he could not let them have it. "Furball, attack from a distance," Xia Fei loudly ordered. As he spoke, a flabbergasting scene took place. Furball suddenly shot off to the side like a punctured balloon, moving even faster than Xia Fei. In the blink of an eye, holy beast Furball streaked off like a comet into the darkness of the universe, vanishing without a trace. Furball had seemingly gone crazy. He had rushed off to the side, moving so quickly that even Xia Fei could not catch up. Furball! Xia Fei shouted. Alas, it was as if Furball could not hear him. With a whoosh dash, he disappeared into the darkness of space. Xia Fei was dumbstruck. Little Goldie dumbly stared in the direction that Furball had disappeared, and Radix's jaw dropped. Nobody understood why Furball had suddenly and so freely left at this crucial moment of the battle, leaving without saying a word. At this moment, Xia Fei was very close to the dark life forms, and one part of this monstrous horde had split off to stop Xia Fei while the other part continued to pursue that mysterious light. Xia Fei began to get very worried. He really wanted to see what had happened to Furball, but the situation did not permit him to. This was because a dense mass of dark life forms, more than 30,000 of them in fact, had surrounded Little Goldie. Xia Fei had an outstanding speed and could easily throw off the enemy pursuit, but Little Goldie could not. It was a demon chrysalis, the king of dark space, but once it went from dark space to conventional space, its power would be greatly reduced. Peacock Blue! Xia Fei roared, and the weed shot through space. Using its 6 long blades of grass, it swept through these pitch-black monsters. Whoosh! The blood crystal got to work. Under the control of the Bloodscale Wisdom Tail, the fiendish knife became like some fanged beast, slaughtering its way into the enemy formation. Wherever it went, the dark life forms would be drained until only dregs remained. This was Xia Fei's first time using the Bloodscale Wisdom Tail to control the blood crystal, and he realized that when the blood crystal began to fly, its power was much greater than before. The Bloodscale Wisdom Tail could be considered miraculous. Not only could it allow the blood crystal to fly far away from Xia Fei, he could even feel that the dagger was in his hand. It moved quickly, the control was flexible, and the attack range was practically endless. If Xia Fei could set his sights on something, then the blood crystal could attack it. Hing! Little Goldie panicked, as numerous dark life forms were crawling on its back and biting it. The demon chrysalis had a massive body, and these dark life forms were like ants crawling all over it. Although they could not hurt Little Goldie, their constant gnawing left Little Goldie extremely frustrated. After all, it was only a child barely 2 months old. Little Goldie lacked Xia Fei's composure and cool-headedness. It shook its body in an attempt to throw the enemies off. Alas, the effect was minimal. Rumble! Xia Fei suddenly accelerated, instantly getting onto Little Goldie's back and using Peacock Blue to wipe out all these foes. The blood crystal was the vanguard, taking the front, while Xia Fei and Peacock Blue were the street sweepers, removing any force left behind. These dark life forms were clearly no match for Xia Fei. The most they could do was annoy Little Goldie. The over 30,000 dark life forms were soon wiped out, allowing Little Goldie to breathe in relief. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Furball and the mysterious light had gone off in 2 completely different directions. If Xia Fei wanted to find Furball, he would have to give up on the pursuit of the golden light. What should he do? Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei decided to go and find Furball. No matter what that mysterious light was, it could not compare to Furball, for Furball was not just Xia Fei's personal exotic beast. He was also his friend. Never abandon and never give up. The Skywing clan's creed was branded deeply into Xia Fei's mind. Suddenly, just as Xia Fei was about to turn around and accelerate, massive ripples pulsed through the fabric of space, sweeping through the river of stars, and then a mournful howl could be heard. The river of stars was thrown into turmoil, and then it shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures suddenly emerged, completely surrounding Xia Fei. Xia Fei looked at these foes and found them to be 3 earthworm-like monsters. Although they were not as big as the giant toad that Xia Fei had seen before, their dense scale armor and the dark red horn on the heads at each end of their body indicated that these were 3 dark life forms of rather high rank. Each end of their long bodies had a head with saw-like teeth. It appeared that they had not expected to run into Xia Fei here. The 3 strange earthworms froze for a moment, and then they rushed forward with a grunt. Their bodies bent into U-shapes, their heads taking the fore, their mouths opening as if they were readying some powerful long-range attack. Dodge! Xia Fei predicted that something would come out of their mouths, so he shouted and pushed Little Goldie with all his strength. Little Goldie was young, but not stupid. It knew that Xia Fei was worried that the enemy attack would be harmful and he wanted it to create some distance, so it hastily rushed forward. With this single evasive maneuver, it traveled several hundred kilometers. Whoosh! As little Goldie dodged, the enemy attack arrived. 6 black balls of energy like giant planets appeared. When they were still very far away from Xia Fei and little Goldie, they suddenly constricted as if they had been flattened. A second later, the 6 balls of energy exploded. Rumble! Innumerable smaller black balls erupted from the explosion, each with a diameter of 5 meters, shooting off in every direction. Xia Fei's first reaction was not to retreat, but to charge forward instead. It was clear that these black energy balls were the same as the corrosive attacks of the giant toad. If Xia Fei fell back and allowed the explosion to expand endlessly, they would eventually injure little Goldie behind him. Little Goldie's body was just too big, and it would find it too difficult to avoid such a wide area attack. Xia Fei's only option was to get close enough so he could stop part of the explosion, creating a fan-shaped area big enough for little Goldie to avoid the attack. Peacock Blue completely unfurled. It became like a giant green umbrella, covered with countless white flowers and as flat as a mirror. Rumble! It was an explosion that shook the very cosmos, the black energy balls battering Peacock Blue in a deluge. Xia Fei used all of his power to hold out bitterly against this furious salvo. Gritting his teeth, he put all his strength into his arms as he held up the Peacock Blue shield while using his body as a supporting pillar. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Xia Fei continued to hold on, as did Peacock Blue. After integrating with the unparting pine, Peacock Blue was almost invincible. Its toughness had reached an absurd level. Even though those dark balls had an extremely powerful corrosive power, it was still impossible to break through Peacock Blue's defenses. Whoosh! The blood crystal sinisterly drew a curve through space as it approached the 3 dark life forms from an angle. The red light suddenly accelerated, becoming a lightning bolt that stabbed into their flanks. The blood crystal was not very large, and in the universe, it was like a needle in the ocean, but this needle could devour all life in the sea. That dark life form on the side clearly did not notice the blood crystal suddenly accelerating, so the blood crystal was able to stab right into its body. Plush! Its life was rapidly drained. The earthworm-like monster began to shrivel. Its body had started the size of a half a moon, but in the blink of an eye, it had shrunk to less than half of that. Rumble! The dark life form squealed, and its body split apart. This was not just a body dividing into 2, but rather into millions of pieces. Like dust scattered in the air, it formed a fog in the middle of space. In this way, the blood crystal had nowhere to go. After all, it was just one knife. It could not possibly deal with hundreds of millions of enemies. It was not just this heavily injured dark life form that did this. The other 2 divided their bodies out of caution. Once they had divided, they swiftly merged together and became like a tornado, circling around Xia Fei and little Goldie. They were like a school of sardines, and when the little sardines came together, they could truly form a creature of mammoth proportions. However, a school of sardines would only consist of tens of millions of fish, but these 3 dark life forms had divided into billions of fish. Oh no, these dark life forms can divide themselves. You can only deal with this many enemies by using a wide area attack. Radix said in shock. Xia Fei knew that law attacks were very ineffective against dark life forms. While the blood crystal and Peacock Blue would work, how could they deal with so many enemies at once? Fortunately, after dividing themselves, the dark life forms had seemingly lost the ability to attack in return for the ability to survive, but Xia Fei was still very worried. Rather than being watched by enemies he could not kill, it would be much better to fight. The dark life forms were very cunning. They seemingly knew that their monoforms were no match for Xia Fei, so they had decided to split up into giant schools of fish. While swimming around, they would seek a chance to come back together and beat down Xia Fei before splitting up again. Xia Fei was forced into a rather passive position. Things would be better if he had Furball, for his wide-area energy attacks could destroy tens of thousands of these life forms with a single blow. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and began to fall back while protecting little Goldie. Little Goldie used its 2 eyes to shoot golden flames in an attempt to destroy the enemy pack. Alas, These dark life forms did not fear this kind of attack. Little Goldie's seemingly fierce offensive did barely anything at all. Suddenly, Xia Fei stopped and solemnly looked to his right. Not good. Another enemy. The 3 demon stingers appeared, flapping their short wings. Xia Fei was stunned, as were the 3 dark life forms. What were these 3 beings? The eyes would become particularly red upon meeting enemies. The 3 demon stingers had not only inherited the 10,000 Buddha Radiance's power, but also its endless loathing for Xia Fei. Having taken Xia Fei for their mortal foe, they would never rest until he was dead. Hing. The 3 demon stingers ignored the sinister dark life forms and charged right at Xia Fei. The demon stingers did not seem to care about these dark life forms. All they wanted were the lives of Xia Fei and Little Goldie. In this way, Xia Fei and Little Goldie were being attacked from 2 sides. His eyes radiating cold light, Xia Fei flourished peacock blue and the blood crystal as he prepared to fight. The dark life forms watching from the distance would not let such a good opportunity pass. They swiftly came together, forming 5 of those strange monsters. Each of these 3 dark life forms had 2 heads, and it turned out that the blood crystal had only killed one of them. The dark life forms still had 5 heads. Just like before, the dark life forms unleashed energy balls that could not hurt Xia Fei, but were lethal to Little Goldie. Xia Fei was startled and hastily turned around to block the attack with peacock blue. At this moment, the 3 demon stingers crazily lunged forward. Behind you, Radix urgently called. Whoosh. Little Goldie suddenly charged forward, going into battle with the 3 demon stingers. The demon chrysalis faced these 3 demon stingers alone, while Xia Fei faced the 3 dark life forms by himself. This was a tough battle. These dark life forms had the ability to divide their bodies, leaving Xia Fei with nowhere to attack. If this were a single and whole dark life form, Xia Fei would already kill it 1,000 times. The problem was that the enemy was constantly changing. Boom. The blood crystal rushed over, and the 5-headed dark life form instantly broke back up into countless little balls. The blood crystal missed and flew straight through, unable to take the life of the dark life form. This guy is too cunning. It's drawing your attention so that you can't help Little Goldie. Once Little Goldie loses, you'll be surrounded, said Radix urgently. Xia Fei naturally understood the situation on the battlefield. Little Goldie was holding off the 3 mutated demon stingers alone. These fellows were smaller than Little Goldie, but they were abnormally coordinated and far more savage than the average demon chrysalis. Those red eyes made it seem like they had gone crazy. Little Goldie showed no fear against the attacks of the demon stingers, and it had also made good use of the arc energy Xia Fei had given it. It exploited its massive body to make overwhelming attacks. Anything struck by Little Goldie's planet-sized body would be sent flying off very far. However, the 3 demon stingers were unwilling to concede. The hatred in their chests served as mental energy. They were clearly more durable than Little Goldie. Thus, they hovered around Little Goldie, charging up and attacking him whenever they had a chance. As the saying went, 2 fists find it hard to overcome 4 hands. Little Goldie had outstanding reverse genes and was a true king of demon chrysalises, but it was helpless against its more numerous foes, and Little Goldie gradually began to panic and fall into the enemy's tempo. Xia Fei was aware that the most frightening thing for a warrior was to fall into the enemy tempo. The young Little Goldie still did not know this. After charging around, it soon became clear that it was getting tired. If this battle continued, the situation would soon become dire. Xia Fei coldly laughed. In these few minutes, his brain had been thinking, and he now had the answer. The next step was to break out of this encirclement. 19 realm wind wheels. Rumble. Xia Fei thrust out his arms, and 19 frightening spatial fissures appeared in the sea of stars. Each one was in the form of an arc and had a diameter of 5 kilometers. This was one of the strongest law of space combat techniques Xia Fei knew, and it was part of the true inheritance of the Atlanteans. Every time it was used, it would consume an enormous amount of energy, but it was not as simple as just a particularly strong technique. It obliterated everything in its path. The enemy he was dealing with was no ordinary warrior, but a dark life form. Even the strongest law technique would be much weaker when encountering a dark life form. Even if Xia Fei unleashed his strongest attack, it was not guaranteed to wipe out the enemy completely. Why did he persist then? The 19 giant spatial fissures suddenly split apart, taking the form of a giant net that enclosed the numerous fragments of the dark life form. Following which, the fissures began to push toward the center. The 19 realm wind wheels possessed astonishing power and were a wide AoE attack. The dark life form naturally was unwilling to take the attack like this, so it hurriedly condensed back together. But this was exactly what Xia Fei wanted. He wanted to squeeze his scattered foe into a fixed space so that he could execute the second step of his plan, release the restless energy in his seventh brain region, and use this energy to drive the law of primal chaos. To create a superstorm guided by the law of primal chaos. Normal law powers may be unable to do anything to a dark life form, but Xia Fei's law of primal chaos had never been ordinary. It was a power that could subvert everything, turning black to white and the living to the dead. Whoosh! In a flash, the dark life form's body began to congregate like bees returning to their hive, buzzing and humming as they were squeezed into a small space. Although they had not returned to their complete form yet, this density was enough for Xia Fei. Law of primal chaos, Xia Fei shouted, his eyes erupting with killing intent. The rainbow energy ball was just about to activate his powerful law of primal chaos, fusing his 2 trump cards into a frenzied tsunami that was certain to annihilate everything in its path, when something completely unexpected happened. There was a silver streak in space, like a lightning bolt coming out of the blue. It struck the congregating dark life form. There was a white explosion of light, like 10,000 lightning bolts crashing down in unison. It was simply impossible to describe this stunning scene. The silver lightning bolt seemed capable of hacking a sun into 9,999 pieces. Rumble. The giant lightning bolt wrapped around the dark life form. Using its innate ability, it instantly vaporized the monster. Xia Fei was stunned and hurriedly turned his head, wanting to who had preempted his trump card to kill this dark life form first. It was simply astonishing timing. Just when Xia Fei gathered up the dark life form in one place, that silver lightning bolt cracked down. This was clearly intentional. A whoa! A frightening howl came from the distance, the sound wave almost throwing the stars into turmoil. A silver ball of gigantic proportions charged out, and with those cunning little eyes, it could only be Furball. You actually advanced again, shouted Xia Fei excitedly, his eyes flashing. Exotic beasts protected their masters. Naturally, Furball had not abandoned Xia Fei, nor would he ever. After absorbing too much energy, Furball was finally on the brink of promotion. After completing his evolution in the distant sea of stars, he rushed back. He had been the perpetrator of that attack, getting ahead of Xia Fei to destroy the dark life forms. Heavens! Furball is massive now. He's now in existence on par with Little Goldie, said Radix excitedly. The approaching Furball was now the size of a moon. In the past, Xia Fei had always complained about how Furball would never get any larger, but now that this guy had grown up, he experienced a crazy growth spurt. He had left the size of a palm and had come back the size of a moon. No wonder Furball got away from us to evolve. This seems to be a very crucial evolution, granting him a crazy appearance. Radix crowed. At the crucial moment, Furball had broken into level 6, becoming a moon-sized holy beast. The tables were instantly turned. Xia Fei stood in the center, his eyes cold and aloof, and at his side were 2 moons, 1 gold and 1 silver. The 3 demon stingers stood on the other side, howling and not daring to attack. The difference in strength between both sides was far too great. Putting aside Xia Fei, those demon stingers might not even be able to deal with Holy Beast Shatterstar and Little Goldie, the king of demon chrysalises. It must be understood that Furball and Little Goldie were both the size of moon. 1 gold and 1 silver. They were like the mythical generals of the Shang dynasty, Hung and Ha, their bodies exuding majesty. I don't know what you are, but regardless, you will all die today. Xia Fei waved his hand and declared. Awo, Hing. Furball and Little Goldie howled, their voices so frightening they distorted the fabric of space. 1 second later, Xia Fei, Furball, and Little Goldie charged out together like 3 swords. The tips of their blades were pointed straight at the 3 demon stingers. Plush! Xia Fei flicked his wrist, taking back the blood crystal, the energy of the last demon stinger having been devoured. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei's party had slain the demon stingers as easily as chopping melons. It was not because they had been weak, but rather Xia Fei's party had just been too strong. Furball and Little Goldie were both much larger than the demon stingers, and one bite from Furball was enough to take off half the head of a demon stinger. With the now flight-capable blood crystal, peacock blue that had integrated for mystical armaments, and the crazy Xia Fei, how could the three demon stingers possibly contend against such a powerful force? Moreover, for Furball, breaking into level 6 had not just increased his body size, but also made his attacks much more powerful. Right now, the attacks Furball released were like lightning bolts, capable of striking from very long distances with essentially the same power as the Shatterstar strike. This was how powerful Furball was right now. Have you seen life forms like this before? Xia Fei pointed at the three demon stingers and asked. Radix shook his head and softly said, I don't recall any data files bringing up this sort of thing before. In terms of aura, they're very much like demon chrysalises, but they don't look like demon chrysalises at all. These are probably mutants, or perhaps new demon chrysalises that the demon race have bred recently. Xia Fei said nothing, reaching out a hand to pet Furball. Xia Fei was delighted by Furball's evolution this time. After waiting for so long, he had finally arrived at the day where Furball was all grown up. However, to his surprise, his hand hit nothing but empty space. When he turned to look, his face instantly turned gloomy. In the blink of an eye, Furball had once more returned to his original size of a little ball. Zing! He jumped into Xia Fei's chest, first using his furry body to nuzzle Xia Fei, and then falling straight asleep. He looked absolutely adorable, but it seemed like the evolution and the battle had left him very tired. Xia Fei was utterly speechless. Furball had finally grown big like he wanted, but it had only been for a few minutes. This guy had once more returned to his original form, no different from before his evolution. How did you manage to do it? How did you shrink again? Xia Fei grabbed Furball and angrily asked. Radix spoke. It's all because of his dual nature. Holy beasts have always been unfathomable beings. Isn't Furball perfectly fine as he is? In battle, he can become a massive creature, and once the battle is over, he becomes a little ball that you can take wherever you want while also saving energy. This kid has a very sharp mind. Xia Fei shook his head. I hope it's as you say. It would be terrible if Furball couldn't return to that form. Turning around, Xia Fei used ocular cognition to peer into the distance. Those dark life forms are still chasing that mysterious light. There must be something going on. Forget about this business for now. Let's go after those dark life forms and see what's going on, Xia Fei sternly said. Zing! Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and then explosively accelerated. Traveling at 1,000,000 meters per second, he went off in pursuit of the dark life forms, Little Goldie bellowing as it followed. The Adusa clan's demon chrysalis tamers were all gobsmacked. They were much slower than the demon stingers, so they had arrived just in time to see the three shriveled corpses and Xia Fei and Little Goldie traveling into the distance. Heavens! The three demon stingers are all dead. How's that possible? It must be the work of that golden demon chrysalis over there. But what species is it? Why is it completely gold? As the demon chrysalis tamers discussed what had happened, they could not help but nastily grimace. The loss of the 10,000 Buddha radiance was already bad enough, and now, Xia Fei had even killed its sons. The Adusa clan had suffered a heavy blow this time. However, the elder leading this team had an extremely excited look on his face as he stared at Little Goldie. As the leader of the demon chrysalis team, he was not sad at all about the death of the three demon stingers. Rather, he was even more concerned with Little Goldie. Elder Ifa, should we pursue them? Asked one of the demon chrysalis tamers through gritted teeth. In the space of one night, the Adusa clan had had its pride, the 10,000 Buddha radiance, slain by Xia Fei, and then its three sons had also died gruesome deaths at Xia Fei's hands. This was like dropping straight from heaven to hell. Without these prized chrysalises, the Adusa clan's foundation was badly wounded. It was among the three great clans of the demon race, on par with the Carries and the Dark Pearls, but now, it would probably be the weakest of the three. The Adusa demon chrysalis tamers were indignant. They wanted no more than to flay Xia Fei and Little Goldie alive. However, that elder, Law Sage Ifa, appeared not to hear what his subordinates were saying. His eyes erupted with bright lights, staring so hard at little Goldie that his eyeballs almost fell out. Pursue? Of course, we're pursuing them, but we can't act rashly and alert the enemy, Ifa sternly said. He picked out 3 people from his team and softly said, "The 3 of you have the best stealth capabilities. Right now, I need you to keep a close eye on that golden demon chrysalis. Even if it goes into the depths of hell, you must follow it." He solemnly swept his eyes over the 3 and added, "Remember, you can only watch it from a distance. The farther the better. You can't be discovered. Everyone else, return with me." Everyone was startled. While these demon chrysalis tamers were not standard warriors, they were still rather strong. After all, anyone who could hang around with demon chrysalises had some skill. Why was Ifa having the team go back then? Was he giving up on the enemy? Be at ease. We're all warriors who changed professions to demon chrysalis tamers, and we've all practiced the law of covert evasion. As long as we don't reveal ourselves, that golden demon chrysalis will never be able to escape our sight. One of the selected demon chrysalis tamers sternly said. Ifa chuckled, a sinister smile appearing on his face. "That's precisely why I had you carry out this mission. Remember to report to me every hour." Whoosh! After saying all this, Ifa led the demon chrysalis tamers back to base, not even looking back. "Destroy those guys," shouted Xia Fei as he finally caught up. "Furball, let me see if that 6th form of yours is really that impressive." Xia Fei was still unsure about Furball's 6th form. It was not too long ago that Furball had become enormous and used a universe-shaking lightning bolt to exterminate that dark life form, displaying a peerless combat strength. However, after that battle, Furball returned to normal, becoming a little ball that rushed into Xia Fei's chest and fell asleep, appearing not to have changed at all. Thus, Xia Fei wanted to once more see Furball's frenzied attack and confirm just how strong he had become. Unexpectedly, Furball defied the order, not even raising his eyes and continuing to snore in Xia Fei's chest. He seemed to be saying, "Master, it's just a pack of puny low-level dark life forms. Why do I, Furball, need to do anything?" Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and was about to unleash his rage when Radix said, "Furball seems to be very tired. You also saw that lightning bolt. It must have required an immense amount of energy. Let him keep resting. In any case, it's certain that Furball has entered his 6th form. No one can change that." Xia Fei nodded and said nothing more. Furball truly did seem very tired. After rushing off into the distance like a madman and then successfully promoting, he rushed back and unleashed a thunderous blow. The entire process was certain to have taken a significant amount of energy. Holy beasts were truly odd existences. Furball was now avoiding Xia Fei when he promoted. Was it because he did not want Xia Fei to see the savage appearance he had when promoting? This piqued Xia Fei's curiosity. What did Furball look like while promoting? Was it like a little ball explosively inflating, or did he turn into some sort of monster? In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei had caught up to the pack of dark life forms, and Peacock Blue and the Blood Crystal were unleashed. Like a powerful bulldozer, Xia Fei plowed through the tens of thousands of dark life forms, obliterating these weak monsters. Whoosh! Xia Fei and little Goldie continued to accelerate forward. In front of him, that blurry point of light did not stop just because Xia Fei killed the dark life forms. On the contrary, it accelerated, as if it knew that Xia Fei was far more frightening than the dark life forms. Ocular cognition, Xia Fei yelled, his eyes exploding with white lights. Through ocular cognition, he wanted to see what was running away. Whoosh! All Xia Fei was a white and indistinct ball, but he still could not tell what was inside. Strange. That thing's body seems ethereal, not corporeal, Xia Fei muttered as his brows furrowed. Radix said, "As we get closer, I am able to sense a familiar energy fluctuations. It's as if I have interacted with this mysterious little light before, but I can't remember." Curses! Xia Fei was startled. Radix found this light familiar? This made it even more imperative that he not let it escape. Whoosh! That mysterious light suddenly began to descend. This place was far from the eye of the cosmos, and fragmented asteroids and shattered planets gradually appeared. This area was no longer as desolate. The light soon cunningly hid itself in the remnants of an exploded planet, and Xia Fei quickly followed. his feet hitting the ground. Xia Fei curiously raised his head and looked around. That mysterious light had vanished somewhere in this place, which showed signs that a sapient life form had lived here. A head had been carved into a large cliff face, cold and craggy. The sculptors seemingly wanted to display the heroic aura of the subject, but as they lacked the skill, the head instead seemed fiendish, brimming with brutality. Xia Fei frowned. This was clearly a deserted region of space, so this random stone head could not help but make one's imagination run wild. Moreover, this head, which had seemingly been sculpted a long time ago, was rather old. He looked around. That mysterious light had disappeared here, but he did not know where it was hiding. There's a tunnel here. Xia Fei noticed that there was something strange about the stone head's chin. He walked over. Peacock blue extended from his right hand and delved into the rock. Xia Fei suddenly pulled on his arm. Get out here. A giant stone, which had to weigh 1,000 tons, was pulled out and flung into the stars. Beneath that giant stone was a hidden tunnel, about 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall. Weird. This tunnel wasn't artificially made. So why was it artificially sealed? Radix muttered. Xia Fei sternly said, It's very simple. We'll find out once we go inside. Several minutes later, Xia Fei stood in a cave overflowing with spirituality. Above him was milky white stone, and the walls around him were all smooth as a mirror, as if they had been chiseled out. There was nothing else besides these. Xia Fei exhaled. He knew that this cave had originally been extremely cramped, but someone had unleashed an immense power to widen this cave to several hundred times its original size. Perhaps it was the energy storm released when one was promoted, or perhaps it was the work of some mystical armament. Xia Fei did not know. What he did know was that only a super expert was capable of turning an ordinary natural tunnel into this. These smooth walls looked like they had been worked by a scalpel, cut open with a single slice. When it came to spirits, Xia Fei felt this way because he had sensed abnormal pulses in this cave. Though he did not know what it was, Xia Fei felt like they were similar to soul ripples, akin to the immortal souls of Radix and Phantom. Suddenly, Radix had said nothing this entire time, his hands holding his head. Suddenly, he began to shudder, seemingly in great pain. What's wrong? Xia Fei hastily asked. Memories. Radix grunted. My memories are starting to get mixed up. This place feels extremely familiar to me. Xia Fei was startled and nervously watched Radix. This place was not too far from the Eye of the Cosmos, and the Eye of the Cosmos and the Ark were closely linked. Perhaps this cave, which had been hollowed out, was also connected. The Adusa clan, the Great Hall. Law God Murata's proud form paced back and forth as he pondered some questions. Next to him was the overseer of the clan's demon chrysalis group, Ifa. You're saying that the golden demon chrysalis may be the legendary king of kings, the super mutant of demon chrysalises, the supreme golden Buddha? Murata sternly asked. Ifa nodded, his expression excited. I don't dare to be certain, but what else could a powerful golden demon chrysalis be except the supreme golden Buddha? Our demon race has been raising demon chrysalises ever since we first discovered them, but in all those countless years, a golden demon chrysalis has only appeared once. It's called the Supreme Golden Buddha, a demon chrysalis even more powerful than the 10,000 Buddha radiance, the king of chrysalis kings. Alas, that legendary Supreme Golden Buddha died after only 1 week, but in that week, it single-handedly defeated 10,000 Buddha radiances. Its combat prowess was simply unparalleled. If that strange golden demon chrysalis is really the Supreme Golden Buddha, and if we get our hands on it. Ifa's eyes flashed as he intentionally paused. Murata was astonished as he picked up where Ifa had left off. If we can get the Supreme Golden Buddha, not only can we recover our losses from the death of the 10,000 Buddha radiance, we may even be able to push into the first class of demon race clans at last, becoming on par with the Lionhearts and Skyfalcons. Murata was very agitated. The Adusas were not a true first-class clan. Their clan was able to be in the first class because the Adusas, Carries, and Dark Pearls were incredibly close. Only when these 3 clans combined their strength could they barely squeeze into the first class. As for Oro's Lionheart clan, it was truly top-notch. Moreover, though it was only a single species, it was bigger than the Adusas, Carries, and Dark Pearls altogether. It was precisely because the Aduces knew that they were not a real first-class clan that they had always been working hard to try and enter that higher circle rather than barely squeezing their way into the Palace of Demons by working with the other two clans. Law God Mirata suddenly began to laugh. Assemble the clan's guards. I want to take a personal look at this bizarre golden demon chrysalis you speak of. Law God Mirata heartily laughed, saying, Assemble the clan's guards. I want to take a personal look at this bizarre golden demon chrysalis you speak of. Demon chrysalis tamer Aoife was startled, asking with a frown, Shouldn't we inform the patriarch? Mobilizing the clan's guards without permission is a great taboo. Murata's face turned dark, and he asked in a sinister tone, The patriarch? Again with the patriarch. Do my words hold no weight around here? Zing. Aoife immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly shook his head to deny this. Everyone in the clan knew that, while Mirata had a law god's cultivation, he lacked a law god's composure, and his mood could flip faster than one could flip a page. Everyone only expressed obedience to him on the surface, but nobody actually liked him deep down. Mirata refused to let up, pointing at Aoife's nose and saying, What's your status? You dared to defy my order? When the patriarch isn't here, I am the patriarch. Hurry up and convey my orders. This gold demon chrysalis will be mine. Aoife hastily stood up and withdrew while inwardly cursing Mirata. The Adusa clan had two law gods. One was the patriarch, and the other was Mirata. The former ruled the entire clan, while the latter had just become a law god and had only recently been granted authority over part of the clan. The chance of crossing the law god heavenly threshold was less than 10 in 1,000. And there were numerous experts who had remained at peak law sage for 1,000 years without breaking through. This was because this threshold was not just about strength, it was the threshold of life and death. Upon becoming a law god, one could step through the gate of life. With a seed of life, one would possess an inextinguishable body. Mirata had not been very conspicuous among the other peak law sages of the clan. In terms of aptitude, martial strength, intelligence, or judgment, he did not stand out in any way, but he was the luckiest. With the right set of circumstances and coincidences, Mirata had succeeded in breaking through the law god heavenly threshold after cultivating for only 9 decades. In a flash, he had gone from a sparrow to a phoenix, the second strongest in all of the Adusa clan, and with the patriarch absent, he had control over the clan's affairs. In the past, Mirata had been bullied around by others in the clan, so he now wanted to use this chance to blow off some steam and prove his abilities to the patriarch. Thus, when the demon chrysalis tamer Captain Aoife told him about Little Goldie's existence, this new law god was impatient enough to seize this chance for himself. In his view, it would be a huge feat if he could get Little Goldie, which was similar to the legendary Supreme Golden Buddha. At that point, no one would dare to talk behind his back. Normally, status in the big clans was connected to cultivation, and whoever was strong was king. There was naturally no problem with Murata's cultivation. Alas, he had a terrible character and had never gotten along with anyone in the clan. In fact, he was almost universally disliked. Thus, many people were unwilling to accept him as the second-in-command based on the clan's hierarchy. Still, it was true that Mirata was a law god, and nobody could dispute that. On the surface, they submitted to his status, but many of them plotted against him in the shadows. This left Mirata feeling very frustrated. Eventually, he had become obsessed with getting some achievements under his belt. On the outskirts of the Eye of the Somos, Xia Fei and Radix found a rather strange cave. Radix was having a terrible headache, seemingly recalling some painful memories. It was already absurd that a soul could be inserted into a microchip, and that this soul was seemingly suffering from amnesia. Xia Fei found this very hard to comprehend. The technology from beyond the cosmic gate was not just advanced, it was also very mysterious. Xia Fei did not get it. Why did a warship also need an immortal soul? Was technology that used souls very common beyond the cosmic gate? Moreover, that white point of light had also vanished without a trace. No matter how hard Xia Fei searched for it, he could not find it. After some time, Radix stopped moaning, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. I think that I know why the insides of this cave are inexplicably larger. It must be Hosu. He's not dead. Xia Fei was startled, asking Hosu, "Who's he?" Radix excitedly said, He's that one passenger of the Ark back then, the one who single-handedly sealed the cosmic gate. Xia Fei was stupefied. It appeared that bringing Radix with him on his travels had really helped the latter recover his memories. Not only did he recognize the region where the Ark had exploded, he even recalled that mysterious passenger. After a pause, Radix went on. No wonder I found this cave so familiar. It turns out that this place used to be Lord Hosu's dwelling. If my guess is correct, Hosu's body dissolved after sealing the cosmic gate, but his soul, which remained, followed the trail here. When he discovered that the Ark had already been destroyed, he decided to set up a temporary residence here to rebuild his body. Xia Fei frowned. This expert was able to rebuild his body. Did that mean he had a seed of life? No, Hosu came from outside the cosmic gate. Even if he had a seed of life, he should be reborn outside the cosmic gate. Radix shook his head. My memories haven't been completely restored, but there's one thing I am sure of. The cave entrance is so narrow and the interior is so spacious because Hosu finished rebuilding his body. Pointing at the smooth walls, Radix excitedly said, "Look here. The stone walls are smoother than glass. Not even a laser would be able to make such clean cuts. These could only have been created by the pulses generated from the rebuilding of a body, and only Hosu could have generated these pulses." Once Xia Fei finished listening, he sat down and closed his eyes. There was too much information in his mind, and he needed to analyze each of Radix's revelation carefully. A super expert who managed to get reborn without using a seed of life? If he's not dead, where would he be? Xia Fei asked. Radix shook his head and continued to think. At this time, Xia Fei's spatial compass beeped. He looked down and saw that the clan was calling him. Opening the screen, he saw Peak Law Sage Xiaka looking at him, a somewhat hard-pressed look on his face. It's been some time since we last met. Are you doing well? Xiako asked. I'm doing well. How are things in the clan? Nothing can go wrong with me and Xia Lianing keeping things in check, so you can relax. At present, Fig Corporation is doing everything in its power to find out who stole Pinnacle, but from what we know, their investigation is mostly focusing on those clans who have passed grudges against Fig. You aren't a suspect yet. You should focus on the Grand Ancestors mission for now. No rush in returning to the God race yet. You can wait till the storm calms down. Right? Did Xia Guanghai deliver your things? Xiaku continued. Xia Fei frowned. It was clear that Xiaku had come to talk to him with some other motive in mind. Smiling, Xia Fei replied, I received them. Everything. Oh, Xiaka nodded, asking, have you been keeping up with your cultivation? Xia Fei lightly replied, of course. I've already reached peak Law Overlord, but getting past the Law Sage Heavenly Threshold will probably take some time. That was quick. Xiaka had only casually asked this question, but he had received a shocking reply. Not even in his dreams would he have imagined that Xia Fei, who was in the last batch to enter the God race, would already be making a charge at the Law Sage threshold. The bespectacled Law Overlord Xia Tian, who had entered at the same time, had only recently gone up one rank, which left Xia Tian overjoyed. As for Xia Fei, he had already crazily rushed up to peak Law Overlord. This was an absurd speed, even faster than a rocket. Xia Fei shrugged and said, if you have anything else, please speak directly. This kind of thing also puts me in a hard spot. Xiaku awkwardly chuckled as he muttered, I was just thinking about how to broach the topic, but you managed to see through me first. Yes, I contacted you to ask for your help on something. You know that Xia Geng and Xia Dian are carrying out a mission in dark space. You also know that the paths in dark space are very complicated. Without a demon chrysalis guiding the way, it's very easy to get lost. After all that, it turned out that Xiaku just wanted to borrow little Goldie. Xia Fei was naturally willing to help, and there was little that needed to be said. Xia Fei directly stated, since the clan needs little Goldie, just have Xia Geng and Xia Dian come over. I'll order little Goldie to keep them safe, but if I do this, then I'll have to get to that other place the Grand Ancestor wants me to travel through dark space much later. Xiaka chuckled. I already discussed this with the Venerable Ancestor, and he has no objections as long as you agree. You have the Gemini, and also an unregistered compass. With these two, you should be able to go wherever you need to. Xia Geng and Xia Dian soon arrived to take away little Goldie. Although the golden demon chrysalis was not happy to leave Xia Fei, it was also more willing to help him, so it reluctantly departed. Xia Geng and Xia Dian were very curious on what Xia Fei was doing here. But as this was the Grand Ancestor's mission, they did not ask too many questions, just like how Xia Fei would not ask what they were doing. The situation had been very tense as of late, and everyone in the Skywing clan was busy. Radix was still recollecting his memories. Coming to a familiar place and feeling this familiar energy could help him recover his memories, but the process was very time-consuming. Let's go. I still need to head to the next place, which happens to be very far away from the Law Realm, Xia Fei said. Radix was somewhat disappointed. If he could choose, he would stay here so that he could continue recalling the past. Just as Xia Fei was about to activate the spatial compass, Radix suddenly shouted, "I remember now. I really remember." Xia Fei hastily asked, "What did you remember?" "You remember that little point of light that disappeared here?" "It's a soul device," said Radix in extreme excitement. A soul device? Xia Fei could not help but frown. This was the first time he was hearing about this sort of thing. Right? A soul device. Since Hosu found where the ark had exploded, he must have realized that I am still alive. That's why he left the soul device here, to serve as a signal in the hopes that I would one day notice it. That little point of light led us all the way here not because it's afraid, but because it recognized me. It wanted to take us here. Radix said. Xia Fei asked in shock. "So you're saying that that cave is hiding the soul device? It's something that super expert Hosu left for you?" Radix excitedly replied. "It can't be wrong. There's definitely a soul device here. Hurry, let's turn this place upside down to find it." Rumble. Peacock Blue rapidly began to writhe, sending shattered stone into the void of space. Xia Fei used the forceful method to destroy this planet. If there was any treasure, then it would inevitably be exposed. Be careful. What you're looking for is a soul device. A powerful, mystical soul device. You can't break it, Radix worriedly said. Xia Fei replied. You're the one who said that soul devices make no pulses when they're sleeping and so are very difficult to discover. If we don't use extraordinary methods for this sort of well-hidden existence, how long will it take us to find it? Relax, I know how to proceed. He waved his right arm, and the 6 giant blue blades of grass became like powerful excavators, digging out countless rocks from this planet every minute. It was not long before this shattered planet became even more shattered. It had taken only a few moments for Xia Fei to reduce this planet into half. Peacock Blue was a mystical armament, and while it was primarily used for killing it, it was also very intelligent. After being with Xia Fei for long, it was now perfectly in sync with him. While Peacock Blue seemed to be digging crudely, its actions were actually very measured and controlled. If there was really treasure hiding here, Peacock Blue would not damage it. Xia Fei soon dug his way to the core of the planet, whereupon Peacock Blue suddenly stopped. The core was empty, and in this rather small space, which could only fit a single person standing up, lay a blue object. Countless white lights scattered. They had originally been hiding next to the blue object, but when they saw Xia Fei, they quickly dispersed into the surroundings. A few seconds later, all of the white lights came back and fused with the blue device. There was a blinding explosion of white light, which was as bright as the sun. Whoosh! The strange blue object turned white. It was a pure white, like the snow in winter, the clouds in the high heavens. He heard a mysterious low growl, as if a beast, which had been sleeping for 10,000 years, had finally awakened. This soul device really was prepared for me. It's awakened. Radix was so excited that he almost jumped. Several minutes later, Xia Fei had a 3-wave frisbee the color of white jade. This was 3 round frisbees put together. It was exquisitely crafted, and its aura was enormously powerful. Xia Fei had never encountered this material in his artificery studies. It was like, or yet not, or, like metal yet not metal. All in all, it was very strange. This is a soul device. Xia Fei asked, why did Hosu leave you this? Radix laughed. First, Hosu is the only person in the universe who can make soul devices. With me discovering this, I was able to confirm that he's still alive. Moreover, he's telling me through this exquisitely crafted soul device that he's already recovered more than half of his cultivation and is once more standing at the apex. Second, I am an immortal soul, so no matter how my appearance changes, I'll always need an item that can store my soul, and this soul device is perfect for that. It's even more stable than the microchip from the Ark, more suitable for long-term habitation. This is his present to me. Inside is the information he left for me. Xia Fei frowned and asked, more suitable for a soul to live in? Like the more stone that Phantom used to reside in? Radix unhappily said, how could a more stone compare to a soul device? That's like comparing a shack in the slums to a mansion. These two are light years away from each other. Fortunately, that friend of yours has a very low cultivation, so he doesn't have much of a problem with residing in more stone. Xia Fei nodded, only half getting it. Radix paused a moment before continuing. Third, and most importantly, soul devices are extremely powerful integration tools that can fuse divine weapons with immortal souls, creating soul-devouring divine weapons, which are extremely powerful weapons. Hosu must have presumed that I would want to reforge my body, so left this soul device both to leave me a message and also so that I could make something for myself. Xia Fei immediately grew interested. From the sound of it, the soul device was similar to the celestial zero hammer, capable of integrating many different elements together to make a weapon. But while the celestial zero hammer was the law realm's method, the soul device technology came from beyond the cosmic gate. What an incredible device, said Xia Fei in shock. Still, I don't understand. This is clearly matter integration re-engineering technology, so why is it called a soul device? What does it have to do with a soul? Radix answered, the reason is very simple. While matter is still integrated, an immortal soul is required to use a soul device, and the divine weapon that emerges will have its own consciousness. Not only will it be a weapon, it will be an ally that can think. Hearing this, Xia Fei looked down at the blood crystal. This bloodthirsty fiendish dagger was cruel and crazy, but it had no consciousness of its own. This was the blood crystal's only flaw. Other than that, it was absurdly powerful. Peacock Blue was also a weapon, but it could follow Xia Fei's will and think for itself, its blades following him like shadows. Meanwhile, the blood crystal required Xia Fei to control it. Radix added, this is all I've learned from my recovered memories so far. Truly formidable armors and weapons have life forces. Just like all sapient life forms, they can be capable of thought. They can be crafty at times, and they can also go crazy. This is probably the greatest difference between inside the cosmic gate and beyond. The memories that Radix was gradually recovering were a great boon to Xia Fei. Xia Fei now had some idea about what the world beyond the cosmic gate was like. For example, there were many people who used soul weapons with wills of their own beyond the gate. Xia Fei could not help but worry. It was clear that weapons with wills of their own were much stronger when it came to flexibility over the weapons of the law realm. Once the cosmic gate opened and the inverse rushed in, an apocalyptic calamity would engulf this side of the universe. Suddenly, Xia Fei's lips curved into a thought-provoking smile. He then told Radix, you're a powerful soul. You once resided in the Ark, but now that the Ark is gone and you're still alive, don't you want to find a new home? Radix did not get what Xia Fei wanted at first, but when he did, he instantly turned pale. So you want to use me to make a soul-devouring divine weapon? Kid, aren't you a little too cruel? Xia Fei shrugged and said nothing. Since a soul device was used for making a powerful weapon, Xia Fei wanted to use this chance to craft an incredible treasure for himself and to activate the soul device. Naturally, an immortal soul was required. Xia Fei currently had two souls, Phantom and Radix. Radix was of a much higher level than Phantom, so he was of course the better candidate for making a soul-devouring divine weapon, and as such, Xia Fei had gotten this idea of turning Radix into a weapon. After all Radix could do right now was talk with him. If he became a divine weapon, besides talking to Xia Fei and helping him with his experience, he could also save him at key moments. It was killing two birds with one stone. Radix rolled his eyes. I'm currently in a microchip, which at least affords me freedom, allowing me to change bodies whenever I want. But if I become your weapon, won't that mean that I have to follow you for the rest of your life? Stop dreaming. No chance. Xia Fei was indifferent as he muttered. Since the soul device contains information left to you by Hosu, you might as well go in and take a look. Radix sternly said, you know that I'm heavily injured and can't even move. Besides communicating with you through this Ark microchip, I can't do anything. Xia Fei shrugged and wickedly smiled. What a pity. That means you can't get the information Hosu left you. Even though we have the soul device, we can't do anything with it. Radix was put in an awkward spot. He suddenly realized that his fate was actually in Xia Fei's hands. If Xia Fei wanted to kill him, he could simply destroy the Arc microchip. Besides that, he could simply stop cultivating, and without the energy pulses that came from breakthroughs, Radix would dissipate in less than a month. Xia Fei carefully studied Radix's expression. I'm not forcing you to do anything. Everyone has their mission in this universe, and as an immortal soul, you exist to assist others. This is your mission. Think it over. Activating the soul device doesn't just benefit me, but also you, right? The Arc is gone, and only you and Hosu are left of it. I presume that he's got plenty to say to you. Don't you want to know why you became a soul, and who you were before that? He spoke with utmost sincerity. Actually, Radix already knew that Xia Fei was not forcing him to do anything. This was just a discussion. It was completely up to him whether to agree or not. Whoosh. The unregistered spatial compass brought Xia Fei straight to the edge of the law realm. The compass became ineffective here, so he would have to rely on the Gemini for the rest of the journey. This ship had been modified in the hidden realm, all of its identifying marks removed. No one would be able to tell that this ordinary silver warship was actually the fastest ship in the universe, capable of moving at 100 million light-years per second. Inputting the coordinates given to him by the Grand Ancestor, Xia Fei set off. He did not know where he was going or who the Grand Ancestor wanted him to meet. Xia Fei used this precious time to cultivate madly. There was an astonishing pulse of energy. The last layer of the Beast Spirit Codex shattered. Xia Fei opened his eyes and excitedly said, "It's really as you said. As with everything in this universe, there can be no construction without destruction. Construction after destruction was the path to become unbeatable. This feeling is simply wonderful. Like the floods breaking through a dam, I've cultivated the Beast Spirit Codex in a single stroke. How many days has it been? And I've already completely cultivated the real Beast Spirit Codex." He was bursting with vigor. As he proudly stood, Radix could feel an indescribably powerful pressure radiating from him. After cultivating the true Beast Spirit Codex, Xia Fei's entire aura had changed. It was as if he had transcended some sort of realm and reached a height that ordinary people could never imagine. This was all granted to him by the Beast Spirit Codex. It was not the same as the other law powers he had cultivated. Something was up with Radix, as his eyes suddenly flashed, a bright light erupting from them. He stared at Xia Fei for a long, long time, and then he sternly asked, "Xia Fei, do you really want a soul-devouring divine weapon? Xia Fei, do you really want a soul-devouring divine weapon?" Radix suddenly asked after thinking for a dozen or so minutes. Xia Fei was startled at first, but then he smiled. "What? Did you change your mind? Do you want to help me forge a soul-devouring divine weapon?" Radix shook his head and softly said, "For some reason, I suddenly feel that it's not too bad to have a divine weapon as a vessel. Perhaps I've been influenced by your crazy advancement. We haven't been together for long, but I've actually heard about you long ago and had been secretly observing you from the shadows. There's just something different about you. While other people strictly follow conventions, you always try to do something strange. You've rarely taken the normal path, and you never admit to the existence of any rules, always doing things your own way." Xia Fei chuckled. "In this universe, there's only one me. Should I follow the logic of others when doing things? What a joke." Radix nodded, appearing to agree with his words. "Do you know what's the most terrifying thing about becoming a soul-devouring divine weapon?" "What?" "Divine weapons need people to use them, and all divine weapons fear falling into the hands of bad masters. If that happens, there's no hope at all. Hosu can reforge his body after it's been vaporized because he's powerful enough, but I don't have that ability," Radix said. Xia Fei immediately understood what he meant. "After all this time, what you fear isn't where your body is attached to, but that I may be unable to become more powerful." However, to his surprise, Radix fiercely shook his head and solemnly said, "Not at all. I'm a soul, so there's no difference between staying in a chip and staying in a weapon. Moreover, I have absolute trust in your abilities. If there's one person in this universe who can break through all limits, break through all the rules, and achieve that which has never been achieved before, then it can only be you. I've observed you in secret for far too long. Xia Fei, You are definitely a heaven-defying figure. A monster like you has never existed before. I am absolutely certain about this. Xia Fei knew that Radix had started paying attention to him a long time ago, but even he was shocked that Radix would have such a high evaluation of him. Since you're not worried about my future achievements, why are you so hesitant about becoming my soul-devouring divine weapon? Xia Fei asked. Radix bitterly chuckled and sighed. Your potential is strong enough, but your heedless and crazy personality may cause you to become an enemy of everyone. If I become a soul-devouring divine weapon, it means that there may be a day where I'm forced to join you in declaring war against the entire universe. While other people are definitely unable to do this, you definitely can. Lighting a cheap cigarette, Xia Fei lightly said. So that's what you're afraid of. I can understand that. Radix continued. For another person, the choice wouldn't be difficult. I would just be moving from a chip to a madman's weapon, something I would do without a second thought. The problem is that the divine weapon will be in the hands of a madman like you. And that means that I'm taking a gamble. I'm gambling that you and your fiendish energy will be able to last until you're able to laugh proudly over the entire universe. Xia Fei eerily smiled as he softly asked, Then do you want to take the gamble or not? Even though Radix had grumbled a lot, in the end, he still lowered his head and agreed to activating the soul device. Xia Fei's personality truly made Radix worried, but he was more concerned about tracking down Hosu, and this was the only method available to him. If he had to rely on the energy pulses from Xia Fei's advancement to survive, there would be no telling how long he had to wait until he could restore himself. In this way, Xia Fei had picked up a readily available advantage. Radix, the soul device, and the weapon he wanted to be integrated could be made into a soul-devouring divine weapon. This would be the only one in the universe. Before Xia Fei could find a good time to activate the soul device, the Gemini arrived at the set destination. The fastest ship in the universe had its title for a reason. The Gemini's power was beyond doubt. Following the Grand Ancestor's orders, Xia Fei disembarked and put away the Gemini in Peak Rainbow Ring. The Gemini consisted of one large ship and one small ship. The large ship could hold 1,000 people, while the small ship could only hold 6, but it was small and nimble. Whoosh! Xia Fei hastened toward the gloomy planet to his left. From a distance, it appeared to be engulfed by dark and eerie clouds. The designated meeting site was an ancient tree, which stood 3,000 meters tall. It was quite easy to find. Xia Fei was careful and combed the surrounding area before heading to the meeting spot. After finding that there were no problems, he went to the tree. Who did your grand ancestor have you come and see? This place is so quiet that it doesn't seem inhabited. Also, you're already far away from the law realm. Even if there's really someone here, they're not necessarily going to be friendly, Radix worriedly said. Now that Radix had decided to take up residence in a soul-devouring divine weapon, he began to think out of consideration for Xia Fei. After all, the soul-devouring divine weapon needed a master, and Xia Fei was the key individual who would control this weapon. I'm not sure either. Just like when he sent me to the Eye of the Cosmos, he didn't provide me any useful information. He just told me to take a look, and then he told me to meet some old friends for him in his stead. If any problems crop up, I have the authority to decide on how to handle them, with no need to report to him. He didn't say anything else besides that. Radix pursed his lips. I knew from the files that your grand ancestor Xia Guqing has a weird way of doing things, and now I've confirmed that the reports are true. He wants you to be his representation? Nobody else would have ever chosen to do such a thing. Suddenly, two figures sporting astonished faces appeared before them. It was none other than the black and white gods. How is it you? How is it you too? Xia Fei and the gods of black and white both blurted out in shock. Hua Hei took 2 steps forward, moving up to Xia Fei's side and lightly punching him in the shoulder. Xia Fei, good job. How many days has it been since you returned to the Sky Wings, and your grand ancestor already sent you to handle negotiations alone? I didn't think that you'd become one of the supporting pillars of the Sky Wings. These words immediately made Xia Fei blush in shame. This was because the black and white gods were rebels. It turned out that the Grand Ancestor wanted him to represent the Sky Wings in negotiating conditions with the rebels. Were the Sky Wings really planning on leaving the Law Realm? Was it really as Xia Ku and Xia Lianing had said, that the Grand Ancestor was enduring unimaginable pressure, such that he would ally with the rebels. This was disastrous. No wonder the old man had not even told Xia Guanghai anything, informing only the two peak law sages in charge of the clan, Xia Ku and Xia Lianing, and Xia Fei. These negotiations were not simple at all. If things went poorly, it might be another Hongmen feast. 1. Also, why had the Grand Ancestor sent the still relatively obscure Xia Fei? There were people of far greater seniority than him in the clan. All these questions frustrated him and left his heart feeling down. Though he was shocked, he did not show it on his face. He remained indifferent, as was his style. Even if the skies fell, he would never panic. The calm Huabai said, "Among the Skywings, other than the venerable ancestor himself, it's just Xia Fei who has a godwing potential, so it's not inappropriate for him to send Xia Fei to negotiate. Perhaps the venerable ancestor wants to temper Xia Fei more so that he can more capably manage the clan in the future." Hua He grew even happier when he heard this. Makes sense. The Skywing clan has always been held up by a godwing. Your venerable ancestor really treats you well. You can't dash his hopes. Xia Fei smiled and greeted the gods of black and white. For two illustrious figures like you to come personally, how could I possibly compare? Xia Fei had witnessed their abilities before. Even if they were not legendary peak law gods, they had to be superior law gods at the very minimum. In the army of rebels, they were undoubtedly experts who could hold their own, which was why Xia Fei had intentionally chosen to treat them as figures of high stature. As expected, since the gods of black and white did not say anything, they had essentially admitted that they were figures of some status among the rebels. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hua Bai and Hua He expressed their shock that Xia Fei was already approaching the Law Sage tier. This sort of crazy progression speed had the two brothers blushing in shame. Given Xia Fei's heaven-defying cultivation speed, it made sense for Xia Guqing to send this potential godwing to handle such an important negotiation. Pulling Xia Fei to the side, Hua He said, "I said to you before, your venerable ancestor once saved the life of our father. Thus, Hua Bai and I have no objections when it comes to your clan. We've already done all the groundwork, so there's no need to worry." There was no need to mention Xia Fei's frustration. His grand ancestor was far too reckless in his way of doing things. Xia Fei still did not know a thing, and he was already negotiating with the rebels. Even if the old man wanted to test him, did it have to be so abrupt? Smiling, Xia Fei solemnly said, "I will represent my grand ancestor in expressing my gratitude to the two of you." Xia Fei spoke these words very awkwardly, for he was now representing the grand ancestor despite having never once meeting the man. Hua He hastily said, "You absolutely mustn't say this. This is what we brothers should do. Everyone knows that your grand ancestor is the only one in the palace of gods who is still putting up a fight. If not for him, the two peak races would have long started fighting, and a great disaster would be imminent." Xia Fei was pleasantly surprised by how Hua He and Hua Bai were acting. These two seemed to have a good relationship with the grand ancestor and were also on good terms with him. While he was deep in the base of the rebels, these two might be people he could rely on. "It's getting late, so let's get moving," Hua Bai said, glancing up at the sky. The three of them prepared to leave for the base of the rebels. Xia Fei was a junior, so he took up the rear, but Hua He and Hua Bai refused to let him do so. Hua Bai solemnly said, "Regardless of what our relationship was in the past, today, you are representing the Skywings, the plenipotentiary of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. We brothers will not walk in front of you." "What? The plenipotentiary of the clan? This truly isn't a light burden. Grand Ancestor, what in the world are you up to?" Xia Fei mentally sighed. "Wherever the fiendish blade goes, gods and demons will be slaughtered. Whether they're rebels or guardians, I'll just see how it goes." Xia Fei raised his eyebrow and strode forward with all the dignity of the Skywing clan's lone wolf. Destination: the mysterious base of the rebels. 1. A reference to an event during the power struggle between two historical figures of China, Liu Bang and Xiangyu, during 206 BC that led up to a civil war for control over China. Dark Space. Level 7 Great Law Sage Xia Dian was leading a small team of Skywing elites on a covert mission. With the help of the king of demon chrysalises, Little Goldie, the team had been able to make rapid progress. After all, Little Goldie was a professional at moving through the dark space. With its incredible judgment, little Goldie was able to take Xia Dian's team to wherever they wanted. Without it, Xia Dian's team would have probably gotten lost in the boundless darkness. No one knew where they were going or what they were doing. At present, the Skywing clan was in a poor situation. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing was resisting the entire Palace of Gods, single-handedly stopping a war. On the surface, no one dared to fight against the demon-sealing fiendish blade, but in private, the dissatisfaction toward the Skywings had reached an all-time high. A conflict might break out at any moment. The Grand Ancestor had secretly deployed the clan's numerous war gods, leaving them extremely busy. Even Xia Fei, who had only joined the clan a short while ago, was inexplicably thrown onto the negotiation table with the rebels. Xia Dian's team was presumably also on some secret mission for the clan. It was all going very smoothly, but Xia Dian's team had no idea that there was a small Adusa team accompanying them in the endless reaches of dark space. But their goal was not the Skywings, but Xia Fei's little Goldie. Instead, it's the Skywings. This is a problem. Everyone knows how formidable these madmen are. We'll definitely lose a lot if we try and fight them directly, Demon Chrysalis Tamer Captain Aoife worriedly said after hearing the scout's report. While there are only 15 of them, these are the Skywings. Speedy madmen. We won't have any advantage if we try to fight them directly, and most terrifying of all is if we provoke their ceaseless revenge. The number of clans annihilated because they offended the demon-sealing fiendish blade hasn't been small at all. Aoife's words were rather pessimistic. On the other side, Law God Mirado was also very unhappy, but he could only grit his teeth, unable to retort to Aoife's words. The Skywings are truly fiendish, but it's fine as long as we can wipe out all of them at once. The demon-sealing fiendish blade has far too many enemies, so without any evidence, they'll never think that it's us, Mirado said, but it seemed more like he was trying to pump himself up. Clearly, even this law god had become hesitant after learning that little Goldie belonged to the Skywings. This was the Skywings. Even an idiot knew that these madmen were not to be provoked. Aoife frowned. Wipe them out. Easier said than done. The Skywing clan has inherited the law of speed, so completely wiping out these speed maniacs probably can't be done with just us. As long as one of them manages to escape, our clan will be doomed. Mirado was stunned, and his eyes dimmed. Xia Dian's team was not that scary. What was scary was the revenge that would follow. As long as there was one survivor, the manic revenge of the fiendish blade would come, and when the demon-sealing fiendish blade was unsheathed, only one clan would survive between the Skywings and the Adusas. The risk was far too great. After some thought, Murata's eyes suddenly turned ruthless. Keep watching them. I don't believe that we won't find a chance. Whatever the case, we can't let this golden demon chrysalis go. Xia Fei did not know that little Goldie was being watched. He was currently facing his own perilous trial. He was heading into the base of the rebels alone. Whoosh! Xia Fei was led by the black and white gods to a place with some excellent scenery. To his left was a vast lake, its surface as flat as a mirror. To his right was a grassy plain and a forest, and at the other end of the forest was an endless glacier. It was an extremely beautiful sight, but Xia Fei was in no mood to admire the scenery. Many brightly armored warriors stood on the shore of the lake. They had been waiting there for some time to welcome the representative of the Skywing clan, and there was no fewer than 3,000. It seemed that the rebels had a very high opinion of the Skywings and were doing their utmost to show their sincerity, resulting in this grand ceremony. When these warriors saw Xia Fei, they all expressed their confusion. After all, he was too young, absurdly young. They could not help but ask, how could someone so young represent the Skywings? Please. Hua Hei made a sweeping gesture as he guided Xia Fei to the tent set up at the very end of the assembled troops. It seemed that this was not the rebel base. Xia Fei was on his guard against these strangers, so how could they not be cautious around the Skywings? After all, the demon-sealing fiendish blade was infamous, so these rebels had no choice but to be careful when it came to interacting with this most fiendish blade of the law realm. Xia Fei nodded and strode forward, his face cold and aloof. Since he was representing his entire clan, he needed to show the majesty and sharpness of the fiendish blade. Even though Xia Fei was still baffled, not even knowing who the leader of the rebels was or what he was going to negotiate about, confusion was not a problem. Even when facing the greatest problem, Xia Fei would still maintain the dignity of his clan. This was his duty. As he approached the tent, 3 energetic elders walked out. They glanced at Xia Fei and frowned, communicating with one another through exchanged glances. Hua He whispered into Xia Fei's ear, "These 3 are the leaders of the rebels, Tai Mujin, Huang Lingtian, and Hu Bei. It seems that they're very surprised by you." Xia Fei said nothing, steadily walking forward, an innocent smile on his lips as he prepared to greet these 3 leaders. However, at this moment, someone among the assembled warriors commented, "We waited for so long, and the one who came is this little pretty boy. It seems like the Skywing clan doesn't respect us. Demon-sealing fiendish blade? Nothing more than a bunch of self-interested scoundrels." Xia Fei naturally heard this, and he got a good look at who had spoken out of the corner of his eye. A second later, he did something no one had expected. Whoosh! Peacock blue flew out from his right arm. The 6 blades of grass were like streaks of lightning, sweeping up that rude warrior and throwing him high into the air. This was far too fast. Xia Fei had not said one word during the entire process. He did not even blink. It was as if he had only done something that was very natural. As everyone looked on in shock, Xia Fei went up to the 3 leaders and smiled, to which the 3 leaders scowled. After all, Xia Fei had thrown out of one of their subordinates in front of everyone. How was this any different from a slap in the face? The gods of black and white sighed. They had never expected something like this to happen. Splash! That warrior had drawn an arc in the air and plummeted into the lake. The rebels were all furious. They stared coldly at Xia Fei, a ruckus beginning to rise from their ranks. "What's the meaning of this?" asked the rebel leader, Hu Bei, his face dark. Xia Fei calmly replied, "That man spoke rudely, so I taught him a lesson." Hu Bei's brows furrowed as he spoke in an even harsher tone. "These are our men. Is there a need for you to discipline them?" Xia Fei's eyes chilled as he spoke in a tone that was neither meek nor proud. "I have already given you the most respect I could by not killing him. The Skywings are able to stand firm in the law realm not because of our compassion, but because of our power, our ruthlessness. Anyone who dares to provoke the Skywings will receive 100-fold in return. Anyone who blinks first isn't a man of the Skywing clan." Phew. The crowd was stunned. Xia Fei was a rather minor character in the circle, yet he dared to speak to the 3 leaders of the rebels in this way. It was absolutely audacious, utterly insane. It must be understood that Tai Mujin, Huang Lingtian, and Hu Bei were all equivalent to hegemons of the Palace of Gods. Their statuses were truly lofty, and even the gods of black and white had to listen to their orders. Did Xia Fei not want to live? Xia Fei did not actually want to be on bad terms with the rebels, but he needed to do this because he represented the Skywings. Anyone who dared to take a stab at the Skywings would be buried with his entire family. This was the law of the Skywings. If anyone insulted them and Xia Fei pretended not to hear, no one in the clan would agree with him. The demon-sealing fiendish blade needed to be this sharp. The situation became rather awkward. The 3 rebel leaders frowned, as Xia Fei's actions had left them without a way to de-escalate. The gods of black and white hurriedly came up to mediate, and everyone sullenly went into the tent to take their seats. As for the soldiers on the shore, they dispersed. The Skywing clan truly lives up to its reputation. Even a young kid from their clan is this tyrannical. It seems like they deserve their title of the Fiendish Blade. That sort of insanity has already taken root in the bones. I know, right? Look at Xia Fei's attitude just now. If the 3 leaders kept questioning him, there might even be a fight. The rebels chattered, feeling some admiration for Xia Fei. It was truly rather amusing. If Xia Fei had yielded, nobody would have respected him or the Skywings. This was exactly why he needed to be tough. This way, everyone would shut up. As the saying went, the soft feared the hard feared the domineering feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable feared those who did not care for their lives. The Skywings happened to be madmen who were tough, domineering, unreasonable, and did not care for their lives. Anyone would get a headache trying to deal with them. In the tent, the gods of black and white introduced Xia Fei to the 3 leaders and then withdrew. Hua He and Hua Bai did not have the right to participate in the confidential negotiations between the Skywings and the rebels. "I think I know now why the old wretch from the Skywing clan sent Xia Fei," Hua Bai said once he was out of the tent. "Why is that?" Hua He asked. Huabai glanced at his older brother and smiled. Didn't you notice? Xia Fei is basically like another Xia Guqing, unreasonable, tough, and cunning. He won't be reasonable when it comes to anything, and no one can make him suffer a loss. Hua Hei was startled, and then he muttered, Huh, that's true. It seems like the old monster had Xia Fei come not because of his experience or status, but because he's the most similar to himself. So it's like the venerable ancestor has come personally. Huabai nodded. The three leaders thought that the talks will be easier since old monster Xia didn't come himself, but it seems like they've got the wrong idea. Xia Fei won't be that easy to deal with. Hua Hei and Huabai turned to the tent. In this unfriendly atmosphere, the talks between the Sky Wings and rebels were about to begin. Xia Fei was left alone in the tent with the three leaders. The incident from earlier had left the mood somewhat tense. Tai Mujin, Huang Lingtian, and Hu Bei were all very old people. When it came to Law God warriors, the only way to kill them was to destroy their seeds of life. Xia Fei guessed that these old monsters had lived for tens of thousands of years. The more temperamental Hu Bei felt unhappy just by looking at Xia Fei, so he sullenly looked away, while Huang Lingtian was the sly fox, revealing nothing, fiddling with his fingers in front of Xia Fei as he calculated something. Intentionally coughing, Tai Mujin sternly said, Let's forget about that incident from earlier. Xia Fei represents the Skywing clan, and no one has the right to disrespect another person's clan. Xia Fei liked hearing this, and he inspected Tai Mujin through narrowed eyes. This old man had a kind face, a smile on his lips. He was clearly much better to work with than the sly Huang Lingtian and the irascible Hu Bei. He appeared like a genial old man, who seemed very compassionate, at least on the surface. Hu Bei coldly snorted, very reluctantly nodding his head. Meanwhile, Huang Lingtian gave Xia Fei a forced smile. With this, the matter was considered settled. Xia Fei realized to his surprise that, though the three all had the title of leader, Tai Mujin clearly outranked the other two. Even though he was doing his utmost to act like he was an ordinary person, from how the other two acted, Xia Fei could tell that Tai Mujin actually had absolute authority over the rebels. After pausing, Tai Mujin continued speaking. The three of us are very familiar with your clan's grand ancestor, Xia Guqing, having interacted with him for quite some time in the Palace of Gods. Later on, we got sick of the surreptitious way of doings in the Palace of Gods and took our clans out of the law realm. This was a rather frank self-introduction. Xia Fei smiled and said, My name is Xia Fei. I have come today on the Grand Ancestor's orders to represent the Skywings. Xia Fei's introduction was much simpler. He only gave his name, mentioning nothing about his experience, cultivation, or status in his clan. Tai Mujin slightly frowned. He smiled and said, Since my young brother has come representing the Skywing clan, what are Xia Guqing's demands? Xia Fei indifferently said, Senior Tai, this isn't an appropriate question. The Skywings are taking an enormous risk by meeting with you. Shouldn't you be somewhat more sincere? Negotiations could be compared to Tai Chi. The person who lost their patience first would have to pay the price, and Xia Fei was a master of Tai Chi. After all, he had played the ruthless businessman before, and he understood how the minds of people like Tai Mujin worked. Since the Grand Ancestor had given Xia Fei such a heavy responsibility, he would make decisions based on his own standards. First, everything was negotiable, but nothing could be negotiated too stubbornly, so that would leave margin for negotiation. Second, he would fight to maximize the benefits of the clan. Even if there really came a day where the Skywings could no longer stay in the law realm and they joined the rebels, they would have to do so while standing tall. They could not lose the majesty of the demon sealing fiendish blade. After several exchanges, Tai Mujin began to frown. He suddenly realized that this young man had an experience that did not suit his age. He said what he needed to say and did not say a word of what he should not say. No matter what traps he laid, Xia Fei refused to walk into them. And if he was not careful, he would end up walking into one of Xia Fei's traps. Gradually growing frustrated, Tai Mujin said, Xia Guqing wants to know why the Cosmic Gate has become a taboo subject, and this is something that we, the rebels, have been investigating for many years. In short, the two peak races have been concealing this matter to everyone. I can tell Xia Guqing the truth. Tell him about the awful acts of the Palace of Gods, that until these parasites are overthrown, the law realm will never know peace. What about it? Is that sincere enough? Xia Fei calmly asked. And the condition? The condition is that once we tell your grand ancestor about all the crimes of the Palace of Gods, he must immediately take his clan out of the law realm to join the rebels, no longer mixing with those dregs from the Palace of Gods. Tai Mujin slightly leaned forward, his eyes flashing. Xia Fei made no expression after hearing this. He stood up and stretched his shoulders before smiling and saying, I'm very tired after this long journey, so I'm going to rest for a bit. Let's talk some more tomorrow. When the time came for Xia Fei to talk, he decided to run off. The three leaders had an instant reaction, with the temperamental Hu Bei jeering. Humph. What plenipotentiary? Just go back and call over that old monster from your clan. Xia Fei replied in a tone that was neither humble nor proud. All right, if that's how you want it, I'll give it to you straight. The Skywings will never agree to such a condition. You should go back and think about it. Why? Tai Mujin hastily asked. Why? Because the person who can control the Skywings hasn't been born yet. Not the two races, and not the rebels. We must join the rebel camp? As if. The demon-sealing fiendish blade recognizes no one except the people of the clan. Xia Fei explained. If you can't accept the style of the Skywings, then it's best if we just end things here. Zing. Hu Bei stood up and shouted. For what reason can you make decisions for your clan's old monster? Relay our message and have Xia Guqing answer himself. That won't be necessary. Since I'm the clan's plenipotentiary, I can answer for the grand ancestor right now. If you want to ask him, go and ask him yourself. Seeing how Hu Bei was being so intimidating, Xia Fei dropped his courtesy, and the air in the tent once more became tense. At this moment, Tai Mujin stood up, said that Xia Fei was tired, and told him to go back so that they could talk tomorrow. Hu Bei was dissatisfied, but he had no choice but to agree. After watching Xia Fei leave, Hu Bei sighed. Old Tai, I told you that the Skywings wouldn't accept this condition. Xia Fei is just an ordinary member of the Skywings, and his mood changed almost instantly. If it were that stubborn camel Xia Guqing, he would probably have already started a fight. Tai Mujin had no reaction, only looking at Huang Lingtian. This old man had said nothing this entire time, just sitting there like Mount Tai. What do you think? Tai Mujin asked. After some thought, Huang Lingtian softly said, he's not easy to deal with. Whether it's Xia Guqing or Xia Fei, they're both people who are unmoved by both force and persuasion. It will be very difficult to get anything from this. Tai Mujin nodded, his face grimacing. The forthright Hu Bei sighed. If the demon-sealing fiendish blade joined us, we would be able to contend against the Guardians. If we can't get the Skywings, we won't be able to deal with those watchdogs, let alone the two supreme races. What's the point of rebels who can't rebel against anything? Huang Lingtian suddenly narrowed his eyes, his right fist clenching. Tai Mujin and Hu Bei were both astonished. Hu Bei exclaimed in shock, Old Huang, isn't that too much? The black and white gods had personally sent Xia Fei to his residence, asking him how the negotiations had gone. Xia Fei spoke in vague terms, saying to Hua He and Hua Bai that this was an extremely important matter that he could not decide on his own. Blinking, Xia Fei suddenly put on a strange face and told the gods of black and white, a good bird knows how to pick its nest, as I'm sure the two of you understand. Hua He was a crude man and thought Xia Fei was talking about the Skywings, so he nodded in agreement, but Hua Bai was stunned and his eyes glinted. Saying that he needed to rest, Xia Fei bid farewell to Hua Bai and Hua He. Radix asked in confusion, Did you mention that a good bird knows how to pick its nest for Hua He and Hua Bai to hear? Xia Fei nodded. Radix curiously asked, Why did you say that? Did you notice something fishy? Xia Fei sneered. This really is a reenactment of the Hongmen feast. Let me ask you one question. If Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing really came, who would be first in the hierarchy here? This, Radix thought about it, and then sternly said, That old monster from your clan is even willing to flip the tables in the Palace of Gods. No one here would be able to control him, so the venerable ancestor would naturally want to have say over the rebels. Xia Fei then asked, Then do you think that those three, Tai Mujin, Huang Lingtian, and Hu Bei, would be willing to relinquish their power? Radix shook his head. That's not very possible. They're the ones who established the rebels, and they've put a lot of sweat and blood into it. Who would be willing to hand over their army to someone else? Xia Fei sighed and said, That's exactly it. While that Hubei fellow is the loudest, he's actually the one who wants the Skywings to join the most, while Tai Mujin fears that the Skywings will usurp him once we arrive. I'm sure that cunning fox Huang Lingtian thinks the same. Tai Mujin also said that he had worked with the Grand Ancestor in the Palace of Gods for many years. I can understand the old man's personality without even meeting him. So how could Tai Mujin not? That proposal to join them without any conditions is absolute nonsense. Even thinking with my feet, I know that the Grand Ancestor will never accept such unequal terms. Thus, they're only acting friendly with the Skywings to satisfy the urgent requests of their subordinates below, who want to increase their fighting power. The rebels do lack for people, but they don't lack for experts like the Grand Ancestor. What they lack is people who can sacrifice their lives, but who won't try to seize power. As for the black and white gods, I can only grieve for them. It's clear that the leaders of the rebel camp is very petty. Being with them won't end very prettily, so I gave them a warning. Radix was startled, and he looked in shock at Xia Fei. So you already saw through Hubei and the other two? No wonder you refused them so cleanly. It must be said that Xia Fei truly had an astounding ability to see through people. Even old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years could not escape his eyes. The look in their eyes, the way they moved, and some thought as to how both sides stood to benefit allowed him to conjecture quickly and easily what the other side was really thinking. Even Radix had to express his admiration for Xia Fei's ability to read people. After inspecting the tent, Xia Fei took out the precious brilliant space and the soul device. Let's not waste time. Since you've already agreed, let's work through the night to forge the soul-devouring divine weapon. Radix was startled. Here? This is the territory of the rebels. Plus, have you already decided which weapon you're going to modify into a soul-devouring divine weapon? Xia Fei casually said, relax. The more dangerous the place is, the safer it is. Besides, I represent the Skywing clan, so they'll never dare to touch me. As for the foundation for the soul-devouring divine weapon, let's use this. Xia Fei placed the bloodthirsty and crazed blood crystal on the ground. The precious brilliant space. Xia Fei placed the soul device, the blood crystal, the bloodscale wisdom tail, and the dark night illusion pearl together. He had prepared these as the foundation to reforge the fiendish blade. Radix said, the soul device Hosu left consists of 3 overlapping epochs, so the most it can integrate is 3 items. Are you sure about these 3? Xia Fei nodded. The blood crystal has a bloodthirsty attribute and is the strongest weapon in my possession. The bloodscale wisdom tail can strengthen my control over the weapon after the integration, making it steady, accurate, and vicious all in one. As for the dark night illusion pearl, it came from a dark life form. Those bizarrely shaped creatures are very powerful. I wish to borrow their strength so that the blood crystal will have the greatest advantage possible when dealing with dark life forms. Radix replied, this is a very good idea, but there's one thing I must warn you about. Hosu left this soul device, so I don't know how he designed it. In other words, the blood crystal may be modified into something completely different from before. Xia Fei answered, I understand all that. I just care about one thing. Will the blood crystal be stronger after being modified? Radix very earnestly replied, that's a certainty. I can guarantee that with my head on the line. Xia Fei chuckled. You're a soul, so where is this head coming from? Still, since it can make the blood crystal stronger, I naturally won't refuse. Following Radix's instructions, Xia Fei placed the blood crystal, the bloodscale wisdom tail, and the dark night illusion pearl onto the 3 layers of the soul device. Meanwhile, the microchip containing Radix was placed in a special instrument at the very top. This is enough. Once you activate the soul device, I can take over from there, Radix sternly said. Whoosh! Xia Fei swept a small knife across his left thumb, squeezing out a drop of blood. He let the blood drip into a small impression at the very top of the soul device. This was a life marker that could ensure that the soul-devouring divine weapon would be Xia Fei's once it emerged, and that no one else being able to claim ownership over it. Xia Fei then lightly pressed a button on the side of the soul device, and the divine weapon crafting process began. Whoosh! There was a white flash of light as Radix's soul was drawn into the soul device. Radix had had many connections with Xia Fei, so this action caused Xia Fei's head to ache a lot, as if it had been suddenly emptied. That microchip also became lifeless. Radix was now in the soul device, using methods that Xia Fei did not understand to control it. Rumble. The soul device activated with impressive grandeur, erupting with brilliant and multicolored rays of light, making the mysterious soul device even more wondrous. Fortunately, this was in the precious brilliant space. If this were outside, such a grand display would undoubtedly cause a great turmoil. Several seconds passed, and then the blood crystal, Bloodscale Wisdom Tail, and Dark Knight Illusion Pearl all disappeared. The soul device began to spin like a flying saucer as it fused all the items together. The soul device's integration process lasted all the way until dawn. Everything else had disappeared, and what was before Xia Fei was a berserk blade of wind and fire. It was described as such primarily because of its savage appearance. The blood crystal had been very inconspicuous, but this blade was like the lightning and thunder of the 9 heavens. It had the cutting harshness of the wind and the violent temper of fire. Rather than a work of man, it seemed like a divine work that had been born from nature. It was a cross-shaped blade of the highest caliber. It had neither a hilt nor any dull edge. The blade was peerlessly sharp. Any portion could take a human life. Xia Fei was amazed. He had never imagined that the blood crystal would come out as such a bizarre cross-shaped blade. It was a 4-sided blade with 8 peerlessly sharp edges. Besides that, it had now countless short barbs and several grooves, through which blood could flow. This was a blade that went beyond the limits of human imagination. Too brash, too flashy, too insane. As Xia Fei gawked at the blade, the cross-shaped blade began to speak. Xia Fei, we succeeded. The soul-devouring divine weapon is complete, and I've received the information Hosu left for me. Radix sounded very excited, though he also seemed rather weak. Perhaps the divine weapon crafting process had consumed a great deal of his essence. Xia Fei recovered from his shock and softly asked, "Forget about that for now. Are you okay?" Xia Fei's first question was not about what information Hosu had left, but rather about Radix's well-being. Radix appreciated this, and he felt like becoming Xia Fei's divine weapon had not been the wrong choice. Radix chuckled. "I'm fine. The soul device is the best home for immortal souls like me. Moreover, this soul device was made by Honu. He used some of the energy and remnants he picked up from the Ark's explosion. Its grade is as high as the heavens. While I have become weak from controlling it, if you give me a little more time, I will be able to make a full recovery, even becoming much stronger than before. Recovering my memories isn't an impossibility, too." As Radix spoke, blurry figures appeared in Xia Fei's brain region, as if he was really talking with Radix. This was because their lives were bound together. Xia Fei's drop of blood had bound him to the blood crystal, and Radix was inside the blood crystal, so they naturally shared a close connection. Xia Fei was brimming with confidence after hearing all this, and he seemed very happy. Modifying the blood crystal had turned out even better than he hoped. Suddenly, the blood crystal, which had been converted into a soul-devouring divine weapon, flew into the air. Like a flying wheel of wind and fire, it made a few slashes through the air. Whoosh whoosh. The mournful gusts created by a few random swings from the blood crystal brimmed with bone-chilling, killing intent. "Look, this is when I'm controlling the blood crystal. Even if you are fighting a strong enemy and are too busy to control the blood crystal, I can help you control it. You just need to use your mind to tell me who you should kill, and I will choose how to kill them. Of course, in normal circumstances, it's better if you're still the one controlling it. After all, you're a speed-type warrior, possessing otherworldly reaction time. I can't compare to you in that aspect," Radix excitedly said. Xia Fei thought it over and replied, "The blood crystal has become a soul-devouring divine weapon. So does it have any other abilities?" Radix was startled, and then he awkwardly said, "I was so excited that I forgot to tell you the most important part. The blood crystal is no longer a divine weapon. Rather, it's a god-killing fiend weapon." "A god-killing fiend weapon." Xia Fei was stunned by this revelation. "Correct. A superweapon that can kill any gods or demons that stand in your way. The blood crystal was only able to kill a single person and make it impossible for them to reincarnate. But now, it can also seize their souls." Radix explained with gusto, "Souls aren't usually seen, but they really do exist. Phantom and I are both souls, possessing consciousnesses even without bodies. After Hosu died, his soul didn't dissipate, and he was even able to rebuild his body. These are all special properties of souls. If you encounter a freakish expert like Hosu, killing them won't be enough, as once they rebuild their bodies, they'll immediately try to take revenge, but the blood crystal can now exterminate their souls, wiping them from the universe in both body and soul. If this isn't a god-killing fiend weapon, what is? The blood crystal is an expert's worst nightmare. Anyone killed by this fiendish blade will never be able to revive. Xia Fei's eyes glinted in excitement. When fighting with experts, the greatest fear was an inability to uproot them completely. If they were allowed to escape, the counterattack was bound to be terrifying. However, the blood crystal could utterly exterminate a person, wiping them from the face of the universe. This was heaven-defyingly strong. The blade was merciless, sparing neither life nor soul. Radix pointed at the bulge in the center of the blood crystal. This is where the blood crystal stores souls and energy. All of the enemies it kills will be completely refined and stored here. When the time is ripe, the blood crystal will continue to evolve and change. Ultimately, it will become the craziest existence in the universe. Xia Fei nodded. He gently stroked the surface of the blood crystal with 2 fingers. It was cold to touch, but not to the extent that it made him shiver. What level of weapon is the blood crystal now? Xia Fei asked. Radix smiled. This is the universe's only soul-devouring divine weapon. What level do you think it is? The blood crystal had become a unique existence in the universe, and Xia Fei was ecstatic. This was not a question of level. Nothing could compare it. The blood crystal stood alone. Once he finally managed to calm himself down, Xia Fei asked, "So what was the information Hosu left you?" Radix sighed. Hosu has had a rather hard time. It turns out that he passed through the cosmic gate on a mission for his clan. Alas, the enemy pursuit led into his body being destroyed, and he needed so much time to rebuild his body that the mission failed. Hosu was very dejected and criticized himself a lot. He doesn't know that I lost some of my memories, so he didn't go into too much detail, but I managed to glean some useful information from it. For example, the Ark had something that was very important to Hosu and his clan, and it was lost in the explosion. Hosu needed a very long time to rebuild his body, so he didn't have time to wait for me. He decided to search the Sea of Stars by himself. He's a warrior, so completing his mission is his duty. Although the mission has already failed, Hosu is still determined to salvage it. Xia Fei nodded. Then it means that Hosu might come back at any time. But because he's anxiously looking for something, he might have gone to the ends of the universe to look for it. Radix replied, exactly. He's someone who values the mission even more than his life. The information he left also contained bits about the Cosmic Gate. It turns out the Hosu predicted that Cosmic Gate becoming unstable after many years. He warned me that beyond the gate is hell for both me and him, that unless it was absolutely necessary, I was never to get close to it, and that he will try to get back before the Cosmic Gate is pushed open. Xia Fei said nothing. Hosu and Radix had enemies outside the Cosmic Gate, so Hosu naturally was unwilling to get close to the Cosmic Gate. As for him saying that he would try to get back as soon as possible, Xia Fei was very curious. Where had he gone that a round trip would take hundreds of millions of years? Radix now stared at the blood crystal and said, "The soul-devouring divine weapon has emerged into the universe. It's no longer right to call it the blood crystal. You should give it a new name." The blood crystal did not seem like an exquisite crystal at all, and when the crossblade was fully unfolded, it was even taller than Xia Fei. Radix's words made sense. After some thought, Xia Fei said, "Then let's call it Nirvana." Radix was taken aback by the name, and then he muttered, "Everything the blade's edge touches experiences nirvana, never to be reborn." An excellent name. On the afternoon of the second day, the negotiations broke up in discord. The reason was very simple. While the rebels had verbally expressed their wishes for the Skywings to join their faction, they were really just exceptionally afraid of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Tai Mujin and Huang Lingtian were both narrow-minded and petty, afraid that the Skywings would snatch away their authority after joining them. Xia Fei could already tell as much, and an insincere negotiation would be pointless to carry any further. As such, he got up and bid farewell to the 3 rebels, opening the door and striding away. The The black and white gods were still anxiously waiting for news, hurriedly heading over to Xia Fei to ask how it went the moment they saw him leave. "How were the negotiations?" asked Old Blackie. Xia Fei smiled. "We, Skywings, aren't your common cabbage, well worth our weight in gold. If your people aren't interested, there are plenty of others out there who are. Besides, given the strength the Skywing clan possesses, there's no one out there that can stop us even if there's a day when we leave the law realm." Xia Fei had uttered this word with indignance. He was feeling very disgruntled that the esteemed rebels, who were determined to open the cosmic gate and explore the unknown realm beyond, would actually be so calculative. It was utterly unbearable. Hua Hei and Hua Bai were shocked. It was very apparent that the negotiations had fallen through. The Skywings would not be joining the rebel faction. Aside from the two peak races and the exile grounds, it would be the two major factions, rebels and the Guardians, that wielded some power. Of these two, it was the rebels that had the least manpower and was in urgent need of the Skywings' cooperation to maintain the balance in power with the Guardians. Unfortunately, the negotiation that the black and white gods proffered after much effort had been messed up by Tai Mujin and Huang Lingtian. So of course the Hua brothers were unwilling to resign themselves to fate. As such, Xia Fei had made his decision, excusing himself on the account of other business and departing just like that. This was when Huang Lingtian suddenly shot a glance behind him, and then a stocky man rushed over to block Xia Fei. "Since you're the Skywing clan's plenipotentiary, I suppose that you're very powerful, huh?" This stocky man pointed at Xia Fei and asked somewhat menacingly. Xia Fei chuckled. "I wouldn't call myself powerful, but at least I wouldn't disgrace the dignity of Skywing." This man spat to the side distastefully and viciously hissed. "Enough idle talk. I have yet to make you pay for tossing my brother into the lake yesterday. Fight me if you've got the guts." Xia Fei wrinkled his brows slightly. This man was being unreasonable and had quite the temper. He was acting very barbaric, and he did share a strong resemblance to that uncouth man from yesterday. This was when the expressions on the black and white gods turned grim, and Hua Hei scoffed coldly. "Xia Fei is the plenipotentiary of the Skywing clan. He's our guest. Kongling, are you trying to revolt?" The Hua brothers' reaction became a reminder to Xia Fei. He turned around and swept his gaze across Huang Lingtian and Tai Mujin, noticing how neither had made a move. Clearly, this was a situation they had a hand in setting up. "This gang of BSDRDS are trying to do me in," Xia Fei quietly thought to himself as he allowed a hint of killing intent to seep out from him. Radix was nonplussed. "No way. How could they benefit from provoking you? Everyone knows that Skywings shouldn't be provoked." Xia Fei smiled. "They're trying to show off so that I won't say a lick of good word on behalf of the rebels when I get back. This way, the Grand Ancestor will dismiss all notions of joining the rebels, and subsequently the authority of these two will remain intact." Radix was stunned and did not say another word. Xia Fei had already seen through the convoluted hearts and desires of these people. They were not hoping for the Skywings to join them. They were just afraid of the crazy, demon-sealing, fiendish blade acting arrogantly. Sure enough, the man, who went by the name of Kong Ling, glared. "Who's saying I'm revolting? I've long admired the ultimate speed that the Skywings cultivate, and am merely looking to exchange a few pointers with this little friend. Are you telling me that that's not even allowed?" "You," Hua Hei shouted, his severe expression worsening. The two brothers shared a fairly close ties with the old monster of the Skywing clan, and in fact, it was the two of them who reached out to the Skywings and invited them for this negotiation. Now that Kong Ling was trying to create trouble for the Skywing plenipotentiary, neither of the Hua brothers looked good. But Kong Ling had claimed that he was simply looking to spar, and sparring between warriors was normal, so Hua Hei and Hua Bai could say nothing about it even if they felt affronted. Xia Fei, who had been staying quiet this whole time, suddenly said, "I'm fine with exchanging pointers, but I only accept a fight to the death." He did not speak too loudly, but it was a very cutting statement that everyone present could hear. A fight to death meant it would not stop after a few rounds, and that the opponent would not be liable for any injury or even death incurred. It was no different from gambling with their very lives at stake. Kong Ling was initially startled, but he soon burst into laughter as he revealed a wide grin, his yellowing teeth on full display. "You're the one who proposed this. Fine. Yours truly shall agree to it." Squelch. His speed was too fast, and the moment Kongling's last words left his lips, Xia Fei was instantly hurtling toward him. Furball, Peacock Blue, and Nirvana were unleashed without holding anything back. Almost immediately, a series of frenzied attacks hit to the opponent. Peacock Blue was the first to wrap itself tightly around Kongling. Next was Furball, who suddenly grew in size. It shot out a series of energy beams. Finally, the fiendish weapon Nirvana rendered Kongling into half before the energy balls could even fully connect. This brutal and repeated attacks only occurred for a short duration, yet they dug a deep hole on the spot. Not even the scum Kongling's corpse remained behind. He had essentially disappeared from the face of the universe. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected Xia Fei to strike so fast without leaving any room for error at all. By the time they realized what had happened, Xia Fei had already succeeded in insta-killing Kongling. Actually, any one of the three, Furball, Peacock Blue, and Nirvana, could have easily taken Kongling's head, but Xia Fei decided to throw everything in his arsenal for another reason. He wanted to let all these rebels see that the Skywing clan was not hot air and the keenness of the demon-sealing fiendish blade was not to be underestimated. Everyone was shocked. The seemingly unassuming Xia Fei had the combat prowess comparable to a law god the moment he struck. All the rebels were dumbfounded. Several seconds ago, Xia Fei's face had been wearing a smile of someone who could hardly hurt a fly, yet in the blink of an eye, that smile was gone, and the entire lakeshore was filled with killing intent and the aura of his inner demon. This sharp contrast left all of them feeling stunned. Kaboom! Xia Fei stood within a circle Peacock Blue had rapidly carved out and coldly swept his gaze across everyone present. In a deep voice, he said, "I am truly fortunate to have met everyone today. I do believe that there are still many others who are keen to exchange some pointers with us, the Skywings, and to which I, Xia Fei, will gladly respectfully fulfill. If anyone steps into this circle, it just means that they accept a fight to the death with me." This was a very arrogant declaration. Xia Fei had declared his intention to accept anyone's challenge, which encompassed the entire rebel faction. A single individual going up against an entire faction? This was not something that could merely be understood as crazy. Xia Fei was standing in that circle as if he were an evildoer ready to destroy the world. What's so great about the Skywing clan? They simply run a little faster, that's all. I'll take you on. A short man dashed into the circle, but before he could even get his footing, Xia Fei's fierce assault had already reached him sans any fanfare. This circle here is the domain of Skywing. Anyone who enters it shall die, Xia Fei shouted with verve. To complicate a simple matter was an ability, and it was evident that Xia Fei possessed such an ability. Others might have just let it slide. It was just a challenge, after all, and people could just ignore the matter and resolve it like that. It was not as if any of these people would dare to force Xia Fei into action. However, this was not how Xia Fei thought of the matter. The pride of the demon-sealing fiendish blade was built upon their more vicious than other and more insane than other nature. Since Xia Fei came as the representative of the clan, a successful negotiation was only secondary. It was more important not to diminish his clan's majesty, just that Xia Fei's methods were a little too extravagant. In just the blink of an eye, 7 died inside that circle he had drawn. Nothing was left of their bodies, as they had been utterly decimated. Kaboom! As the 7th opponent disappeared, Xia Fei remained standing upright as before. With a single hand raised, he pointed to the crowd beyond the circle and shouted, "Next!" No one said a word. Aside from the sound of rustling leaves, silence reigned. Because Xia Fei absorbed the ark's energy, hardly any energy leaked from him. This made him look no different from a normal person, but when he made his move, he caused a huge commotion. It had been 7 consecutive opponents, and all of them had been insta-killed by Xia Fei. Reality had proven that, unless a law god expert attacked, there would truly be no one else who could defeat Xia Fei. This also meant that the lone wolf of the Skywing clan, Xia Fei, was undefeatable by anyone under the law god cultivation. Everyone had already heard that the warriors of Skywings possessed a combat strength that surpassed those at their level, but there was just too great a disparity in Xia Fei's superiority at killing those higher level than him. After all, he was just a peak law overlord. Yet having passed the law sage tier, He could already slay lost sage warriors as if they were nothing. None of those present would have believed this had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. Actually, Xia Fei was an exception and should not be used to represent everyone in the Skywing clan. Because aside from Xia Fei, no one else had so many tools to kill others. Furball was the holy beast Shatterstar. Peacock Blue was an immemorial mystical armament, which had been strengthened after 4 fusions. The law of primal chaos was a power that could subvert all things. The war armor Senraksha was the supreme war armor from Fig Corporation. It was the grand work of Heavenly Master Artificer Wind Raja. There was also Nirvana, the only soul-devouring divine weapon. These were all the tools Xia Fei had at his disposal, and they were all his trump cards. Generally speaking, the Skywing warriors were capable of killing people above their own level, but Xia Fei and his countless trump cards could easily kill a group of people above his own. Forget 7 consecutive kills by the lake. Even if there were 70 or 700, Xia Fei might not have any problem succeeding in the same feat at all. Tai Mujin and Huang Lingtian had very ugly expressions on their faces. They originally intended to deflate Xia Fei's spirit and bring an end to the idea of the Skywing clan joining the rebels. How could either of them know that this lunatic Xia Fei would actually tear off their faces and toss them straight into sewage? They had lost face, big time. Given how things went, Tai Mujin and Huang Lingtian even entertained the thought of killing Xia Fei, but realized that they may not have the ability to do so. They could not possibly send law gods to fight Xia Fei, could they? Utilizing the Law Sage warriors was clearly their attempt at leveraging on their numerical superiority to bully the young man. If they were to send the undying law gods to the field after all this, then they would essentially lose every bit of face they had left. Seeing that no one else was stepping forward to challenge him, Xia Fei smiled and called Peacock Blue back. Furball also yawned and leaped back on his Xia Fei's shoulder, a look of contemptuous disdain on his face. Furball realized that his master was becoming stronger and stronger. The enemies were already falling like flies before he even needed to attack. When others killed a strong foe, they would always hold back for a very long time, so as to unleash every ounce of their strength. Xia Fei was different. Furball, Peacock Blue, Nirvana, etc. were all fighting to do so. If they were lucky and got a chance to display their prowess, they would get to cut Xia Fei's enemies, but anyone who was too slow would be left out. Turning around, Xia Fei trained his eyes on Tai Mujin and the others. Looks like no one else is interested in having a duel. Since that's the case, I, Xia Fei, shall take my leave now. The 3 figures were slightly startled, before they awkwardly gave a slight nod. Remember, we, the Skywings, are given the moniker of the demon-sealing Fiendish Blade. With the Fiendish Blade, both gods and demons can be slain. Don't provoke me if you have nothing else to do. Xia Fei hollered this line before departing. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.